Smart, yeah.
And we are live, supposedly. Let me just sit my happy self down, and we will be ready to go. All right, I'm gonna...
Hooray.
Let's see. Well, I'll believe it when I see the live stream actually start updating. Because it says it's going, but I don't know if I trust it. Okay. Okay, there's a hello, there's a hi. Something's happening. There's something happening here.
Hello, hello.
And what it is ain't exactly clear.
People are saying hi. I think we're in.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Whew. Hi, everybody. Who's ready to play some friggin' Hades? I'm ready. I take 2 weeks off, and I immediately start itching for more. Let me just, I'm gonna move this cushion out of the way, because sometimes Wolf likes to sit specifically
while
on
Red
my left
prepares
side.
her optimal gaming position.
Gotta lock it in.
Thank you guys so much for joining us again. We've started a new fundraiser because of how much time we've been doing it, but all of this money is cumulatively being raised. So thank you to everyone who's donated so far as we play Hades, not just to cause Red pain, but also to raise money for UNICEF.
You know it, baby.
It's a good cause. It's great to see so many people support it. But we have stream stretch goals. So if we get to these tiers of donations, we will be doing special gameplay things as we go. So to recap the first 5 that we have, at $1,000 raised, Red will be doing a worst run where she makes all of her worst choices, which usually means taking the bow and then making terrible decisions from there.
Yep.
At $2,000, we'll be doing a rando run. All of her choices will be randomized through the power of random number generators. It's super fun. 3,000 will be playing Smasher Pass. Now, we have run out of Hades characters to play this with. I think we've looped through everyone at least twice. They'll be doing Star Trek Bridge Crew Smasher Pass.
Yeah, may as well.
So I'll get the random Trek characters generator up, and we'll be going through that. Because Blue's not here, so we can talk about Star Trek.
Yeah, without tormenting the poor man.
Yeah. And at $4,000, we're doing a broke run where she cannot spend any money. And at $5,000, Divine Intervention, where we have to try and get only a single god's boons. People are saying we might owe them something from last stream to kick this one off.
Well, I want to believe you because I don't think you would lie to me. However,
let's see.
I can't remember what.
Supposedly, it is a 12K rando run. It looks like.
Ooh. Oh yeah, we did.
So if you want to kick it off.
Yeah, the old UNICEF fundraiser was past 12K. Alrighty. Well,
yes. I'm also. People are saying I'm also very loud, so I don't know if perhaps we should make adjustments.
Okay. Yeah, I'll push you down a few notches. Hold on.
But yeah, while Red adjusts my volume, we'll be kicking us off with a rando run. Thank you guys for reminding us.
Okay. Push you down a couple.
We're gonna be making random decisions.
Perfect.
So first off, let me get a D6 out and
let's pick a random weapon.
Tell you what weapon to use.
And then we can pick a random aspect. Ooh, because I have Titan's Blood, I can even unlock aspects.
Ooh. All right, you're gonna be starting from the far left, and then going over. Number 6, you'll be using the adamant rail.
Yo! Okay. Let's see. We've got aspect of Zagreus, aspect of Eris, aspect of Hestia, and not my favorite one yet, sadly. Should we randomize this as well, or?
Oh yeah, you got the ability to unlock Hestia. Do you want to do just ones you've unlocked so far, or
no? Let's allow for the unlocks if it's possible. So it's 1, 2.
All right. Well, it doesn't matter. It's a 1, so you're going aspect of Zagreus.
Perfect. Me. We could upgrade it a little bit, but why not, right?
Feels even stronger.
Hell yeah. Okay, and let's pick a random keepsake. Let's see.
Hell yeah.
So there's 23 total that I have unlocked, it looks like.
All right, you're going with number 12.
Okay, I believe that is... Oh, good! The Poseidon boon thing. Okay.
Before you start the run, we are also getting a few more audio balancing comments. It seems like maybe you in particular are quiet, and so everything around you is coming off.
Okay, I'm
quiet.
quiet.
Can you scooch closer to the mic? Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Oh my god!
Oh,
and
sorry,
I also
everybody.
A ranking of all of the fish in this game. Hold on, I gotta open other tabs. I gotta pull up the fish. I go to the Hades wiki.
Okay. I can't.
I think that's probably going to be better because you were sounding quiet for me a second ago as well.
I think the problem is I was
sound much more reg.
I was sitting farther away from the mic. I'll do it like this, I guess. Hopefully that's okay, because I can't push up the input farther on Streamlabs.
I think that will probably have solved the problem.
Okay.
Yeah, where the goal is not perfection but clarity. So everyone's saying much better in chat. Thank you. Also, Red, I only be able to see the game through the stream itself,
Ooh.
so I'm a couple seconds behind you.
Hold
I
on.
apologize.
No, we're fine. I forgot.
Everyone hold more technical difficulty.
I forgot that normally I do this, so you can actually see it live. On the call. Is that better? Can you see?
That's better. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Okay. Great. Should we also randomize the Pact of Punishment? That feels bad, but should we do it?
I don't know how we would possibly go about doing that, so I think this is the one element that might be up to you.
Hold on. There's 15 Pact of Punishment options. We can pick one to increment until, yeah, because with Exegriff, I need a heat gauge of 2 to start earning bounties. We could pick 2 to increase, if we so desired. We don't have to, because I also haven't made it out of Asphodel with the Exegriff yet, so I technically don't need.
I think that this is dealer's choice as the person who's playing the game. If you'd rather zero out with no heat to finish getting all those rewards if possible, I think that's completely reasonable.
Let's do it.
Because that's not really a random element that we are randomly controlling. So yeah, Red's doing what we're calling a rando run, which is where all of her decisions are made randomized through a random number generator, which is to say I'm going to roll a d6 or whatever appropriate die I can. And while that's happening, we got a question to ask OSPod that was asking me to rank all the fish and eggs.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do this purely just based on vibes. Edibility is not a consideration here because most of them are like made of lava, and I feel like it would just be, well, I can't eat any of them because I'm a human being. Yes. So this is just vibes on the fish, and appropriately we found Poseidon to kick it off.
We are going to need to pick 1, 2, or 3.
Alrighty, you've got 2.
Oh, perfect.
Alright, I'm going to start with the common fish in just Hades. We've got the hellfish, which is a little shell guy. I like him a lot. I think this is an S-tier fish. He kind of is a hermit crab with no crab parts. Slavog, the little lava slug guy. A-tier, very cute, very sweet, very iddle, some might say.
Iddle?
Biddle, even. Iddle biddle, you know? Maybe this is just a thing that I say to our cat, Ziggy, all the time.
I can see the logic. Like, itty bitty is a thing, but I've never heard iddle biddle.
No, she's iddle biddle. Clam. This is a clam. You can't fool me by adding extra consonants to that. Get that shit out of here. That's a regular clam.
Okay, door number 1 or door number 2?
You're going through door number 1.
Woo!
Oh, it's going pretty well for you so far.
Yeah.
I think I don't like the gup. There's something about the gup that makes me deeply unhappy.
Really?
I don't know what it is. I don't because I love like little ghost guys. I like Dragapult is one of my favorite Pokemon, and all his little Dreepies. But something about gup just makes me upset. So I think maybe the concept of like he's dead also, even though everything in the underworld should be. I don't know.
Okay, 1, 2, or 3.
We are going 3.
Okay. Good. That's one of those.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the $200 donation.
Heyo!
We're rocketing towards that first 1,000. Thank you so much. That's incredibly generous.
Woohoo! Okay, door number 1 or door number 2?
Door number 1.
Sick. It's going pretty well for me so far.
The Mati, I have similar feelings about to the Gup, where it kind of feels like a stage 1 Pokemon in some ways, like a Chaos Fish. I also don't like that it's an eyeball. I feel like that makes me deeply uncomfortable. I don't want eyeballs swimming around in there. And then a Trout, that's a real fish. That's just a real fish.
Straight up an actual fish.
This is a regular guy. I guess trout are kind of cool looking as far as fish goes. This guy seems to be, he's like a rainbow trout kind of guy, I think. So he's neat. I'll give him he's a pretty high tier fish. Then we got the rare fish. The knucklehead, which is a little skull in front guy. Now this fella I can get behind. 'Cause that's a fellow with some aesthetic choices in what his swim is wearing.
Okay,
you're going for room number 1.
Okay, more hearts.
Crustacean, This is an all-timer. This is a little shrimp. This is a little lava shrimp. That's primo. That's the good stuff. Okay, that's excellent. That's S tier fish. Charp.
Harp.
Again, you can't convince me by adding more consonants that this is a different fish, but it does look really cool. It's got kind of a koi fish look to it. So, middling fish. It makes me upset that they've added more letters, but I do like the appearance of this fish. The scuffer? I don't like the scuffer. I don't like his little hat. Something about him makes me uncomfortable.
You don't like his little hat?
He looks like he got, like, someone, like, threw up on him a little bit and they never cleaned it off, and that's upsetting because he lives in water, you know? The pro jelly? I like the pro jelly. This guy, he's a little jellyfish. He looks a little bit upset at me. I think he could be a pirate if he was so inclined. But still very cool. Very fun little... I like the idea of the jellyfish kind of being in Chaos as a domain, because it's very, like... The jellyfish is, to me, a very early evolved creature in a lot of ways. Like, it feels like it could become... It both is not anything yet and could become a lot of things. You're going through room number 2.
Okay, cool. Boss fight time.
Boss fight time.
Boss fight time. Woo! Yay!
So I think it's just it's a good marriage of concept and fish species.
It lied to me.
Ooh, everything is going up red this round.
Right? Everything's coming up Zagreus today. Okay.
You're going through room number 2 again.
Okay. Hello, Charon.
Then there's the bass, which is just a bass. That's a normal fish, but I don't like bass as much as I like trout. I don't think they look as cool. So I'm gonna say that this is a pretty bad fish. This is a low tier fish. Which leaves us with just the legendaries. The Silicyon. I think this guy's cool. I think it's conceptually horrifying that Zagreus catches multiples of them and then eats them, but very, very cool to have this big kind of like snake man.
He
Well, he gives them to Shades, who I assume... I guess maybe the Shades could just be putting them back in the sticks over.
I think the Shades are just having a good time.
The ferry to the surface.
But
Also,
yeah,
which thing am I
I
buying?
like this guy. Oh, you are buying... 3.
Okay, cocool. I'll take it.
I need.
Alright, and there's only one door, so let's go get this zoo spoon.
Heyo. The Flame Eater? I don't like the Flame Eater. I don't like his big mouth. Conceptually, he upsets me. I don't like that he's got tentacles trying to put things in his big mouth. Everything about Flame Eater makes me upset. The Sea Mare is very elegant. I think this is a very well-designed seahorse fish. I think it's very cool that that's Elysium. I like the Sea Mare a lot. I think it's just very swoopy. It's swoopy in a satisfying way. The Stonewall. I like the Stonewall's concept. Again, really upsets me that Zagreus can catch multiples of it. Yeah. And I do wish maybe it wasn't like purple. I think it'd be cool if it was like a red or maybe like green or something. But like green like moss would be really cool. But it's not too bad. It's a high tier but not an S tier fish. The Void Skate is perfect and I would change nothing about it. It's truly... I love a manta ray. I love a ray in general. This is a great execution of Void Skate. I think it's a little 10 out of 10. Sturgeon, that's a normal fucking fish. That's a very normal fucking fish. The sturgeon, I'm gonna say above bass but below trout because it is aesthetically not as cool as the trout, but there's a lot more things that you can do with a sturgeon, and in Stardew Valley, it's how you make caviar, which is great. So that's fun.
Which boon am I
it's
picking?
very high value food. You're going with number 1.
Chain lightning! There was really no losing here because it's 2 epic boons and my favorite.
Electric.
Okay, and it looks like there's only one door, so...
Yeah. Them's are my fish. I'd say some favorites. Void Skate, the Hellfish I like a lot. Pro Jelly is conceptually very cool. I think maybe the most edible of all of them. I mean, like the fucking like trout or bass, right? Those are just regular fish. You don't need me to tell you. You don't need me to tell you that those are the ones you can eat the most. But yeah, and maybe when we get to Hades too, I'll rank more fish. But for now, that's the Hades fish. I hope you all enjoyed. Always with this rock we go to.
Okay, 1, 2, or 3.
You were going through... Oh, I just got rid of the die instead of rolling it. You're going through 3.
Okay. Ah, our boy Sisyphus.
Hey, Sisyphus.
Yay! Everybody say Sisyphus. Hey, buddy. What's going on?
Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Uh-oh, that tells me we've run out of dialogue with him. We should really start giving him more nectar. That's a problem for later. I have to pick this randomly, don't I?
Mm-hmm. You're going with... Sorry, I was eating my focaccia.
No
You're
worries.
going with number 2.
Oh, hey, perfect. Oh no, exactly what I wanted. This is the worst. Bye.
Chat would like to know when we're going to consider ourselves done with Hades 1.
Second credits roll. So we're gonna get, unless you guys manage to keep me on worst runs today, I'm pretty confident that we will be able to get to the credits, because we only need 2 more clears before the first credits roll. Getting the second, the true ending is more time consuming, but it's not like particularly, it's not as difficult, I think, as getting the first credits roll. It just takes longer. Kind of depends on our resource management. So, but once we do that, the game basically just enters its "you're playing this for fun" loop, which is fine. Games should be fun. But after that, I think we'll be able to pivot to Hades 2, because you will all have all the context you need to understand Hades 2. Because I am assuming that some of you guys have not played these games before and don't actually know the plot. Okay, which of these am I upgrading?
Right. You're upgrading... the 3.
Perfect. Okay, and door number 1 or door number 2?
Going through door number 2.
Okay. And a lot of god boons today. I think I have that benefit that gives me bonuses if I have gods, like more gods and more boons from them. So,
Ideal.
yeah, perfect. I'm everyone's favorite. That's right, I'm the bullet hell shooter now.
It's me. It was me all along.
Yes. I'm not trapped in here with your particle effects. You're trapped in here with mine.
You're trapped in here with mine. I feel that way often. I've been playing through the Mass Effect trilogy for the first time recently, which
yeah.
phenomenal games, really good. And I think many people on the stream may already know, but I'm a big crunchy RPG girly at heart. When I'm not playing Hades or Hades 2, which are perfect games that I've replayed 10,000 times, I'm often playing whatever the biggest, crunchiest RPG I can get my hands on is, and I've never played Mass Effect. I've never got around to it, because I just never wanted to shell out for the games, and then they were, the original trilogy, like Legendary Edition, was on sale for like $5. So I was like, well, now's the time.
Real quick, 1, 2, or 3.
And you're gonna go 3.
Perfect.
And then door number 2 if it's an option. No, it's just
It
one.
is not,
Oh,
unfortunately.
carry on.
But now I get to pick which thing I buy.
Yeah. But I finished Mass Effect 1. I'm like about midway through Mass Effect 2. I've recruited, I think, all but the last party member, and I've done like a couple story missions, and I've been debating how much of the story I want to get through before I recruit the last person. But anyway, love a big crunchy RPG.
Real quick, which thing am I purchasing?
You're purchasing number 1.
Okay. Goodbye, mystery boon. And which thing am I upgrading?
You are upgrading. Also 1.
Oh, great.
Excuse me. But what I've learned is that I'm pretty bad at first-person shooters in general. Something about shooting in a video game, I don't aim. There's 2 things I can't do in video games, and it's drive and shoot, and that's a lot of what Mass Effect has asked me to do. And I've gotten a lot better at it. I think Mass Effect 2 in particular has like a really the level of ease jumps a lot when you get to it as far as the combat's concerned, but in other ways it becomes difficult. In the first game there's like a heat sink on all your weapons, so if you fire continuously for too long it'll overload and you gotta wait a second to go back. And in Mass Effect 2 they get rid of that, but instead you have to keep track of your ammo, which is I think a little bit more annoying for me personally, but not the end of the world. But in firefights, in 2 in particular, I'm like, oh, I have no idea who is shooting who from where. Like, I don't know if that's my ally or if I've done something terrible.
I'm bad at first-person shooters for the same reason. It's really easy for me to lose track of people.
it's easy to lose track, and also like I feel like the aim for me is always different because I think I'm bad at them often for similar reasons that I'm bad at driving in games, which meant Mass Effect 1 was my nightmare often because whenever you land on a planet, they make you drive the fucking Mako around and up a straight cliff, and I'm like, what are we doing, guys? Why would you do this to me? But what's it called? But I think I'm bad at driving and shooting in games often for similar reasons because those are very like tactile things that you kind of have a way that you expect them to feel. Like driving in particular, I'm like, I know what a car feels like when I drive it, and I know the resistances and the physics that act upon it. And so when you remove those, because it's much easier to hit a button on my controller than it is to like literally push down on a pedal in a car, I think that I like often like overshoot it, right? Like I'm kind of like just going too far in one direction. And so because there's no like tactile feedback, should we randomize your trinket again?
We should randomize my trinket again, yeah. So it's again 1, 2,
right.
23.
Number 6.
Number 6, okay. Hey, money!
Go with that one.
Alright.
I'm excited that the chat is as divided as everyone else I've talked to about Mass Effect 1 and how they feel about the Mako. Because, like, I hated it, and then I was talking to a friend of mine who's like, no, that's the best part of the game. And I'm like, oh, am I insane? And it seems like it is truly the single most divisive thing in the entire franchise. Like, I think it's conceptually hilarious that when you drive around, you just, like, fling yourself across the map wildly. Because, like, the physics of the game is that you can never stay toppled over, and like you can't die in the car basically unless you get like eaten by a thresher maul, which is a big dune sandworm that pops out of the ground.
Hell yeah.
So like so driving isn't gonna kill you, which just means you must seem fucking insane to anyone who's in that car with you. You're just flinging them around cliffs. But Mass Effect 2 has not asked me to drive so far, with one notable exception in the DLC mission. So I would say I'm more positive on it. I think Mass Effect 2 is a better game so far of what I played. I have not played through yet. But driving in video games, because I had a similar problem in Cyberpunk, which is one of my favorite games of all time. It's really, really incredible. It's also a shooty game, but you can do a little bit more melee in it. I got very good at stealth takedowns, so that I would just simply not have to shoot as much as possible.
That was also my
and it's a little bit
when Blue and I used to play Splinter Cell Blacklist in high school, because of course it is a shooter, but if you're good enough at stealth takedowns, you never need to use the gun. So we just would we'd only shoot out the lights because they didn't move.
Yeah, I feel like Cyberpunk 2077 was like I think one of my favorite games I've ever played. And for a lot of reasons.
Door number 1, Athena Boon. Door number 2, money.
You're going through door number 2.
Ah, no divine dash for me. no divine
no
dash
divine
for Zagreus.
Not everyone loves Zagreus.
No.
But something I really liked in Cyberpunk was the way that your skills advance is basically use it or lose it. So like it rewards you for how you actually want to play the game rather than making you like figure out what you're going to spec into. Because I feel like a lot of times in these big crunchy RPGs that I love, if it's not like a Baldur's Gate, which is based on a game system I've already played and know intimately the rules of, it can be a little bit obtuse to figure out what skills and what stats are actually going to matter to me when I get to playing the game. And so on a first playthrough, it can be a little bit disorienting. But something I really like that Cyberpunk did is like, the more you do stealth takedowns, the better your character gets at stealth takedowns. So like it rewards you for playing the game the way you actually want to play it, and I think that's a great design choice. Driving in that game is my personal hell on earth. Because the cars operate on like Grand Theft Auto physics, but in the world of Night City, all the other cars on the road are following real world driving laws. So if I move at video game speeds, then I run over civilians and I gotta run from the cops. It's exhausting.
Amazing. Real quick, door number 1, 2, or 3?
I sprinted. Door number 2. Okay. So I sprinted through Night City. I think I drove only on the quests where they're like, you have to drive. This is a car race. You can't run through it. I'm like, fine, if you insist.
What are we upgrading?
We're upgrading. Number 3.
Great.
And then if it's an option, you're going through door number 1, but I think
It
it's
is
just
not.
the 1. So
We're getting an Artemis spoon. Ooh.
ooh.
Here's hoping it's
Yeah,
going to be supporting fire. I'm going to be a nightmare with this weapon.
I just like I want to be good at driving in video games so badly, and I want to be good at shooting in video games so badly. But just like truly, I think because of my brain wants there to be real world physics, but this is a video game and the physics engines are constructed, and so there is not that kind of haptic feedback inherently that I expect from cars. And also, why are all the other cars on the road following the traffic lights?
That does
why
feel
are there
like
traffic
a huge,
lights?
like, error in game design to make it so that everyone else is driving sensibly, because like peer pressure will make you want to be sensible. It's not like GTA where the point is you're causing grand theft chaos, you know?
Yeah, I get the logic behind it, because again, I think something that's great about Cyberpunk in particular is that it's an incredibly lived-in world. The city feels very real. It feels like a real city that, you know, you could walk out your door and there it is, there's Night City. And so I get why you would be like, oh, well, in a real city, cars would follow the flow of traffic.
Sure,
but I am a
like...
video game character who wants to not have to constantly make the decision of, do I drive at the equivalent of 20 miles per hour, or do I make driving hellish for me?
I feel like it's hard to follow the driving laws in a video game just because of the way that cars, you know, maneuver. Like you said,
well,
like
Red, you should simply try getting good, because if there's one thing I can do, follow the flow of traffic in a video game, because I am desperate to not have to. My boyfriend was making fun of me for how much I was either running around or driving incredibly slowly in Cyberpunk. He's like, what are you doing? It's a video game. I'm like, no, you don't understand. They're gonna get mad at me. They're gonna get mad at me if I drive bad.
Real quick, 1, 2, or 3?
You're going for number 3.
Okay. That's good. The Artemis air support tactical strike is so good. And supporting fire wasn't even an option, because I think you already need an Artemis spoon to get that, so next time, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know, it's one of those things where I'm like, I can kind of like see the seams of why this always feels bad in video games, of like why driving kind of always feels awful unless it's a driving game where they've put a lot of thought into all of our controls have to be driving controls, right? Because I think what happens a lot is that like a game like Cyberpunk, driving's not most of it. Like, you're not spending most of your time driving. You're usually on foot doing like a mission, or, you know, sneaking in somewhere, or getting into like a gunfight or whatever it is. So, you know, the controls aren't finely tuned for it like they would be in like an F1 or something. It's like, when your controls are geared towards it, you can kind of recreate that sort of haptic feedback and physics that you would when you're actually driving, because you can put all of your time and energy towards making this thing feel as like real and tactile as possible. And so those games are usually fine for driving. I'm pretty good at an arcade cabinet with a little chair, you know? Like, I think I do okay in that situation.
Door number 1 or door
but
number 2?
like, door number 1.
Okay, cool.
But in a game where driving is not the main focus, I think it just kind of suffers from not having the resources available to the driving controls to then like make it feel real. And you either need to go full Mario Kart with it, or you need to commit to being a driving game. And I feel like it just tends to be like in the middle a lot of times. And I would say that the Mako in Mass Effect 1 definitely leans a little bit more. It definitely leans a little bit more Mario Kart. It felt very Looney Tunes at times to throw myself off of those cliffs. But I also think that the problem with that game is not the driving controls. It's that all of the maps that you're driving on are seem to have been generated by putting a flat plane into a dryer and then whirling it around for a bit, and wherever the peaks and valleys landed, they just plop that into the digital map, so everything is nearly impossible to navigate. I don't know why they don't just tell you that you're landing in craters half the time. I don't understand why they would do this to me. Alright, you're gonna be picking...
Hey!
Boone?
Hermes has noticed that I've won a bunch of times in a row.
Ah, buddy.
Okay, 1, 2, or 3?
You're taking 1.
Amazing.
Godspeed.
Okay. And there's also a Chaos Gate here. So let's say Chaos Gate is number 1, Charon is number 2, and Heart is number 3.
I got good news, you're going to number 1.
Yay! I feel like maybe on a random run we have to take the Chaos option. But maybe
I mean,
that's not in the spirit
it's what
of
Chaos would want.
Well, no, Chaos would
Well,
want us
I
to
guess
embrace
they would
true
want
chaos.
us to randomly... Yeah. Well,
Oh,
it
God.
worked out this time for
I'm gonna have to
all
do
of
a
us,
boss
didn't it?
fight with this effect. Okay, let's go.
It is exactly Skyrim style pathing in Mass Effect 1, except they don't even have the path that Skyrim has where you can like walk on foot through the mountains. It's just like, nope, there's mountains there.
Oh,
Good fucking luck.
boy. 1, 2, or 3?
1.
Oy. Okay. The grenades were fun while they lasted. Door number 1 or door number 2?
And you're going through door number 2.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm enjoying the Mass Effect games a lot, and we talked about this a little bit on the after show for the podcast that's coming out tomorrow with our good friend Dominic Noble, who is I think the only other person on the call who had played the game. But in the Mass Effect games and all the BioWare games, really, you can quite famously romance people, and I've been suffering from success in those a little bit since I played through 1 first.
Everyone in the spaceship desires me carnally.
All the aliens think I'm so hot, guys. You know what? They're right. I am. Default Shepard's a hottie. What are you guys do? But I had played through Knights of the Old Republic somewhat recently, which was a previous Mass Effect, or not Mass Effect, previous BioWare game, who is the studio who makes Mass Effect. And I could not clock where the voice of Kaidan was for the longest time. He's like the dude who's on your ship. I was like, he sounds so fucking familiar. Who is this guy? So I kept clicking through his dialogue options. So I was like, well, it'll be very clear to me when this becomes like a romantic thing and I can skip it, right? And it was not. I was like, oh, I guess I'm committing to this now. Because I still don't know who the fuck your voice is, and it's gonna drive me crazy, so I gotta keep, and looking it up would be admitting defeat, so I gotta keep listening until I figure it out. It was only at the very end of the game that the reason he sounds so familiar is because I just played through Knights of the Old Republic, and it's the same fucking voice actor as my boy Carth Onassi. I was like, oh, Carth 2.0, my king! So now I'm pretty locked in, but that doesn't mean I've gotten to Mass Effect 2, and Kaidan is not romanceable in Mass Effect 2. He comes back in 3, and you can either stay loyal to him or, like, dump his ass for one of the aliens. So I'm like, I kind of wanted to dump his ass for one of the aliens, but I would feel really bad about it, genuinely, so I guess we're staying loyal. I guess my real-world human feelings are like, no, but that's my boy Carth Onassi. He doesn't want to talk about it.
It's always funny whenever it's like, oh, it's a video game, it doesn't matter, and it's like, it matters to me because I don't want to feel like a bad person.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I have to continue. This is a problem I run into whenever we play D&D, because like I keep being like, well, I want to play a good person who's nice and doesn't really do bad things very much.
I like to think that I'm a good person who's nice and doesn't do things like that so much. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's very fun. I'm excited for a second. I think what I'm going to do next time is not do a Mass Effect 1 playthrough and just jump right into 2. And just, because there's a little, like, comic you can fill in at the beginning of the game where you're like, these are the choices I would have made in Mass Effect 1.
Oh, that's so fun. That's such a fun way to do it.
Which is great. Dragon Age had the Keep quite famously, which is basically was like a website where you could fill in all of the info from your games and be like, okay, well, when the next game comes out, I can load my Keep, and then all my decisions from the previous game will carry over to the next one, which was great. I think that's a great way to do it. Mass Effect is just in the Legendary Edition is just streamlined it all into being in the games themselves, which is great as well, because I would love to not have to do that shit all over again. But yeah, no, I'm sad that I can't romance the aliens. There's a lot of fun ones. They introduced me very recently to the pathos of sad dying lizard man, and I'm like, what do you mean? Who is this terrible father? Tell me more. He's drowning in his own lungs, Red.
That sucks. That sucks for that guy.
I know, right?
I've never played Mass Effect, so man, that's crazy.
That's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. But I'm sure there's even more love interest in Mass Effect 3, but I have not gotten there yet. And also my boy Carth, not Carth, but Kaidan Alenka will be back, which means Carth will be back in vocal timbre.
Real quick, let's pick a.
Yep, let's pick a new trinket. You're going for number 17.
Okay. Oh, cool.
Tali is my favorite, my queen. The whole concept of the flotilla is extremely cool. It's just like the world building of these games is, I think, maybe my favorite part of them, because all the aliens, first of all, are different from each other and also look like aliens. Like they're all distinctively unidentifiable as like a real world, like Earth animal of any kind. They're all very, very unique. The Turians, I think, are a great example of this. Of like they could kind of look like they could be like a raptor, but they're a little bit more bird-like, and then also they're like turtle-ish, so like they're not really identifiable as anything. You're going through door number 1.
Great.
It's just very, very cool alien design and like very cool world building for all their different cultures. It's very, but my favorite is definitely the Quarians because I mean Tally, best girl, my queen. But they lost their home world to a race of synthetic beings that they had built that gained sentience.
Classic mistake.
Took over their planet.
Classic
So now they travel the galaxy in this flotilla of like thousands of spaceships, basically, and everyone lives on these spaceships. It's just like a very cool concept, really well executed. Their aesthetic is very good because also they grow up in these sterile environments, so now all of them have to wear these basically crazy hazmat suits everywhere they go all the time. It's just like it's very interesting. I like it a lot. And Tally's great. She's a little sweetheart. I love her.
All right, 1, 2, or 3.
Hey, you're going for numero 3.
Ah. All right, and door number 1 or door number 2?
Door number 2.
Yay! We might get supporting
Nice.
fire if RNGesus deigns to allow me.
Yeah.
Excuse me, fellas. I don't think they had this technology back when you guys were alive. Allow me to introduce you to the concept. No.
Yeah, but it's the world building's very cool. I like it a lot. I also get made I get made fun of a lot by my boyfriend because he'll watch me play. He's like, "Why are you spending hours just reading the codex?" I'm like, "Do you not read the codex in video games? Get on my level. There's lore in there."
There's lore in there?
There's lore in there. The Dragon Age games, again, also BioWare, so it makes sense, but they also have a very comprehensive codex, and I've only played Inquisition and Veilguard because I don't have access to the PC to be playing Origins and 2. Port Mass Effect Origins and 2 to console, my life is yours. But, not Mass Effect, Dragon Age, whatever. But, the codex in there is also very robust. I fucking love a good codex. I love a codex. I like that the game gave me an achievement for collecting so many
I can use my
codex
special again.
entries.
All right, real quick, Artemis
Yes.
Boone. 1, 2,
All
3.
right. Artemis Boone.
Oh no!
1.
No! No! This is my favorite one. Okay. Wow. No one can support his Zagreus. All right. Well, the Daedalus Hammer upgrade is the only door, so.
Here we go.
Our boy.
Did you miss me, Zagreus?
Yes, I did. Thanks for
here.
asking.
What another of our little contests, Zagreus?
Oh, he's becoming self-aware. Did you miss me? Yes, obviously. Duh, I'm not stupid. Of course I missed you. Who do you think I am? We're boyfriends.
Come on.
Come on.
Boyfriend.
We're boyfriend. Because we're boyfriend.
Because of boyfriend.
Whoops. Damn, that's cheating.
Just in time.
No. Ah, that's cheating. Man, you're making me look bad in front of you. Ah, shit. Yeah, he's gonna win. Dang. Exegriff, I thought you were the most powerful weapon ever designed.
It's his sisters, you know? It's,
Yeah.
I
Oh!
love my big crunchy RPGs.
Hey, we tied.
Hey,
I've never seen that before.
nice.
Okay, 1, 2, or 3.
1.
Okay. We are fulfilling a lot of minor prophecies today. Huh. Apparently, tie goes to me. Alright. Door number 1 or door number 2?
Going through. Door number 2.
Okay. Oh.
Oh, it's our old friend.
I dreamed of this very moment.
Aw, you want to fight me so bad it makes you look
Come on,
stupid.
Zagreus, we've fought how many times already? What's there to dream about?
No, I dreamed.
Ooh! Yes! Yes! My favorite weapon thing!
Hey, hey.
Tell them I see you overcome the wild and make
This has been a really good run for you all.
Right? Everything's coming up Zagreus today.
Hey, I know what that is. That's a waking phrase. So I'm to speak it to Malphon. Wait, why are you helping me?
I don't know whether I'm helping you or not, but in my dream, an ancient hero fought a beast of a man barehanded.
Everything's coming up Zagreus.
After a great battle, I long for a fight like that.
Asterius reading the Epic of Gilgamesh like, this better not awaken anything in me.
You overcome the wild and make peace.
Whoop.
My dice can't possibly be loaded. I've been rolling them in the just roll 1d6 into Google this whole time. Or
Surely
one-
Google would never lie to
or whatever
us.
it is. Yeah, well also I think it's because there's been a lot of one, but also there's been a lot of choices that could only be one or two, so I don't know how you want me to
We've been flipping a lot of coins today.
There's been a lot of coin flips.
Oh, that reminds me for some reason. Actually, I know the reason. I watched the day the Earth blew up recently. That new Looney Tunes movie that came out a couple years ago. Pretty fun. Ow, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. There's a movie struck on Who Framed Roger Rabbit coming out soon, so that's been my most Looney Tunesy adjacent exposure at the moment.
I rewatched that recently. It's so good still.
It's an incredible movie. It holds up really, really well every time you watch it.
I was reminded of it because there's that new Lindsay Ellis video that just came out about did Disney rip off Aladdin from the Thief and the Cobbler, which feels like the whole video was sort of her like debunking a thing that she accidentally repeated uncritically in a previous video, because she brought it up in the video about Hercules, but she mentioned that the animator who made The Thief and the Cobbler also did the animation in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It's like, yeah, he already has a masterpiece. It's Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
All right, boon number 1, 2, or 3.
Alrighty, we're going for boon number 3.
Okay, cool. I've got a lot of revenge damage things stacked on me.
Just gotta take a lot of hits.
Yeah, I guess. Fortunately, that's been exactly my strategy so far. Oh, that doesn't.
As a reminder, we are streaming to raise money for UNICEF, not just for Red to. Well, this is going pretty well for you. I don't know that I would describe this run as suffering.
Dude,
but,
I love the random
not
runs.
just
It
for
takes
Red.
the choice paralysis out of the game.
Not just for Red to do things randomly and for me to talk about all of the hot aliens in Mass Effect, but to raise money for a good cause. And if we get to $1,000 raised, we'll be doing a worst run at our first stretch goal. So thank you to everyone who's donated so far. Looking forward to seeing where we go from here.
Yeah. If we make it all the way to the end, well, let's not get crazy here. But there is a possibility that we will get to the final run. If I can win on this run, then the next one will be the last before the main credits roll.
Which would mean that if that was the worst run,
Then I might be
you
taking a
would
while.
not have to actually beat Hades with the bow. You would just have to get to Hades.
Well, okay, the spoilers.
I mean, come on, but the game's been. There's a sequel to this game. How
That's
come-
okay, that's fair. Oh wow, that revenge damage is no joke.
In the name of Hades.
Alright, are we getting boon numbers 1, 2, or 3?
Thank you. We're going. Sorry, my brain short-circuited there.
No worries.
Boon number 3.
Yay! Side hustle! I have so much money and I haven't been able to spend any of it. Oh shit. Okay, door number 1 or door number 2?
Going through door number 2.
No! Oh, they're gonna kill me so bad!
But it could be an Artemis boon. You don't know. And you should pick first.
Oh god, this really
Numero dos.
Okay. So first of all, am I picking Artemis
It's
or
Zeus.
Zeus?
You gotta pick Zeus.
Okay,
Pick
good. That is the
second one.
correct choice. And then am I picking boon number 1, 2, or 3?
You're taking boon number 2.
Yes!
Oh, that's even well.
Okay, now I'm going to die.
What made you think I'd stand for this from you?
Artemis, please. blame the dice, not me. Listen, I want to do it, but my partner, he's crazy. You know, I like that all of her guys are archers. That does make sense. Ah, Jesus Christ! Oh no, I'm gonna die in this room! Help!
Oh no.
Mercy, please! Please, Artemis, please, you're my favorite! I mean, not really, but... If I had to give the judgment of Paris, you'd get that apple 9 times out of 10! Mercy,
Artemis wasn't in the running for that, was she?
No, she wasn't, but she should have been. What are they gonna do? Tell me I'm wrong? Who's hiding? No, no, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. What? There's more? Artemis, please!
no.
Please! Oh,
I'll
God!
get the Silver Sisters involved, you know?
Ah!
They're preview to the next game.
Melanoe calls on the mirror at the wrong time and just sees this shit happening and is like, I'll call him back later. He seems kind of busy. What part of this is welcome here and safe, huh? Okay. Oh my god. Oh, almost 69 hit points. This could have been beautiful.
Well, Zagreus, it turns out you need all the help that you can
Let's see what you get.
Here's a pity boon for you.
Oh god. Okay. Oh no, please.
You gotta go for number 1.
No! That one replaces what I already have!
Sorry,
Oh.
buddy. The Rando run.
I've gone from having a good time to just falling down an escalator forever. Door number 1 or door number 2?
Door number 2.
Okay, cool. Oh,
Can catch my breath.
okay. Upgrading 1, 2, or 3?
Upgrading 3.
Okay. Oh. Man, that fountain upgrade boon saved my ass just now. Door number 1 or door number 2?
Door number 2.
Okay.
No, you
Oh, there's a chaos. Oh god, there's a chaos
Ooh,
door
there's
in
a
here.
there's a chaos door.
And thank God my health is back, because if the choice was doing that after last room, might have been a little optimistic to say that I was going to make it to the end of the game on this run. Ah! Okay, we're good. Woo.
While Red is dying, I also think I'm missing Mass Effect as well. Maybe this was just because I played the Dragon Age games first. Is the fucking tone indicators they put on the dialogue wheel so you knew like emotional beat you were trying to hit whenever you said dialogue? Because like
/HJ.
there's because these games are very clearly based on the Knights of the Old Republic, which BioWare made first, where you either go to the light side or the dark side depending on your choices. You know,
Quick 1, 2, or 3
it's
for the
Star Warship.
for the upgrade.
You're going through 2.
Okay, and then for doors, 1 Charon, 2 Heart, 3 Chaos.
You get 1.
Oh, I can spend some of this fucking money. And because I have enough to buy everything, I can actually buy everything no matter what order it's in.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Take a number 3 on the Poseidon, and then a number 2 on the Pomegranate.
Okay.
God's
But yeah, as I was saying, like, I miss the tone indicators because there's nothing that drives me up the wall faster in a video game than when I click on a line that I think is going to be read one way, and obviously the actual read of the text is different. Because look, Jennifer Hale's incredible. The voice acting in Mass Effect is great. She does a phenomenal job of bringing Shepard to life. I really, really like it. Sometimes I click on a line and I'm like, that seems like a pretty reasonable way to react to a situation, and it's like, that was the renegade choice, actually. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean she's gonna get all sassy about it now?
They should really be able to tell you. Like, it feels weird not to.
Well, something I like in the Dragon Age games is that there's like tone indicators. So like every option has a little symbol that kind of tells you the general vibe of what that option is. So like if it's a flirty line, there's a little heart, or like if it's like you being, you know, a standoffish, stoic soldier. There's like an arms crossed little guy, and like it helps me just even slightly because it did not completely erase the problem, but it just a little bit makes it easier to know what kind of things I'm saying to people. And I would say the Dragon Age games maybe have a slightly more complex like approval system for the companions and other characters than Mass Effect does, so it kind of makes sense why one has tone indicators and the other doesn't. Generally they lay out the dialogue wheels in Mass Effect in a way that makes sense. Like it's like Paragon choices are kind of usually the top of the wheel and like Renegade ones at the bottom. So it's not that it's completely random, but sometimes it gets me still. I'm like, what are you doing? Why am I talking about this? Because it's almost always Paragon top, Renegade bottom, but sometimes when there's more than two options, they change it up just slightly, and I'm like, god damn it.
Oh no.
How's it going there, Red? They seem to both be at half.
I'm doing my best, but I don't know about this. This is rough with no death defiances. It's certainly scary with no death defiances.
A lot of times in the stream, do you know the meme, how you doing back there, R2, and it's just
Yeah. Oh,
that's how I feel on these streams a lot.
Well, am I the R2
How you
in
doing
this
back there,
situation?
Red? Yeah, 100% you're the R2 in this situation.
You know, I think that R2 should be a professional gamer. I think he should be a streamer.
Yeah. I think R2's little beat boobs would be such a cute Star Wars, we could do great things together in your PR department. Grogu is over. It's time to do
Oh my god, 2
as a
hit
streamer.
points! No fucking way do I make it out of this!
It's possible if you play games just right. If you're oh so careful and good. Nope, never mind. There you go.
Fuck! Theseus got my ass!
You're free from the Rando run. Hey!
Okay.
I
Ha, that's what I think of your nice clean. The floor. Okay.
Look, I have to say, I just don't think you have a real chance against both Theseus and the Minotaur together. But you might just have a chance
No.
to get the Minotaur's autograph from me if maybe you ask nice or something.
I'll do my best, buddy.
No.
We're working on it. Maybe if you get him as a solo boss. They're currently we haven't hit 1,000 yet, which is a worst run. So you are currently free to do what you want on this particular run.
I got you speedy.
But yeah, as a reminder, if we get to $1,000 raised, Red's next run will be a worst run. Is Red suffering? Red, are you suffering?
A little bit. But hey, Rando run is over, so if I can get those the aspect of Malphon unlocked nice and quick.
Could be something.
Child, Zagreus, do you intend to betray the presence of your birth mother to the Olympians?
I finished Harrow the 9th, and I picked up Nona the 9th, and on my reading list through.
Good, good.
Chugging along. They're very good. Harrow, I was like a little bit for a while, and then I came around in the last third. I'm like,
Yep.
oh no, wait.
how
Something
Harrow
wonderful
gets
has
ya.
happened. Yeah, something wonderful has happened, and now I'm back in it, baby. And the vibe of Nona's cover is completely different than the first two have been, and I'm like, oh, okay, something's changed.
I love her
Something's
hamburger
different
t-shirt.
here. I love her t-shirt. I love that there's a dog.
The dog is great.
just
We
fun
love the
things.
dog. Erebus gates! I can get Erebus gates!
Oh, exciting.
If you did this job for me, is that all right?
Oh, he's so polite. Okay. We'll deal with that later.
How fair are your labors, lad? You have a certain look about you. Everything all right?
Yeah, I got killed by Theseus. It sucked.
I happened on a shade.
Ooh, this
is
conversation's
really
finally
demoralizing.
happening.
Do you know what Patroclus, What?
Now we get to play Matchmaker, which is, I think, more so than getting to do a player romance in a game, there is nothing I love more in a video game than smushing the Barbie dolls together and being like, now kiss.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of the old Fire Emblems before they added like a player character in would basically let you be doing that with the supports because there was no player character, so all the other characters could be more interested in each other than you, the player. And that was so fun to me as a kid of being like, well, I'm gonna make these two pair up all the time because then they'll kiss by the end of it, you know, in dialogue and not through any sprite changes because this is a Game Boy game. But still.
Take care then, sir.
Oh shit, he won't let me give him nectar. Dang it. Ugh. Alright, what are you having feelings about, bud?
Hey, Fan. Come join me in the
Aw.
lounge for old
Ooh,
times.
never mind. It's date night.
The work can
Date
wait.
night. Woo!
You're really asking me to join you for a drink?
The turnaround you had from I can't give him nectar too. Ooh, date night.
Well, I was like, oh, it won't let me give him nectar. Something must be wrong. He's probably about to have like feelings or whatever. And then it's like, oh no, Zag had just other ideas.
Yeah, we're getting nectar straight from the source, which is to say the bar.
Yes, exactly.
I somehow knew, you know?
Ooh.
I always knew you weren't going to stay. You were so restless here. You just needed a reason to leave. And I hoped you wouldn't find one this quickly. Ugh, what am I saying? You have no idea.
What are these feelings I'm experiencing?
No, I know exactly what you're
Miles
saying. Fan.
Edgeworth ass. Come on,
Sorry
dude.
that I'm putting you through all of this. It's something that I have to do. But I'm glad we know the truth.
What's the
about it now.
craziest couple I've created in a
We can move
game?
on from there.
Me and Delusion every time I drive.
Sorry, you and
Every time I
Delusion
say
in,
this'll be
in
faster.
what?
Every time I try to drive in Cyberpunk.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Always lacked your
Yeah,
optimism.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Because I mean, I'm limited to whatever the craziest couple any video game lets you create is, you know.
Thanks for the drink.
Um,
Watch yourself out there, Zagreus. I have to go.
Ooh, he likes us. Alright, let's go say hi to Meg and Dusa and unlock some stuff and our boy's the employee of the month.
Zagreus.
Oh, we should also be buying as much nectar as we possibly can. Ah, fuck, we
yeah,
have no
you're gonna need
keys.
that
Shit.
soon. You could get keys for gems though.
Yeah, I suppose.
I could use that. Let's have that nectar. Do, sir. In my father's chambers, he has a bedside portrait of somebody. Is she someone with whom you were familiar?
Oh, Prince, I'm not permitted in your father's chambers. Are you kidding me? I'd ask you what it's like in there, but I don't think I'm
Being like,
supposed to know.
Dusa, do you know my mom?
How is she? Is she cool?
She being chill? Is she being like cool and normal? You can tell me if not.
Ooh, we can gift her ambrosia.
Ooh, Meg.
Ambrosia. You know the penalty for attempting to sway an overseer of the House of Hades with foreign contraband, don't you?
I can't entirely say I do, though if it involves lashings and whatnot, I already get more than my share of that, so figured I would take the risk. So what do you say?
Oh no, I hope I don't get in trouble.
Hand over the damn bottle. I'll see that it's disposed of properly. Now, as for you, you wouldn't know who misplaced something like this, would you? On my authority as overseer, hang on to it. Though if you tell so much as anyone.
What?
Oh, we got a thing!
I'll cherish her.
I will cherish the fuck out of Batty.
He's perfect.
So
He's perfect
about
every time.
Tiffany, is everything all right with her? Talk of murder all the time and all.
Tiffany is charged with punishing the worst that mortals have to offer. More than charged. Her work is everything to her.
No time for family or recreation, then I take it. Pity what happens to those overly obsessed with work.
I get what you're insinuating, Zagreus. I'm nothing like her. Not even close. And don't you dare compare the two of us again.
One of these days, Nyx is going to let me talk about Orpheus and Eurydice so I can actually fucking reunite them.
Some fucking day.
Something new and
She don't even know. She don't even know the things that I'm gonna say.
I'm working on it. Alrighty. Let's get that fucking aspect of Gilgamesh, baby.
How's it going?
How's it going? What's up, bro? Let's do Pierce Butterfly for the first one. Ooh, aw, man, it's spoiling me. Okay, I'll do Dark Thirst. Okay.
If you insist.
I mean,
if I have to.
I guess I can, you know.
If I must. You know, like, yes.
Gimme, 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 gimme. Oh god, I don't have enough. Well, hell yeah. Baps you with my fucking paws, am I right? Ha-cha-cha-cha.
What?
What?
Oh, the claws. Okay.
He's got
What am I
paws
doing?
now.
What's happening?
Have you seen them?
I opened up Pocopia, I looked away for 2 seconds. What happened?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, let's fucking go.
Between Pocopia and the Mass Effect trilogy, I'm really deep in like 2 games simultaneously in a way that I often aren't, because I play a lot of story-heavy games, so whenever I'm playing one, I tend to like go all in on it. It's been wild. It's been wild trying to do 2 at once. I think it's only possible because I basically finished any story element that there is to Pocopia, and it is just like now it is Indigo gets to build whatever the fuck she wants game, but damn.
This is the Fury Megara. She shall accelerate the process in your case.
What the fuck? Okay, let's lock in.
We've put each other through a lot, haven't we?
Okay, yeah, now's the time to lock in.
Yes. I couldn't lock in on a random run. The stakes were too low.
Brother Hades must have tried to poison you against us lot. I can imagine it clear as water, nephew. I'm proud that you've resisted his undoubtedly most twisted words.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go crazy.
Go crazy, go stupid.
Oh, and a chaos gate already. Ooh, but if I get a key. Yeah, why not? Let's go say hi to chaos.
I never played the original Tomodachi Life, so I don't think that that's probably going to be high on my list of games to get to. I think it's fun, but I kind of get similar vibes from playing through like The Sims or Pocopia. Also, I'm not big on like Sims in general. Like when I play The Sims, I just build houses. I build so many houses. It's just houses all the way down. I don't think I've ever really opened up and played through any of the actual like life sim elements of it. I'll just build houses, and I don't know that that's something I'm gonna get in Tomodachi Life. No shade to it. I know people love that game. I'm glad people are having a fun time with it. It's a net positive to have as many good games as possible. It's kind of where I'm at.
I'll never get out of here if not for
I
their
wish
help,
nothing but good games to
can't
all
let
of
them know
us.
about Mother. She wants to remain hidden from them.
A difficult position to be in, son of Hades. The Olympians may not appreciate you instead, but you can trust that I shall keep your secret. I wish to see how your predicament plays out.
Chaos is like, you are my Blorbo, and I want to put you in this blender and shake you around.
Yes, yes.
Oh, that would be brutal. No, we'll do this one. Just throw more enemies at me. Aww, Chaos likes us.
Of course, we're the best. We're little Zagreus.
We're just a
Who
little
wouldn't?
fella.
We are simply a little guy.
Just a little guy, Your Honor. And also, it is my birthday. All right,
Your Honor, when you're mean to me, this is who you're mean to, and then it's just a picture of Zagreus with the biggest, wettest eyes.
That one like meme format of the figure that's like looking up with just huge. Love that guy. Wow, that was not so bad. Oh, give me an Erebus gate. I want to see what happens. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Ah, no, not today. Okay. Ow. My muscle memory's all kinds of off for some reason. It's almost like I spent 2 weeks not playing this game.
That'll do it.
Oh, and I don't have the... Ooh, Draining Cutter's great for this. But Rending Claws is fun.
Let's go, Malfond.
Athena, Divine Dash. Divine Dash, pretty please. Woo! Excuse me, fellas.
Let's deal some death.
bold words for a man wearing those big novelty cat gloves.
Lady Athena.
Should really start doling out more nectar. I may as well.
For you, Lady
Can't
Athena,
hurt.
without whom I would assuredly be lost.
This is an unexpected gesture, cousin. I do appreciate it, though please do not feel obliged. I offer you my friendship, not alone to be repaid.
Hell yeah.
You've met the master of the seas, Poseidon, haven't you? Our uncle's affable but quick to anger. Be on your guard with him is my advice.
Yay! Easiest choice.
Right.
Ooh, tomato boon. Maybe we get the big zappy crystal. Do you love a good big zappy
Ooh,
crystal?
You love Big Zappy Crystal.
Who could say no to a big zappy crystal? Jesus Christ, fellas. Give me a fucking chance.
Do you think every time Zagreus wears the big punchy gloves with like the Gilgamesh aspect, he's thinking like, you know, like, yeah, you know?
Yeah. You know, like, yeah.
Your willingness to aid me in all this.
You know, like, yeah. It's a crime that we haven't gotten to a point where Katya gets to say a line like that in rolling difficulty.
One of these days it's gonna
I've had that because she could say niet, so it's very close actually.
After my daughter Corley disappeared, I left this mountaintop. Wandered the earth in search. Or not, of course. It was a necessary journey, I suppose. May yours fare better.
That sucks for you, Gami Mama. I get to see your daughter whenever I want. Crystal beam! Yeah, boy!
Assuming I, you know, fight my way out of hell first.
I do have to find my way out of hell first, but it's fine. You know, it's easy, easy. How hard could it possibly be with these kitty gloves?
Amateur fucking hour, you know?
Oh right, I forgot I don't have Exegriff anymore. That's what was throwing me off. I was like, why can't I hold the Y button now? Oh yeah, because of that. Jesus Christ.
The one clever little trick.
Fight your way out of Hades with one weird trick.
Hello, Lord Ares.
It's tough because we're working gearing up for a one-shot and rolling with difficulty that I think we've alluded to before in Draw Steel. But that does mean having different characters for the one-shot than we've been playing all season, and trying to jump out of the Katya voice into a different character voice has been challenging.
Ooh,
I just want to be my girl.
Good.
Someone has to love and care for her. Nobody else does.
Out of my way.
Katya's in this interesting position where like Karuk and Tristine both like her, but she's very much got that like they all hated me thing.
A little bit, but then also all the other characters have been very blasé about character number 4 has threatened with me with murder multiple times.
Well, yeah.
So I feel like Katya's a little bit justified in being like, they might say they like me, but I don't think any of them would care if I died.
You can't stop me.
Yoink. Yeah, why not?
Everyone who's working their way through rolling the difficulty's been enjoying it. It's been a fun show to make all these many years.
Yeah, weird to think about, but
I don't know, it feels like we've been doing it for no time at all, but actually it's been multiple years.
yeah.
It's a fun show. It's fun to do. Got a couple one-shots planned. I've been doing research, which by doing research for the one that I'm running has been a lot of reading X-Men. Reading X-Men.
Which part?
Yeah.
Classy stuff. Yeah.
I'm excited for that. I think it'll be really fun. Because I don't know very much about masks.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite systems because I'm generally not a huge fan of a lot of Power by the Apocalypse. I feel like sometimes it's perfect and sometimes it's just a little bit too structured in the roleplay part and too loose in the combat. But I think Mask strikes the perfect balance of like giving you rules for what you need rules for and letting you fill in the blanks on the superpowers in particular. Because the thing with superheroes is there's like an impossible spectrum of powers you could have, so you kind of don't need rules for what teleportation moves specifically can the teleporter do. You kind of just need rules for like, well, what does this teen character feel, and how does that affect how they fight, right? Like is this a former sidekick? Well, then they're probably going to have some sort of training that could kick in a fight, as opposed to like the alien from outer space who might have a different kind of like need than like human characters do for healing and stuff. So I think it really strikes a really great balance. It's one of my favorite systems, so I'm very excited to get to run it, because I've gotten to play it on a couple of charity streams, and I've played it in some like home games, but I haven't had a chance to run it before. And it's fun to do teen superheroes. I'm a longtime X-Men fan, so this is kind of right up my... This is everything I've ever wanted.
So I read a comic yesterday called The Power Fantasy by Kieran Gillen, and I think he'd also written some mainline X-Men stuff, because the inspiration behind the comic was the premise is basically like it's sort of a superhero deconstruction, but in this very specific way of like there's 6 superpowers, and by superpowers I mean person who is powerful enough to potentially end all life on Earth, and they all basically keep themselves in check in this sort of like tenuous Cold War of like, we're all pretty immune to each other's abilities. Like, if any one of us could just instantly kill the others, they probably would have been, because there have been other, like, attempted superpowers.
Yes.
But if any of them can just be removed off. So, like, one of them is a very deliberate, like, Professor X XP. Incredibly powerful, like, telepath, omnipath kind of thing. And spoiler alert, it turns out his true form is beyond physically disabled. There's a lot going on with him. Anyway, it's a very interesting exploration of like what that world looks like and how it works, how well it works or doesn't, the dangers that everyone deals with, what kind of a world is it. There's like I think it's in the very first chapter, the Professor X XP is having a conversation with kind of a Superman XP. She's a literal angel sent from actual heaven to try and keep everybody alive. So she's kind of this paragon of goodness, and a lot of fun, you know, I like those characters. But basically he's like, our existence is fundamentally unethical, we are too powerful, like, we should not have the power we have. However, if we die, then potentially someone with our powers and none of our concern with ethics will show up, so the actual ethical choice is for us to stay alive and keep those guys in check. Anyway, it's very interesting. And it only ran for 16 issues, and I think they're supposedly making a part 2 sometime this year. Because there's a pretty significant status quo mix-up at the end of it. Anyway, cool. I thought it was interesting because it's so clearly in conversation with the X-Men, but it's like the status quo of the X-Men is so, you can't really change it that much. Like, they try. How do I get to the let me fish. Hello? Okay, there we go. You can't have something
X-Men,
like that.
Yeah, it stops working if you kind of get too cynical with it, because it is kind of like, it's at its best, in my opinion, when you have like the school aspect and the age range of the X-Men being like, there are some people who are just learning how to use their power and learning why they should do good, and then there are some people who are like trying to teach them the like a representative way to like be good in a world that kind of hates them, and that core dynamic is like some of the best stuff you get out of the series. It's a lot of what I like about the current Uncanny run is like, they're not in Xavier's Academy, but you still got like new X-Kids, more legacy X-Men, kind of like showing each other A, hope for the future through the kids, and like B, how to pave the way to that future with like kindness and compassion even when the world doesn't give it to you. And it's like absolutely really, really great. I can't recommend the current Uncanny run enough. It's so good. Gail Simone is an absolute superstar of a writer. But yeah, it's an interesting thing to unpack in a series that is like alluding to it, but not is the X-Men proper, because it is kind of hard to mix up.
Yeah, that's the thing.
The status quo for the X-Men without like losing the thing that makes them what they are.
Yeah, most mainline superhero stories run into the problem that the status quo is kind of the greatest power in the universe, which means you can have all kinds of interesting things happen, but if you mix things up too much, like, superhero comics will eventually default back to their most iconic form, you know? Like, you try and get rid of Superman, he'll come back. Superman's existence is iconic. You try and get rid of the concept of a Robin, you'll get another one. Robin is too much a part of who Batman is. And then, like, when they tried to get rid of mutants as a whole, they were like, hey, was this stupid? And now mutants are there again. There's just nothing you can really do to completely shake up the world, which means if you want to explore, like, how would the world actually be meaningfully different if you had people like this running around? You kind of need to do it in, like, an Elseworld or a What If or something like Power Fantasy or, like, Watchmen. It's like, it's not the world you're familiar with, but it's kind of similar in a few key ways.
Right.
Please just die, please, come on. Electo, please, please. I thought we were friends. Thank you. Okay. Rip.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept.
Yeah. I couldn't unlock the Erebus Gate because my heat level was too low. But next time, baby. Let's see if we can actually get out of hell this time first before I start getting crazy about that.
But I'm very excited for Mass. It's one of my favorite game systems, and I always enjoy running a session. I feel like I don't know that I could ever do it for a full campaign on mic in the way that we play, but it is very entertaining for me to get to run these one shots and rolling with difficulty, because I kind of just my style is very let me put the least amount of prep into it and get a little silly goofy with it, and the teen superhero genre is one I'm intimately familiar with, so I think I'm gonna be primed and ready to bring Mass to life. Really, the hardest part is just deciding, like, well, how much world building do I want to do for this for a one shot. You're gonna be at a super school, don't worry.
Oh, hell yeah.
I just said how one of my favorite eras of the X-Men is anytime they're actually at Xavier.
Well, yeah, of course.
Super school time, kids. Let's
we gotta
do it.
Go to the academy for cool people who are badass and better than everyone else.
Yeah, you're gonna learn how to do superhero classes, like Secret Identities and You, and you know, crowd control for dummies. I don't know.
Hey, I think there's no such thing as too much world building, honestly. Like, as long as it's not, like most things, as long as it's not causing you distress, you can go as crazy with it as you want, you know?
Yeah. No, it's you know, I used to the Magical Girl one shot also was me. I also did Slug Blaster, which was sort of a Saturday morning cartoon send up.
That one's awesome.
Where I slurped my teens into a video game and said, "Get out."
We got Jumanji 2, Welcome to the Jungle.
You got Jumanji 2, Welcome to the Jungle. Slug Blaster is a great system. Similar to Mass, system that I absolutely adore. I can't recommend checking it out enough. It's for cool TTRPG. Because I tend to, for heroic fantasy stuff, I still default to D&D overall as far as like systems I like. We've played some Draw Steel, and I do like the system a lot. But I think that it's a little bit limiting in some ways compared to the jank of D&D, which is where I tend to have the most fun, because even if it's not a perfect system, I'm a read every detail of your character sheet and use it to your advantage kind of person, so the more details on the character sheet, the better for me. Whereas something like Draw Steel is a lot more streamlined, and in some ways that makes it very fun to play because the combat's very quick and fluid, but it gives you fewer options to work with as everything's kind of pared down. And so for heroic fantasy, I still tend to default to D&D or Pathfinder, which is where I started, but like one of those two that are doing similar things. And then games besides D&D that I like. I mean, Slug Blaster is one of my all-time favorites. Mass is one of my all-time favorites. Really, if I like a game enough, I just run it on the podcast is what started happening.
Yep.
But Slug Blaster is so much fun. I guess I like games where you get to play as teens, because I think maybe there's something just very freeing about being a teenager doing stupid shit in a game. And Mass and Slug Blaster are both like very much celebrations of not just teenage angst, but like being young and feeling like you can do anything and then actually doing it, and that's such a fun, freeing thing to feel. So Slug Blaster is great at capturing that. I homebrewed a world for it, more or less, for the one shot, because we kind of like pared down the system a bit to make it work in a single session. But the source book for Slug Blaster, no, but the source book for Slug Blaster is also like one of my favorite books. I actually have like the physical copy of it because the art is really cool. There's a lot of like fun like dare PSA inserts periodically to like about anti-slug blasting to like really make you feel like this is a stupid thing you're doing as a teen. And the world of it is just like you go to another dimension and you use a ray gun to shoot alien slugs.
Are
like
your
that.
children slug blasting?
It's very much got that vibe, and it's super fun.
It's 10 p.m. Do you know what slugs your children are blasting?
Yeah, and like we didn't on the one shot touch any of the downtime parts of the game, but like the game is built so that there's 2 phases. You go, you do slug blasting, and then you go home and you have to deal with the ramifications of I haven't done my homework yet and I have a test tomorrow. You know, like you have to deal with the regular things your teens are dealing with that maybe they're escaping by slug blasting.
Blasted too
So
many
it's very,
slugs.
very yeah, blasting the slugs to escape the feelings.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a very, very cool system, and that back and forth is really fun. And similarly with Girl by Moonlight, which is the magical girl one-shot that I ran, which is another great system. It's based on Slug Blaster and Girl by Moonlight are both kind of Blades in the Darks hacks, which is my preferred non-D20 system. It's just like very fluid, it's fun. It manages to have a lot of mechanics in it without feeling too overwhelming, which it kind of is the opposite direction of like Power by the Apocalypse, where they pare stuff down. And they focus more on this like dichotomy system. So like they have our Legends TTRPG, it's like, oh, the balance system. Mass is kind of similar, a little bit less so, but it's just very like, it's just very smooth and balanced and makes you feel fun. And Girl by Moonlight similarly had a downtime system that we didn't use too much of in the one shot because again, it was a one shot, you know. I didn't have time to make you guys live through multiple days of your lives to build up the like, well, what's going on in the social aspect, because that's a one shot. But all of these systems would be great for longer campaigns. Yeah, but it's very, very cool. I love a good TTRPG moment. But yeah, it's unfortunate that like the nature of a one-shot is that we can't always show off the games in their full complexity. So I always try to just kind of get like the core vibe of them through in any given one-shot that I run. I think it helps that I know that I'm the person who's going to have to edit it in post. So I'm like, okay, well, if I don't streamline this, it's going to be a real pain in the ass to have to edit it later. So why don't I work on that now?
We have played Call of Cthulhu. You ran Call of Cthulhu for us.
I did. I also ran Call of Cthulhu. If you haven't listened to that one shot, it's the first one shot we ever did. Way back when. It was like a Halloween special. Our good friend Dominic Noble was a guest player on the podcast, in addition to the normal Rolling with Difficulty crew. Call of Cthulhu is a lot of fun. I like it a lot. I've played a couple streams of that. Recently, Adam of 5GMs ran a horror one-shot over on Hilarity Save RPG set in Call of Cthulhu system where we kind of just did a Jurassic Park. And I was like, my goal is to get eaten by a dinosaur as fast as possible. So I don't know, can I have stolen a dinosaur egg? And they were like, yeah, absolutely, no problem. And I was like, king shit, okay. And I survived to the end, and then I got eaten by a dinosaur.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have run Call of Cthulhu. It was set in ye olden times Philadelphia because I didn't want to have to learn new geography for it. And it's a lot of fun. I'm not going to say too much more about it because I think there's a twist in the middle that will really entertain anyone who has not had the chance to listen through previously. It's got very indulgent to me.
Such good building dread. All of us, the players, felt real building dread.
There's a moment where all of them realize, and it's maybe my favorite 2 minutes of audio we've ever recorded.
The most anti-stinker moment I've ever seen from you.
And I've run some stinker one-shots.
Oh yeah.
I am a stinker, and I would like to, you know, I want a Ninja Turtle Slug Blaster. I'm gonna make you guys fight a lizard with a gizzard. You know, like there's a lot.
King Gizzard the Lizard Wizard or whatever. It's fun.
Gizzard the King Lizard the King Wizard the Lizard with the gizzard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I worked really hard to not flub that in the show, so it was a lot of brain power to making sure that not a total flub when it came to it.
Alrighty, let's get some boons. Ugh, more Poseidon, please.
Just what I need.
I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Now we are a big and clever family, little Hades.
What you always say.
The cleverest of all. You'd never know that she was childless the way she looks after and cares for all of us.
They did such a good job with Poseidon's dialogue of just kind of being like, oh, this uncle overshares too much information about other people.
Yeah.
Surely my cleverness comes from your brother and yourself, Lord Uncle Poseidon. And I would only add my feeling
No,
is
but
with more than
I've been enjoying TTRPGs. It's been fun to play more Draw Steel recently because I feel like I don't know. I'm interested in seeing how it plays on the one shot we're about to record because I've only played it in home games, and home games have a very different vibe to them than when we play on the podcast. For I think fairly obvious reasons. You know, we have to perform in addition to playing the game on the podcast, whereas a home game you're just having fun with buds. So it's a little bit less important to like get the roleplay stuff down pat. And I'm interested to see if I like the system more on the kind of more structured side of it. I think right now I've been a little bit unimpressed with the roleplay of Draw Steel. Not because it's bad, but it's just so streamlined that I'm like, I don't need this to be simplified. I actually do want to do the RP. There's parts of it I really like the negotiation system where you have to maintain someone's interest and appeal to like what their motivations are. I think that's great. That's the kind of like on-ramps that can really help a GM manage a game while giving the players like clear goals for those who aren't as into the roleplay side. But sometimes by having rules for something, you can also this you know I think that this is not a uncontroversial take, but there was the quote from Brendan Lee Mulligan where he's like, I like games that give me rules for how fast an arrow flies because I can't imagine that, but I don't need rules for how to tell a joke, right? And some of that I think is a personal preference thing.
Yeah.
As someone who's more of on the performer side of things, I don't need rules for how to tell a joke. I like to think that I can tell a joke on my own without rules for it. Similar to negotiations, I don't necessarily need rules to tell me how to negotiate. I kind of understand implicitly that I need to appeal to this person's interests. But having the rules can be helpful in a context where like maybe they're not as experienced in that role, and also like giving you more of like a video gamey thing to appeal to. You know what? I think actually I've crystallized my feelings on Draw Steel. Draw Steel is kind of to me the most video gamey a TTRPG can be, where it gives you very clear ideas of what your abilities are. Those abilities are very cool, and it makes for fluid and fast combat, and I think those are all positives. But for me personally, when I'm playing a video game like that, I kind of just want to play it solo, and Draw Steel is still a team adventure game in a lot of ways. And so I think what it makes me feel is like, well, I kind of just wish I was playing Hades right now instead of a TTRPG where I want to be getting finicky and in the rules with it. Not a dig on the game. Draw Steel is an excellent system. I would highly encourage people to go try it out. It is a lot of fun to play. But yeah, it definitely pares down some of the jank that I think the jank is kind of where I like to live in games.
I do think that because Draw Steel is so streamlined and so new, like we haven't really found the time to identify the jank. Because there's definitely jank in there. I also think that like it has fewer rules constraining the RP than some of the games we've played. I mean, like we were talking about with like Powered by the Apocalypse, I think. A lot of that is like, here's your character arc. Here are the mechanics for what your character arc is going to be. Your character has hit a breaking point, and now you are having an arc about it. And like, that's not just Pipta. That's also Vampire the Masquerade and all the other White Wolf games are like, oh, your humanity is low, and now you're gonna go murder somebody. And it's like, oh shit, okay, cool. I would have liked to make that decision, but I guess being along for the ride is also fun. God damn it. And you know, that is truly a lot of it. Like in D&D, you can kind of do whatever you want within the constraints of the rules, and in these games it's like you can't do whatever you want. What your character wants to do is not always under the player's control. But let's see.
Yeah, and it's not that it's a bad thing. Some systems are built for the RP side to give you rules for the RP more so than like a D&D or a Pathfinder is, and I think that's fine. It's an interesting dynamic. I'm interested. I think it's a positive because I just kind of want to try more Draw Steel and work out more about how I feel about it. And it is a very new system, so like Red said, there's not a lot of jank that's been identified because we need to play more Draw Steel to identify the jank, right? And as systems grow, they get exponentially more complicated, and that kind of fills that element. And again, very fluid, very fun combat. But it is like, I love, and this is a personal issue, reading a character sheet, getting into the minutia of the words and being like, no, I can use this to my advantage. Like, I have comprehended how to make this jank work for me.
I think you'll like 3.5. I think our home game is going to be fun for you, I hope at least.
I think so too. I mean, I got my start on Pathfinder, so I'm no.
Yeah, it's very
I'm no
comparable.
mystery. I'm no. It's no mystery to me the jank that exists out there in the world. But it's exciting to see it represented more. But yeah, Draw Steel's very video gamey to me, and in some ways that's really cool. I think it does make the things you can do in combat are very cool.
Yes, it's very easy to be extremely cool in Draw Steel.
Yeah. But sometimes I as someone who loves taking a dump stat on purpose, sometimes I kind of want to be able to fail, and I don't know that I've been able to fail yet in Draw Steel, and that makes it a little bit boring to me sometimes. I'm very excited for the one shot though, because in our home game I've been playing basically like trying to play a devil detective. It's ended up being kind of a John Constantine moment for me, but it's been very, very fun to try out the Censor class, which is like the paladin equivalent, and getting into our party is just a bunch of people who are really, really fucking weird.
Yes.
So, like in a game that is primarily like there's a lot of humans in this fantasy setting because we're in a human world. Playing a non-human's really fun, and so I'm excited to get into the one-shot because I'm not playing that home game character, so I get to try a different part of the system out.
Yeah,
going for a troubadour, get to lean into my strengths. I think it'll be a fun time.
I considered porting my home game character over, and the temptation was strong, but it's just too much fun to make new guys, you know?
Yeah.
Although admittedly,
so fun being new guys.
Since I'm playing another weird monk who's not from around here, it's kind of just Kiana 2.0.
You've scratched off the serial number, but the vibe is the same.
No, it's different. She's different. You see, she's from a plane of order, really structured and rigid and shit. Anyway. Yeah. She's different because she's a robot. Totally different.
Yeah, completely unique, not similar at all.
Yeah. She has a normal number of arms. I didn't take any of the abilities that would make me change that.
No, I went for a Revenant, which is to say I'm dead, which
Yes.
I think is going to be really fun. I love playing an undead, and I love playing a goofy undead, and I think this is going to be right.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah.
It's always weird to me, when a game is like, here are all of the extremely cool people you can play, but remember, 95% of anybody is a human, and it's like, well, that's stupid. If you give me all these cool people, I'm gonna play the cool person. You should make us statistically representative.
I feel like I get mixed feelings on it. 'Cause on the one hand, I do agree that, like, well, just a statistically significant portion of the population would be the weird people then if there's so many possible options.
Yeah.
But I do think it's also very cool to get to be like, well, no, this is a world where there are a lot of really cool, unique things, but those unique things are not necessarily right outside your door all the time.
Yeah.
And so if you, as an adventurer, either were raised in circumstances where you were an outlaw, which may have been part of the reason you chose the life of an adventurer, or chose to go somewhere where you are an outlier, because that is where you thought the adventure would be, then yeah, it is going to create kind of its own interesting narrative moments. So I'm of mixed feelings. I think I generally come down on it's probably okay. It'd be good to have more variety where the weird things are not the outlier, but for the time being, I'm happy to take the L.
I guess. I think part of the reason why I'm a little wary of it is because I think it's really easy to world build the first and only time this weird thing happened. And it's harder to world build that this weird thing has happened some number of times. It's like, it's easy to invent like a transponder. It's hard to sci-fi world build the internet as a concept and what that would look like, you know? Or like, when I was at Capricorn earlier this year, we had a panel that was about like speculative technology, and the thing I came down on is like, you don't want flying cars to exist. You want to be the only person with a flying car, because if flying cars are a thing, then you have flying traffic jams, you have car crashes that litter an entire square mile with molten debris. You want to be the only person with a flying car, because then you get to fly and it rules. So that's kind of how I feel. It's like, if this character seems to be the only person who does this, why are they the only person? Why hasn't this happened before? Like, there had to have been a first time it happened, but why are you that first time it happened?
No, I think that's fair. It's I don't know. I feel like maybe what's it called? Sorry, I'm trying to place a chandelier in Pocopia. I feel like I don't mind the fantasy of it all being like, this is weird, especially if it's a scenario where you can then go to places where it's not all humans.
Oh,
like, I
yeah,
think I appreciate,
sure.
like, if you're a world where you say, well, yeah, this area of the map happens to be mostly humans, but then you go over here, now you got a bunch of elves, you got a bunch of orcs, whatever it is. I think that's kind of my favorite version of that, where it's like, yeah, you know, it makes sense that maybe species with different like dietary needs and like preferences in how they live are going to live in slightly different areas. You know, people who like it when it's dry tend to live more near the desert. People who like it where it's humid might move to the jungle. That makes sense to me. So I think it only gets to know, and that's kind of more, I think, where Draw Steel lives. It's like the world we happen to be in at the moment is mostly humans, at least in home game. But every other society has a society somewhere. I think that's very cool. It's similar to the way that the Planescape operates in D&D, where it's like
it's unusual to be a fire genasi on the material plane, but if you're from the City of Brass, there's a lot of them. Like that kind of.
Yeah, it'd be weirder to be a human in the City of Brass than it would be to be a fire.
That I really like. I like it when they let it do that. I think part of what bothers me is not that like, oh, almost everyone is a human, so it's, you know, we're all playing weird people. I think it's more like, in the same way that sometimes you get people who world build magic as if magic is still not part of the world they're building and is some weird separate thing. Like, even if they're building a world where magic is real, they can't shake this underlying reflex that magic is not real, so they partition it out from the world building. It remains separate. There's a Tumblr post I saw a few like weeks back that was like, if magic is like an emotionally powered thing in your world, you should explain to me why animals don't sometimes do it. Like, I feel like maybe a cornered rat might bust out a power up in the same way that your protagonist does if they're freaking out, you know? And I thought that was such an interesting point to make of like, if we do integrate magic into everywhere in the world, why would it be humans only? Like, why would we? Yeah. Like it's not an unanswerable question. It's just a question that asks for an answer. But I think that sometimes you get world building where it's like, humans are normal. Humans are the baseline default, you know, beige that we expect to be in this world. And all this other cool stuff is special and rare and partitioned off. And it's like, okay, are they part of the living world or aren't they? Because it seems like you're basically saying that the living world is normal and all this magical weird stuff is rare and partitioned off and not part of the world. It's just decoration. And that part bothers me a little bit, I think. But anyway.
I think that's very, very valid. Like it is, you know, what the way that your world exists is important thing. And then not to go back to Mass Effect immediately, but like, again, I mentioned I love the world building in this game, and and part of it is that like every alien species' homeworld is very different from each other, and they have all clearly adapted and grown up in their particular environments, but they're not incapable of learning spaceflight because they grew up somewhere different. Every species just is like, well, I eat different shit. If I ate your food, I die, but we can both go to space, you know? I think that's a theory that everyone should adhere to. It's like, in your sci-fi or your fantasy, every species, yeah, maybe if they ate each other's food, they die because their, you know, gastrointestinal tracts are different. But they can all go to space, you know? We can all find a way to make the technology work.
Project Hail Mary did that, and it was really good.
Yeah, I think that's a very fun point to hit.
Not to immediately go back to Project Hail Mary, but...
No, please.
Oh,
I mean, it's one of the best movies I've seen this year, if not the best.
Incredible. But also, I adore what they did with, like, a species with no concept of light perception would not predict radiation being a thing that could kill them in space.
Yeah.
And it's just so, it makes sense, and it's heartbreaking. Like, I love how they managed to do it's not that we are more advanced than you or less advanced than you, it's that we have specced into different branches of the tech tree. And
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I just thought that was so fun.
It's such a good movie. If you haven't seen Project Hail Mary, you should try and see it. It's so good.
I'll admit, I'm sure this comes up in the book, but there was a smaller part of me that's like, if these guys can't perceive light, don't know about radiation, and are, for the most part, like, I think it's like they don't even have spacesuits because they don't do spacewalks because they can't see. So to them, they're like, the sky doesn't have anything like visible in it. So I was like, so how do they know that their star's dying? Like, how did they piece that together? And I'm sure there's an explanation in the book because it's such a foundational, like, plot hole thing, but I'm curious. Anyway,
No, that's valid. I don't know. I haven't read the book.
Yeah. Aww. Darius is going bad for us.
Oh, Asterius. Thanks, buddy.
Wrestle a beast like man, who then became a friend. Maybe that's why I knew this fight would come.
We appreciate you.
What are you telling me, Asterius? Now is certainly not a good time for waxing philosophical, I think. And surely this King Gilgamesh of whom you speak is much more competent a fighter than this filth.
Asterius, you deserve better than Theseus. I just want to let you know. I just want, it's important to me that you know that.
Come with us. We will show you a better way.
You can join us in the lounge. I'll give you nectar. It'll be great.
We'll all hang out. It'll be fun.
No, Artemis, why?
Sometimes Artemis just likes to see us suffer.
Honestly, fair. She's just like builds character.
Eat this, cousin.
She's like, he'll be fine. Moonlight guy through his hands, am I right? Theseus, I just need you to die first. It's nothing personal. I just hate you.
It would be helpful. It'd be nice if you could consider.
Ow.
Come on.
Get his ass going the mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know what's coming. Don't get caught.
Woohoo! Just you and me, big man. My honor is restored. I'm once again the champion of Elysium. Let's get back to business.
Hey.
Thank you for your support, my shade.
I'm excited to see what teen superheroes everyone comes up with for this one shot. It's
I'm
gonna
stoked.
be a fun adventure in that sense.
Temptation to be Robin with the serial numbers filed off. Very
It was tough. I was in a charity one shot a while. Played Masks, and I had to come up with a superhero, and it was a teen superhero for it. And I was like, the thing is that I just kind of always want to play like the biggest fanboy of superheroes because I love this genre and these tropes. So what I ended up landing on was not Robin with the serial, kind of a Robin with the serial numbers filed off. Like I think that was the playbook I went with. Is the one that's kind of the Robin-esque one. And I was like, let me shake the most ineffective superpower possible. Like, how close can I get to not having superpowers? And playing the inadvertent team leader just because I know the tropes of this genre and be like, oh, the bad guy's powering up a laser. We gotta go break the crystal or whatever that's in it. You know, like we gotta send someone to go punch that. It's a lot of fun.
That's good. I think for me,
but the playbooks and masks are all everything you want them to be. Is kind of this is like the real coup of the game. Is like everything is exactly what you want it to be. Like if there's an archetype of a teen hero you want to play, it almost certainly has a playbook.
I think for me, like I've gone on record, I think that Young Justice peaked in season 1, and I really like. There's one episode where I think it's Red Tornado and like his robot siblings like invade the team, like the home base, and capture all of the team members with superpowers, and it's Artemis and Robin just like die-harding through the vents trying to save everybody.
Yeah.
I fucking love that episode. And there's this
It's so
specific,
good.
there's this part, because, like, Robin is kind of this goofy little, like, kid for most of it. And then it's like, oh, right, he has been a superhero longer than anyone else on the team and does actually have the most experience. And that's just such a fun little moment. Because Artemis is freaking out because she's really new to being a superhero, and this is the worst thing that's ever happened to her team before. So she's like, how are you so calm? And Robin's like, practice, I've been doing this since I was 9, and she doesn't have time to unpack that shit. But I love it in concept of just like, oh yeah, he's a wacky little guy. He's very silly. He's way more comfortable around this stuff than everyone else because he's so experienced with it. And let's not unpack all the ways that that's kind of fucked, but you know.
Yeah, it's such a great. I mean, it's a great show, but I think you're right. The first most of it.
Yeah. I don't know if it remained a great show. It was great while I was watching and enjoying it.
Yeah, I don't think I watched like the final season. I just kind of decided to rest on my laurels after a certain point. But it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah. I mean, technically, I think it's still going. My most controversial opinion is that sometimes I think when a show is canceled before its time, that is the right time for it to be canceled, and you shouldn't bring it back.
Sometimes we need to just kind of let things die, guys.
Listen,
Sometimes.
Blue's got his long-awaited sequels are always bad take, and I think he's right more often than he's wrong on that. My thing is that long-awaited continuation seasons are also often very bad.
Yeah, I'm pretty with you there. It's an unfortunate reality that a lot of the times some of these shows should have ended when they should have ended for a reason. I think it's very easy to fall back on, look at The Good Place, which had a plan and executed the plan and then ended when it was done. But like, yeah, most people kind of have an idea of how long they want their show to run, and we should lean on the side of letting them tell us when they're done. I think there's an impulse as a fan to be like, but more, I want more of the thing. And it's like, yeah, but do you want more of the same quality of thing? Because that's not a guarantee. What if instead we just made a good show and then said, okay.
I mean, it ties in with my theory that fans don't know what they want.
Yeah.
Like, not, and I don't mean that like dismissively. I think it is really hard to know what you want. Like, at this point, my entire thing on the channel is unpacking why I like the stories that I like, and it's a fucking hard problem to solve a lot of the time. Shit is just like, you can't always tell why the things that hit you right, or why you like the parts of a story that you like. And I think it's very easy to be like, I liked this, I would like more of it. And it's like, part of the reason why you liked this is because there wasn't more of it. Or it didn't have time to go bad. That's kind of how I feel. This might be my most like fan blasphemous opinion. That's kind of how I feel about Firefly, which was like perfectly serviceable, not particularly like groundbreaking in many ways, has problems, but the reason why people were losing their minds over it for years and years is because it was gone too soon, because it didn't have a resolution. And they were like, wow, but imagine, the resolution I can picture in my head would have been so good and cool. It's like, yeah, but the resolution Joss Whedon would have written probably would have been similar to the one we got in Serenity, where, you know, they kind of unceremoniously killed some of the more interesting characters. And then all the tie-in comics had to be after that, so we don't have some of the most interesting characters.
Yeah, I generally agree with you. I feel like I take a much more. No, fans don't know what they want. Often bully creators into making things last longer than they should have, or like they bully the studios who then bully the creators to be like, well, we make infinite money because people want this thing. Make it. And it's like,
if the fans are asking for it, clearly they will be happy to pay money for it. It's like, that's frequently not even how that works.
I know. Well, there's been that whole drama. I don't watch the show personally, so I don't have like a really deep stake in it, excuse me. But there's been a lot of drama recently with the Amazing Digital Circus releasing their finale in theaters 2 weeks before it goes on YouTube. And I feel like every complaint I've seen about that has been, I don't want to pay for this thing that's going to be free anyway in 2 weeks. And specifically, I don't want to pay for it because then I might get spoiled in the 2 weeks between when I can watch it and when it's out of theaters.
I do see the argument there, but...
I'm like, you might get spoiled, yeah, but also, is that not just that's kind of a you problem. Like,
yeah.
I understand it's upsetting that other people might see something before you, but just try not to consume content about that media and you can avoid the spoiler.
I will say that, like, for a lot of... For that specific community, it is so active on Tumblr. Like, I learned so much about that show against my will before I ever watched it. And I think probably it will be inescapable. And I think a lot of those people who are, fans of it do not want to be exiled from their social media platform of choice for 2 straight weeks. So I understand the problem. I'm pretty blasé about spoilers, so I wouldn't mind it, but I know for a lot of people it's very impactful to actually get to see it real for the first time. So I understand the issue, but also I think at that point it's like, if you don't want the outcome that would be bad, it might not be a bad idea to watch it in theaters, even if it costs a little money. Like, obviously it's different if you fully can't afford it, but at that point it's like, I'm sorry, there's just that some situations don't have an ideal outcome with no drawbacks. And in this case, I think it makes absolute sense, not just from a business standpoint, but from a hype standpoint, to release this thing in theaters. It's such a huge deal, and frankly, that's a triumph for an indie animation project. Getting a theatrical release, that's good. It's like how it's like Iron Lung getting a major theatrical release. It's like, this is a passion project from an independent filmmaker who got their start doing indie stuff on YouTube. The fact that this is in theaters at all is a miracle.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh on it. And again, I don't watch the show, so I don't have strong feelings on the thing, on the show itself. But like, it was exhausting to me because my TikTok feed just became a bunch of people who were like complaining about how they were going to get spoilers for it, and there was nothing they could do. And I'm like, it is disappointing. It's kind of categorically a you problem, because like on the one hand, I understand that it can be very disappointing, or the FOMO can be real, especially if your main online community is people who might go see it before you. That's tough. But also, 2 weeks is like no time in media releases. I'm frankly shocked that they only have 2 weeks between the theatrical release and the streaming release. Last year I had to watch a Minecraft movie for a panel. Oof. And I had to go see it in theaters because it was still within the 2-month window that most movies have between release in theaters and release on streaming. So like, I don't know. I feel like it's just kind of a victory for indie animation, and let it be a victory for indie animation that they're getting this cool representation. And maybe, I don't know, throw a filter on your social media to for certain words, like the Amazing Digital Circus.
Filter
and then
out
just take
all
that
of the
filter
tag
off.
variants. That there are ways to do this.
Yeah,
there's a certain amount of I don't want to say the words that I'm thinking because I feel like they're going to come out way harsher than I intend them. But I think there is a sense of there's a degree to which fan entitlement turns into learned helplessness, where it's like, I want exactly the thing I want, and if it isn't delivered to me exactly how I want it, I'm gonna throw a fit. And it comes from a good place. It comes from a sense of like an awareness of what you want and a sense of fairness. It's good to cultivate a sense of what is and isn't fair treatment for you. But if that gets cranked up to 11 and the knob gets snapped off, it turns into making it everyone else's problem that an indie animation is getting what is objectively an incredibly good thing happening to it.
Yeah. I don't know. Again, I'm not trying to be uncharitable. I understand it's disappointing, especially like if you're not in a position where you can afford to go see it. It's expensive to go to the movies. That I can get how that's disappointing, but yeah, I think things do not have to be easy for you personally to be good. You know, like something can be positive and also be a little uncomfortable for you personally. And I think that this is a net positive for a small independent studio, and possibly a net positive. I mean, this has been a big couple of years for indie animation. A lot of the shows are not my personal cup of tea, but I think it's still very cool that these artists are finding ways that are non-traditional to get their stories told. You know, Amazon picked up Has Been Hotel, and as much as that's not my show of choice, it's really cool to see a larger distributor funding and distributing what was a indie project to start. And the Amazing Digital Circus, I think, is a cleaner example of that, of like, this is an independent studio releasing an independent project and managing to get into theaters, which is extremely cool. I think this is a good kind of step. I mean, English does very cool projects in general. There's Next One here, which is
very excited for
Alpha's creator.
Yep.
Very excited. Like, they've got cool things cooking, and I think this opens the door for a lot of other indie studios to take bigger swings, because now they have, you know, someone has already done it, right? Someone has put out a theatrical release, so like now
and if it makes bank, then a studio will be willing to pay money for it. Because
distributors are. Yeah, sorry.
Well, it's just most people won't gamble on a non-certain outcome, But once you set a precedent, that benefits all the artists who will come after you, because they can point to you and say it worked for them. We can do that.
Yeah, it's one of those things too where like I don't know what to say. Distributors and production studios are different, and I think that that's something that often gets lost in the shuffle. Like, you know, most people who consume a show do not need to know that, right? You don't need to worry about the minutia of, well, who distributed it theatrically and who actually made this project. So a lot of things that can be difficult in distribution, like if you make a show or a movie in your house, that's amazing. You can absolutely put it up on YouTube or wherever platform it is for free, or like if you wanted to put it behind a paywall or something, you can do that online. But it's really hard to get an independent production distributed to theaters, distributed in any sort of streaming platform. You know, you kind of need to build up a rep, but indie animation at large, you can kind of build a bit more of a collective rep the more of these projects get wider distribution with these more traditional big name distributors. So like, it doesn't compromise the production quality, the team behind it, and it helps make future independent projects, whether that's shows or movies or whatever it is, have more open doors to wider distribution, to be potentially more popular and seen by more people outside of the platform of like, put it just on YouTube. So I like, this is such a net positive. It's so frustrating for me to see people complain. I'm like, guys, come on, what are we doing?
Yeah, we got a big picture of this. It's so good in the long term. It's such a good representation of like where we're at, how low the barriers have gotten for independent art and creation and stuff like that. Like, the internet has its problems, but it is truly incredible the things it has rendered possible that were not possible.
Exactly. It's just, I don't know. It drives me crazy. It drives me up a lot. Maybe it's of my high list thinking about movies and distribution and everything, because there's so many great projects that like don't get good critical reception, don't get a wide release. Sometimes it's circumstances of when they came out, like with Barb and Star came out in the beginning of the pandemic, basically, or like right in the after the pandemic had started. So it's like, well, it didn't get a wide release because people could not go to movie theaters. Yeah. Like, that's not the fault of the distributor. It's not the fault of the production. It's just that it could not have a theatrical release. But there are a lot of shows that don't get. Yeah, that Ziggy's here. Hello, Ziggy. Say hi. Now you decided to be quiet. But there's a lot of projects that don't get the opportunity to have that wide release because they are independently funded and independently produced, and that is so upsetting. And so I hope that this is an indicator that if it is a successful release, theaters and distributors will be more open to non-major studio projects getting releases. Because especially with like indie filmmaking, I would love to see wider distribution for a lot of incredible projects. That's my rant on a show I don't watch, and I hope everyone's enjoying who does watch. Genuinely, I hope you guys are having the best time. Just please stop complaining on TikTok about the fucking 2-week wait. It's gonna drive me crazy.
This is for your own good.
Oh, Jesus!
It's my last chance.
Okay. Come on, get him to move on. Get his ass. Woohoo! 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 Yeah!
Hey, Ziggy cat, you're being cute, little guy. She's ittle bittle.
She's so itty bitty.
You're so ittle bill.
We're family.
You it'em bit'em.
There's no escaping that. Get on. Take me home.
Do not attempt to bite my forehead. What are we doing? Yeah, eye boogies. Hold on. Let's gently wipe away the boogies from your eyes.
Alrighty. Wow. A very successful run, all things considered.
Not bad.
Yeah. Let's see, where are we at on the donations to UNICEF? Okay, well, this is great. We're
We're
still a ways off.
500. So again, as a reminder, we're raising money for UNICEF. This is a cumulative fundraiser with our other streams, but we had to start a new one because it's been a couple weeks.
Yeah, it closed itself.
But if we get to $1,000 raised, Red will be doing a worst run, which very well could be her last run, it seems like, before we get the first credit roll.
Well, that's only if I win.
Yeah.
The sun.
But yeah.
Please hold while I take a snack break. There's gonna be some cardboard noises.
Fred's taking a snack break, everyone. Hold, there's some noises.
Sorry.
It's okay. I promise it's gonna be okay. We'll
God,
all
what have
forgive
I
you for the
done?
snack sounds.
Oh, I didn't even get napkins. Normally I transfer it into a quieter bag, but I didn't do that this morning. Okay, that's enough of that. Zagreus is like, what in God's name is going on out there?
What are all those noises?
Fishing point? Fishing point? Fishing point anywhere?
Fishing point queen?
I have not seen any fishing points so far.
Of everything down in that gloomy house, I miss old Cerberus the most, I think. But I miss other things as well. The lack of light was gentler on my skin, not being as cold. And Nyx and her young sons. It was all very odd, but...
Mother, in Father's bedchambers. Mind you, there's almost nothing there, just neatly sorted rows of all his samey capes. But on his nightstand...
What you snacking on today?
Another one of the Paris baguette cream cheese donuts.
A queen.
A classic.
I was fitted for those garments when I first arrived. They were not my customary style.
Chat would like to know how Wolf is
Hades
doing.
has a portrait of
Wolf
me
is good.
still.
She actually just woke
Why
up,
would
it
he
looks
put
like.
it back on
She's been
display
very
now?
obligingly hanging out in her little cat hutch, sleeping. But now she's up and about. Potential for crime is increasing.
No, he's never let anybody in his bedchambers.
Often does, it
Broke
often
in, don't you
does.
see? He didn't put your portrait back on display. It's always been there, ever since you left. So, Mother, why do you suppose he would do that?
Because he loves me still. Is that what you want me to say?
Oh, it's like pulling teeth with these people.
Have you ever loved him yourself?
Why is everyone so emotionally
All I really
constipated
wanted
in this
was to
game?
leave Olympus.
You've
I
had
didn't
thousands of
exactly
years to work out your
abscond.
issues. Yeah, well,
I doubt
come
I had
on.
no choice, but I went willingly.
It's not all
Perhaps
easy.
Zeus knew how I felt and thought he was doing me a favor. As for Hades, I grew to love him, yes. He always gave me my space.
Favorite child of Nyx across both games?
Thanatos.
I mean, it's Thanatos,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's Thanatos.
I like
We're all
Nemesis a
madly
lot,
in
but
love with
she's...
Thanatos.
Yeah.
Hypnos is also very fun. I like Hypnos a lot, but it's Thanatos.
It's Thanatos.
I just
It's
didn't
Thanatos
know,
and it's
my
not even.
son. Olympus is behind me. And the
Persephone is
underworld.
being very cavalier about figuring
Not
out this
imagine
stuff.
I would be very welcome
After
now
I'm already here, when I'm on a fucking clock, when I'm about to die in front of her, she's like,
Time
I just
is
don't
ticking,
know
Mom.
how I'm feeling.
But you are the queen.
Hey. Sorry, Ziggy was trying to type. I was just gonna put something in chat.
Yeah, you are the queen.
I'm up.
Hey, buddy.
There's no escape, in case you hadn't heard.
Oh, Hypnos. I gotta start getting you nectar so your dialogue resets.
Nothing's sadder than when you realize that you've really been letting buddies down because their dialogue tree isn't advanced.
They've just started giving me single sentences that are very non-situational. Okay. There's now a cat on the couch next to me, but hopefully she's going to behave herself.
Well, that's ideal. That's just gamer cat. You ever have we have what we call gamer cat time in our apartment. Decides that she's going to hang out with one of the two of us while we're gaming. And it's very, very cute every time. I actually have no notes on it whatsoever. It's just a net positive.
Well, I believe this might be the start of gamer cat time since she's just sitting next to me, kind of staring.
I don't know.
Ziggy likes to get under a blanket while we're cat time is usually her. She'll like if I I have bad blood circulation. I'm often cold. As see previous year conversations about Indigo's bad weird blood. But I often have a blanket on while I'm gaming, as it were. You know, getting cozy, getting locked in for ultimate gamer skills with my 3 throw blankets and cardigan. But Ziggy likes to get under one of those blankets and like curl up on Ski and have a little moment, and that's usually that's our gamer cat time. And I'm very fond of it.
I'm not sure.
Oh, she's purring.
Your father was different with Persephone, to some extent. He has
I don't know
always
if Ziggy
been
does
to know
this.
him
A
yet.
couple of Wolf's whiskers have like curls at the end,
I think.
like
Oh,
like you know they're long and straight, and then they're like a little bit curled right at the end.
interesting. I don't know that Ziggy has that, but I don't know that that's not a normal cat thing either, because Ziggy's a little bit of a weird looking cat. On account of her weird tail.
A wolf is a slightly wobbly cat, so any number of things are possible.
No way to know.
She did she?
I've been doing too well. Nick still won't let me reunite Orpheus and Eurydice.
We're too good.
I'm
We've
simply
gotten
too much
good.
of a gamer.
My gamer skills are unmatched.
Yeah, I fell down the stairs, Megger.
Story, but yeah, boils down to what you said, more or less.
Thanks for asking, babe.
Yes. Also, when we hit 1K, there's a really funny picture of Wolf I got the other day, so when we hit 1K, I'll put it up on Blue Sky.
No.
It is.
Oh my god, I forgot.
I got a really good picture of Ziggy the other day, so if we hit 1K, I'll also post it.
Hell yeah.
She went full Dark Knight on me. It was great.
Oh yeah, I remember from the group chat.
Until next time.
From the group chat.
Alright, let's go see what's up with Achilles, and then we will deign to speak to our father, who sucks. Oh, Achilles isn't even here. Never mind.
Yeah, there you go.
Alright, what's up, old man? What's cracking?
Question for you, father.
What do you want, Dad?
What do you want, old man? Smell you later, Achilles away.
Where did you... Ah, the cold witch brought it up, did she? Never repeat that name again. Not here, nor anywhere. You hear me, boy? Know only this. The one called by that name despised it even more than I.
So let's see. Demeter's daughter went missing. She wound up down here. I happened. Mother left. Demeter and everyone else on Olympus apparently has no idea. That about right? Tell me what happened.
I'll tell you nothing. Keep meddling in matters that you cannot understand, and you'll incur the wrath of Olympus on all.
I've been
that
doing
you
a lot more
hold
yoga
dear.
lately in an attempt to be more of a person and also move, because I spend so much of my day sitting.
Yep.
But I have chronic joint issues, so I need a low impact thing. So I've been doing a lot of yoga lately, and it's mostly helped. But then every once in a while, I'll get a cramp in a weird part of my foot that I wasn't expecting. I'm like, maybe I stretched this one a little bit too far, close to the sun.
Let's see.
Yeah, chronic joint pain girlies, rise up.
Let's try giving Hades a nectar. I want to see what happens.
Why not? Maybe he'll give you a trinket.
Father, I thought maybe, here.
Where did you get this? You think you
I
can
know that it's
butter me up
canonically
with such
sprinting, but it's really funny to me to think of the idea that, like, in the sequel game, the reason you can sprint and hold it down is not because Melanoe is a better runner than Zagreus is, but simply because she owns a pair of Heelys, and so whenever she inherited her brother's Heelys and can now zoom around the map fluidly.
Yeah. What's interesting is in the last run, when I zipped around, holding down the button made him keep running. I must have gotten a boon about it or something.
Oh, I think there's a Hermes boon that does that.
That might have been it. Wolf update. She's lying next to me with her little paw on my leg, watching the screen intently.
She cares. She wants to know that you're going to kill your father.
Yeah, she's very invested in us kicking Hades' ass.
She said his butt. I would like to kick it.
Mother, please. Ooh, hello.
Prophecy fulfilled.
Oh, hell yeah, brother.
The claws of Enkidu helped me scrape by to the top.
Okay, let's see. What am I still getting? Ah, right, this. Cool beans. Okay, let's see. Alright, we're still a little over $400 away from me having to do a worst run, so... Ooh.
You're still free to make your own decisions.
Hello.
The rail.
Hell yeah, chronic pain in the chat, gang. It does indeed suck, but hey, at least we're all in this together.
Chronic pain, gang, rise up, but carefully.
Chronic, yeah, very carefully. It's important to be gentle.
Yeah, be nice to your joints.
Yeah. Well, if it's a joint pain situation, as it often is. I'm very fortunate in that mine is one where you can kind of solve it most days by just having a hot bag of beans that you put on your knees.
Ooh, we love a good bag of beans.
Good old bag of beans. I actually had to get a bag of beans. Started to smell like cooked beans a little bit too much, and I was like, oh, I think I've done something wrong. But I replaced it with a heat pack that looks like Ziggy the cat, which is I think very cute, and also a little bit morbidly funny that every time I pick it up, I'm like, yes, it's my warm Ziggy.
Wretches of the underworld, take heed.
Alrighty, let's see what we can get.
Thank the gods.
Alright.
Ooh, Artemis Boon combo with Exegriff pretty early on. Always fun.
The hunt this time around.
Not bad, not bad.
Okay. I bet it could be better. So here, maybe this will help.
Nice. Yeah, why not?
Well, it shouldn't.
After all, why not? Oh my god.
How do I know I have chronic pain? I've had chronic knee pain as a result of being like hyper flexible. So it particularly affects my joints, and in my case, particularly my knees, since I was in like the 3rd grade. When I was a kid, it was particularly bad, and so my mom took me to the doctor after I came off the playground limping for no reason. I think I was just knowing what it feels like. I'm like, I think maybe I was being a dramatic little kid, but also, you're a kid, you don't know why they're aching. And for me, it's not like a sharp pain, it's like a very strong ache. But there's a lot of ways that you can have a chronic pain. There's if you have something that you're really concerned about, I would recommend talking to your doctor, because sometimes it's something that you can get some physical therapy perhaps to help with. I know that was particularly helpful for me with my knee pain, was just learning like some stretches that could help ease it. Sometimes it's the result of old injuries, so if you like injured yourself and it still aches years later, that's probably a good sign that like something didn't feel quite right, or the injury was particularly traumatic to your body in a way. But like the short answer to this is like, if you have any concern, ask your doctor, particularly if it's something that impedes your ability to move or go about your life in a reasonable amount of comfort. It's probably the sad part of chronic pain is that like there's often not just a fix-all solution to it unless there is something very, very wrong that like needs to be like surgically fixed. But like your primary care doctor can almost certainly give you a referral for like physical therapy or direct you to resources that could potentially help for any like recurring aches and pains. If especially like joint pain tends to be that maybe you need to switch to like a lower impact workout if you're particularly big into working out or something along those lines. I kind of screwed myself by doing a lot of knee forward sports for most of my life.
Fencing is pretty knee intensive.
I was a big squatter, and then when I played softball, I played catcher, so I was also constant. So like, the thing with my chronic pain was like, well, when you're working out a lot, sometimes there's a sweet spot in between not working out and working out where it actually like helps. Like there's this middle sweet spot that is really good for me. So like sometimes I could kind of just toe that line, but if I got a little bit too into it, then it would tip over into the too much zone, and it would hurt, which tended to happen to me after like tournaments in particular for fencing. But yeah, ask your doctor. I know the state of U.S. care is awful, but generally for these pain things, that there's certain things you can do to help with aches and pains you might have. Hot and cold packs, depending on the pain.
Yeah, or both in sequence. When I was doing physical therapy for my shoulder, I think they would do like a hot pack before the stretches and then a cold pack afterwards, because a hot pack kind of loosens you up, and then a cold pack soothes inflammation.
Yeah, so there's solutions, but if you want to know the source of it and you have any genuine concern, ultimately the best thing you can do is talk to a doctor. Your primary care physician is probably the best person to start with in that particular case. If you need a referral for someone else to help you.
Okay, guys, the rules we established last time. You have 5 minutes on the clock. I'll set a timer now to get us over the milestone, and then I will fight Charon if we do. I didn't have it as a set amount. I just said like over the milestone last time. I feel like that's a fair thing to set here. but
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Fishing point? Fishing point, Queen? No fishing point. Okay, cool. We'll just hang out over here, nonchalantly whistling. Doo-doo-doo. Nothing to see here. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Ugh. But yeah, no, there's all kinds of different ways to deal with chronic pain and non-chronic pain and just pain in general.
And
but yeah, step one,
good
talk to your doctor.
stretches can do. Step one, talk to your doctor if you especially need to. If it's interfering with your life in any way, is like kind of the main diagnostic thing. Thank you, Anonymous, for the $100 donation. We got a couple donations rolling in. We're getting closer and closer to having to fight Charon. But yeah, like there's. If you feel confident that it is like an old injury acting, you may not need to talk to your doctor. You probably could just start trying to use solutions like hot and cold packs, stretches,
Hot
that
bath.
kind of thing.
Hot bath is always good.
Hot bath. Love a hot bath. The things I do when I see a clawfoot tub. But you know, but the only person who can give you legitimate medical advice is your doctor. Oh, $400 donation from Anonymous. That puts us over the $1,000 limit. We are there.
Okay, I'll just end the timer now.
Yeah, Red's gonna fight Charon, and then our next run is gonna be a worst run.
Oh god!
And also we have to post some cat pictures.
Yes,
so
yes,
after
absolutely.
Charon
I'll go do that right
probably
now.
defeats you, we'll deal with that. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just hit the pause button really quick while I do
While we post some
We're
cat photos.
hitting 1K. Wolf pick. Okay. And let me just
Thank you guys to all the donations. Extremely cool.
Yeah.
We've got a Charon to fight, and then after that we've got a worst run to do, which is, as a reminder, we're all of the decisions possible.
Okay. I always have to add alt text because otherwise my mom will be disappointed in me. So, okay. And oh, the suspense is killing me. And Charon's about to be doing the same. Okay, perfect.
All right.
It's up on Blue Sky. All right, let's freaking go.
You're just testing me here, right, Charon? I mean, when you place a huge sum of coin conspicuously within my reach, what do you expect
A
me to
very
do?
good wolf pick.
Right?
Sounds good, mate. When I rob you from now on, it's just my way of saying, Charon, I would like to battle you to the death right now for a quick change of pace.
See, even Zagreus sounds annoyed that we're doing this.
Let's settle this like gentlemen, Charon.
Oh, oh, the amount of damage he's taking, or rather not taking. Ah! Already? And then I have to do a worse run?
Then you gotta do.
Oh my god! Oh no! Well, I hope you guys are getting your money's worth. Artemis, please, Artemis! Oh no! Well, now I can see why that one person in comments was like, Charon and Tartarus, good luck! It's like, oh right, because I have no fucking health and no upgrades right now. That's why it's good luck.
Yeah, right?
Woo! 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 No. He doesn't really telegraph his moves very much, does he? I mean, those ones he telegraphs.
No.
Look it.
I mean, he's a tough fight.
Not my ass, straight up Daffy ducking it. Okay.
They do a good job in these games of generally making the like optional fights in a run appropriately punishing. Like it's like, yeah, you chose to do this, because the same with in the sequel, there's someone you can fight in the post-credit roll.
Charon wasn't too agreeable
Who is
back
equal?
there.
I would say like similar to Charon. I'm like, oh, this is an impossible fight, but just because I often run into it in a weird spot in my runs, right? Like it's like, oh, this is either gonna screw me immediately or it's going to screw me.
And I've seen this
Yeah.
guy. He's never been particularly nice to me. Whacked me with his aura a couple of times, but it never got that bad. Must be some misunderstanding. Have you talked to him?
Oh, I like how Hypnosis is so ride or die for Charon.
I have.
It's cool, man. We're bros. We're doing like worthy opponent shit. You know, we're destined rivals.
And so begins the worst run next.
Oh. Oh, this is gonna be quite the spectacle.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be fun. Gonna be great. Gonna be fun.
Everyone's gonna have a great time.
Yes. We're gonna have a fun time today.
We're all very entertained.
It's gonna be awesome. Oh, because since I lost so bad, oh fuck, I can't talk to Nyx. She's berating Dusa.
You are not permitted
Oh,
to address
no.
the unless first spoken to. You are invisible to him. Now, are we understood?
Yes, Miss Nix. We're understood. I mean, I understand. I'll be going then.
Oh no.
Megara's up there somewhere like, where the hell is he?
What's taking so
Orpheus,
long?
I take it you know all about the time I burned my father's hands to a crisp the moment I was born. He grasped me by the feet, and they caught fire. And that's why he still wears those fancy rings, to cover up the hideous scar tissue.
But that is such a splendid tale, Zagreus, deserving to be sung both far and wide until it turns into the stuff of myth, as deathless as the gods themselves. I'll gladly
I can
tell
appreciate that
one
between
about.
Orpheus's whole kind of vibe at this point in the game and Scylla and the Sirens' like upgraded boss fight, that it seems like all music in the underworld does sort of like, in the same way that a lot of things evolve into crab, it all sort of evolves into glam rock by a certain point.
Yeah, yeah.
All of the underworld is just trying to be David Bowie as fast as possible. And you know what? Me too.
You could say it reminds me
Me
of
too, Underworld.
Babe.
I understand. What can I do about this, sir? There must be something. But you have to let me know what's going on.
Simply put, he is the reason that I'm here. Patroclus lost his life before I did, because of me. I shortly followed, in a rage. When I arrived here, I received a hero's welcome. Your father himself ushered me to Elysium. But that's not what I wanted.
It's not what he planned.
You wanted to see
Can I just
Patroclus,
say,
but
I do not
he's in
understand.
I do not
Elysium.
understand.
Oh no.
Something's not right. Something is really, really wrong.
I signed a
We
pact
gotta get
plan.
back where we belong.
Felt the terms were good enough. He could live there, while I'd live here, at least for now. Such deals are most uncommon.
We were prime High School Musical. I mean, I don't know about you, but I was prime High School Musical age when it came out.
Let's speak no
I
more of this
almost completely missed the boat on it. I think I saw the first, like, my middle school would sometimes do like movie days in class, but the classes were never 2 hours long, so we'd always cut off halfway through. So we got through like the first half of High School Musical and never the rest of it. But then it became such a
We
meme when we
watched-
were in high school. So
I was like, when it came out, I was exactly the target audience for High School Musical.
something for me here.
The elementary school that I was in at the time was like, oh, okay, great. And so we would spend a lot of time. We would do like, I was prime age when the like dance and sing along disc versions of it were coming out. So we would, in the parking lot that we played in during recess, would
Why didn't anybody
be
ever tell me Charon was such a monster?
doing all the
Something
dance
about
alongs
being made for
basically.
health and made for a
Yes.
peaceful life.
It was very fun. I had a good time.
You incur the wrath of ancient chthonic gods, and then are surprised to be destroyed by them. Have you learned nothing after all this time?
bold words for somebody within boss fighting distance.
No.
Have you learned nothing after all this time? No. Fuck you.
No, I won't learn anything else. Screw you.
I'll be dead in the
I
ground before I
refuse.
learn my lesson. What even is this thing that I'm leveling up here? Oh, right. Epic boons. Okay. Yeah, sure. Why not? We can level that up.
Nothing better than not being able to figure out what the fuck you're leveling up.
I mean, at this point, you know, we're just finishing things up. Darkness is about to become irrelevant to me.
Yeah. I alluded to this earlier in the stream with the talk about Cyberpunk and how I really liked how they character based on like what you actually did. But it is sort of like, who the fuck knows what they're leveling up? That's how I feel in every new RPG I play. I don't RPG on the system. Like, I don't know. I mean, I can guess that the charisma stat might be like how good I'm going to be at speech checks or whatever. But I really don't fucking know how that's going to work in this game. Like, I don't know that I need to put points into this.
Yeah. Okay, worst run is beginning. What is the worst trinket, do we think? Oh, I think it's the thing that improves the duration on Well of Charon items, because I use them so rarely.
Yeah, because you don't really get Well of Charon items pretty much ever.
Okay, great. A useless trinket. Alright, the heat gauge is exceeded because I've never once won with Coronacht.
Our old favorite. What if this is the time?
I guess. It's possible. Let's see.
Have your skills been comparing?
The muscle
not
memory.
comparing, growing. Like,
Yeah, going
I've
from...
lost the ability to speak.
Hey, that's fine. It's not like we do it for a living or anything.
Ugh, dude, I make that joke every single time I open up Riverside Street TikTok. Every single time. And everyone who's on the call makes the politest laugh, like they have heard it 10,000 times from other... I'm like, yeah, I know. We all do this for a living.
Well, it's a good thing we're not funny for a living, or we might really be in trouble. Oh, no!
Oh, no! Oh, man.
I really respect how much they stick to the characterization that in this whole Hades and Persephone debacle, Zeus is the unequivocal bad guy. Okay, which of these do we think is the worst? Because they're all fine.
I guess which do you use? I mean, dash. I feels like that's too good. Just
I
because
use dash
all
constantly,
the time.
and I do love
do
a
you
chain
use special
lightning.
or cast more?
I definitely use the special more.
Then I think you take the cast because I feel like you just kind of don't think to use it. You know?
Yeah, especially not with the bow, because the bow is already some bullshit. Alrighty, let's get going. Maybe Karen will have another money bag out for me and I can end this run quickly.
That's always the hope, but I feel like the worst runs are the ones where no matter what happens, you kind of just do keep going sometimes.
Yes, unfortunately the persistence of the horrors is what makes them so awful.
Some horrors do be persistent.
Wait. Oh, god dang it. Okay, I think I'm getting the timing on the power shot at least.
Okay, that's some.
Okay, money would be more useful, so Daedalus upgrade is the worst option, I think.
Ain't that the way?
Yeah. Oop, and there's a Chaos Gate, which will do damage to me, which I think makes it the worst option, because it'll also stick some random penalty on me for a while, so...
Sure.
Oh no, we're gonna have to pick the worst of the Chaos Spoons. That's gonna be diabolical.
Yeah. And the question is it... We'll see what they offer you, because it could be that it's not just which one is the worst boon, but which one has the worst penalty it inflicts on you.
Okay, I'm getting a feel for it. This is not as bad as I thought it might be.
Could it be that we're watching you slowly improve with the worst weapon?
That sounds impossible. Ooh, okay, Which of these do we think is the worst? I feel like
I feel like it's flurry shot, because I think you power shot on occasion, and the other two just kind of make you do more damage flat, you know?
I was just talking up how I had just figured out how power shot works, so... Alright, let's see. At least it's shooting a little faster now. I'll say that for it.
Might as well.
Alright, lay it on me, boss.
What do you have for us, Chaos? Hopefully nothing too bad, and then it's just awful. And it's actually terrible the whole way down.
Okay. Slower, but improved dash strike. That might actually be the worst, because dash strike with the bow is a pain in the ass anyway. Damage me every time I use my special. Or can't see where I'm going. Aside from filling out the Fatalist, I do think Slothful Lunge is worse. It's also not rare, so the benefit is not as good.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
this is such a minor thing. I like how for the symbol of chaos that they're using, they're borrowing a little bit from like the Michael Moorcock symbol of chaos, which is the 8 arrows radiating out from a center point. Yeah, that's cool. I like it.
Not bad, not bad.
Okay. Oh no! Oh, we were right. This is the worst. This is the worst. What was that we were talking about with chronic knee pain? It looks like poor Zagreus has got himself a set of that. Oh god.
The medical issues that I have are relatively minor. I'm very lucky, all things considered, to have things that are minimally intrusive to my life. Like
Sure.
chronic knee pain, sure, it's annoying, but like other than having the occasional day where I don't want to go on a hike, I generally don't have it affect my life too much, and I can generally deal with it.
Yeah.
I have thalassemia, but I have the most mild version of it, so it just makes me a little mildly anemic. So maybe I'm not a long distance runner, right?
Yeah.
That's fine. That was never my dream. I'm okay with that. It does mean that whenever I read a vampire story where they're like, it's about our weird blood, I'm like, me too, for real.
Oh my god, my weird blood.
And so every time they're like, it's in the blood, Zagreus, I'm like, me too, for real.
During the DiCaprio
Me and Zagreus are the
pining.
same.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
see. Sisyphus versus Charon. What do we think? I think Charon is better. Sisyphus can give us, like, darkness, which, again, I think resources that don't affect the run are fine in a worst run.
Yeah, I think that's generally okay. Because, like, you're it doesn't help you make the run better when that's the spirit of worst run.
Look at all that coin.
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
A brief hello from time to time does wonders, don't you think, Princess?
Oh yeah, we're in the generic dialogue zone. I gotta get more nectar and I gotta start giving it to people.
Say no more. Veiled in darkness.
It's like I'm running through molasses.
Suffering from success.
Whose life changed forever when you learned about the molasses flood thing that happened?
I don't know that it changed my life forever, but I did school in Boston, so it's something that I've been keenly aware of for some time.
I feel like there was a moment a few years back where it sort of turned into a meme, like suddenly people knew about it, which was interesting for me because I actually knew about it before that, because I had a book when I was a kid called Danger, Disaster, and Horrid Deeds, and one of the things in it was about the molasses flood and how fucked up it was and how many people died and how horrifying it was. Hey, 69 pounds! Thank you, unknown user 469 too. Which of these do we think is the worst?
I think you gotta go for the special, because you really don't use the special, and the other two at least, like, upgrade a thing that you already have.
That's true, yeah. Okay.
If that makes sense.
No, I got it.
If that's a logical... You follow.
You won't find me...
We're on the same page.
The difficulty we have with Worst Run is very few of these options are categorically bad, you know? Like,
yeah,
I'll
the
complain.
game doesn't want you to do this.
No.
We're doing something the game has never intended anyone to do, which is to play the game in the way that feels the worst to them. But it does not mean that the game is doing anything wrong.
No.
No.
Huh. The range on the special looks like it's better than on the main, which is weird. That might be post-upgrade, though.
Are you perchance in need of godlike aid, nephew? Well, excellent. Because I happen to command the sea, and I shall hereby let you...
A lot of people remembering the Great Molasses Flood of 1919 in the chat.
Mm-hmm. God, I forgot it was 1919. Just imagine, you've just gotten back from World War I. The world is still fully on fire. I think Title Dash is probably the worst of these options.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because again, it's worse for your gameplay style, so
Sure.
I'm happy to chime in on these. Like, I trust you to go with your gut on a lot of them, because you're the one who has to actually experience worst run.
Appreciate it. And the rule with Charon shops and stuff is that I have to buy the worst things first, but if I can afford everything, then it's okay if I get things that are useful.
So you have to always go in worst order in case you did run out of money or something, but you can buy out the shop if you have the money for it.
Great, amazing.
Because we also have broke run on the sheet of potential rewards. and that is one where you can't spend any money. So I feel like we don't
Right.
necessarily need to double up on you not using Charon's shop in Worst Run.
Oh yeah, Broke Run and Dragon Horde Run actually the same run. Because I have to have as much money as possible, and that's the same thing as not spending any of it.
Yeah. Which in Hades 2 would be extremely useful if you get that Hermes Legendary boon money before.
Oh yeah, the Hermes Legendary. I can't remember what that one does. I don't think I ever get it. Is it like you do more damage?
So you don't necessarily do more damage. It's you spend your money instead of hit points until you run out of money.
Oh.
So you basically have an extra pool of hit points in the form of however much collected.
That's amazing. It's like the Sid of Armor in Twilight Princess that burns your rupees as you move.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's in Breath of the Wild, and I think them too. It's the like glowy blue guy.
I love
you
that
get from
armor set.
monster
I
dude.
wish it was more useful because it's so pretty. Okay, Poseidon is the worst of these two options, and Zeus is the worst one to kick my ass. So, no Poseidon. That's
So it
not what we're
goes.
doing here.
No. Hold up.
I think I've heard that these, like the knockback ones, are actually really good. So this is probably the worst option.
I've had some runs where the knockback ones have really saved me, because I think if you build it just right, it can be really effective. But I tend to not use them too frequently. At least me personally, like with like the punchy gloves and the sword, I like to get up close and hit repeatedly as fast as possible. And if they're constantly knocking back, I have to also constantly be moving.
Oh god.
So it kind of comes down to personal preference on whether or not those ones end up being especially useful.
For sure. Oh, okay, that wasn't so bad.
All right, let's call the score between us settled up for now. Just don't go spurning me again, you understand?
Normal things to say, nephew. Damage, high voltage. Probably Heaven's Vengeance is worst because it requires that I get hit first. And I think maybe any epic level boon should not be in the running for worst unless it's like they're all epic level. I can't go down the Erebus gate. That's unfortunate. Heat gauge still too low.
Oh no.
Fishing point. Aha! Yeah.
Fishing time?
Fishing time? Question mark.
Fish?
Come on out.
Fish.
Hellfish.
Hellfish ranked pretty high on your tier list, right? Just a little guy?
Yeah, they're little like shell guys.
No hard
Little
feelings
shellfish
about that
kind of gentlemen.
battle that
I like
didn't
them.
last time, right, Charon? Especially since you absolutely demolished me. I was just messing with you. You know that, right? Always appreciate your sense of humor, mate.
We're cool. Okay. This is the worst purchase option
Thank you,
because
mate.
I'm actually pretty close to fail. Ooh. Yeah, I think this is the worst option. And faded list, because I keep forgetting I have the call, so I never even use it.
Should keep me going.
Alright, let's go fight the Furies.
Hooray!
Yay! Hey girl, hey, how you doing?
Hey, Tiffany.
Oi. Okay, me getting my ass kicked aside, this is probably the best I've had with the bow so far. So what does Charm do as an effect? Does it make them fight on my side? I've never used the Aphrodite boots this much, so I don't really know.
I'm trying to remember what the specific thing that Charm does is. They don't fight on your side. It's like, I think it's like a damage reduction thing.
Okay, because she was just standing around, so I was like, maybe she won't attack me when she's charmed.
Right.
Zagreus has proved unable to contain you.
Aw, careful. You almost sound proud of me. I think we still have the worst trinket, so we'll keep it.
to go but up.
You know, for the Dragon's Horde run, we should probably also purge all the boons for money. It's probably a thing we should do in Dragon Horde run. Make it actually way worse.
Getting warmer.
Yeah.
Chaos
the worse,
Gate.
the better.
I believe Chaos Gate is by default the worst option because it kicks my ass a little bit.
Let me have it. In the name of Hades.
Okay. Oh, it's gonna slow me down again. Oh, actually, Slothful Eclipse, I think... Oh no, Excruciating Grasp is absolutely the worst, because I get hit way harder, and I don't even use my cast very much. At least not with this benefit. So... Okay. Cool. Awesome. Okay. Ooh, Eurydice. I would argue that she's technically worse than a Divine Boon, because all she can do is upgrade the shitty ones I already have. I also think that permanent progress is
What do you
still
think?
safe. So...
Go for Eurydice.
Okay.
We'll allow it. We got our eyes on you.
Hey, buddy.
Eurydice, how long have you been down here anyway, if you don't mind my
Hi,
asking?
do I get back with your boyfriend and come sing at my house?
It's quite a lovely place.
Could be cool.
How long have I
Could
been
be cool and interesting.
Yes, could be fun and cool and chill.
You lose your sense of time once you're a shade.
Have you
or maybe
considered,
once there's not a sun or moon over your head. But yeah, I found myself a decent spot and fixed it up a bit.
Okay. 2 random boons get rarer. Gain a level. Upgraded rarity. Nectar might be the worst option because even if the boons are rarer, I still have to pick the worst one. What do we think? I'll go for it.
Sure.
Yeah, why not?
Wow, that's good.
Later then, yeah?
Is it possible to actually bypass? I guess you can just bypass Eurydice. Just fucking leave. I don't know why you would ever do it, but I guess you can.
Yeah, I suppose if you did not want to experience, you know, the game.
Yeah. They're like, I'm not here for all your fucking talking.
What was there? There was a game somewhat recently I feel like I played that was really frustrating. What was it? Oh, you know what it was? I played Dragon Age Veilguard, which is a game overall I enjoyed. It's good game, bad Dragon Age. Because the thing with those games is that in the first 3, and really I've only played Inquisition, because they aforementioned in the stream, they haven't ported the other 2 to console yet, and so I am suffering. But like the Bioware games in general are like all about your decisions having an impact. And so sometimes that impact is that you fail and your character dies, or you don't save the world or whatever. And if you like, you know, really, really fuck it up, if you really make like selfish or bad decisions over and over again, it will have consequences. But the thing with Veilguard is that every decision you make can more or less only result in the same ending. There's no way to like put someone in a bad situation unless you just willfully don't play the game. Like you would have to just ignore everyone's quests and not do any of the side stuff. Like if you gunned it straight through the main missions and did absolutely nothing to interact with the game outside of that, then maybe you and everyone you could die. But otherwise, like, it's kind of impossible to lose. I don't know. It was really frustrating because I'm like, no, I really like the bad options, but I also want to play the game that I bought. So like, what am I doing?
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate side effect. That game had a terrible production history in the way that games that have a weird often do, which is a shame because the gameplay itself is very fun, but like the writing is awful.
That's unfortunate. Of these options,
yeah,
I think that Hydraulic Might is the worst because it's a temporary boost, and there's none of the I don't get it out of any of these rooms within 10 seconds. So
yeah, I think Hydraulic Might's definitely it. I don't know. I wanted to like Veilguard so much. I think it's got a fun cast. I like a lot of the characters. It's so poorly written. It doesn't feel like a Dragon Age game, and that's unfortunate because the Dragon Age games are very good.
Is that the one where one of the criticisms was that like as the player character you are like the least interesting member of the team or something like that, or like because I heard
I think that was a criticism. in some ways, yeah, because you're in at least the game before it, Inquisition, and all the other, and in Origins and Dragon Age 2, your character is, if not the most important person in the story, like one of the more interesting ones. Like they've got a lot going on. 'Cause
Right.
as much as those games do let you create a character, they also do something very clever in the writing, even though they're choice-based games. And I think Mass Effect does this as well, to a point where, like, it's not that you are in Baldur's Gate and creating any character you want to run through a specific story with. Your character is kind of pre-assigned for you, and you can make some cosmetic changes to them. And then the way you play them determines how the world interacts with them. And Veilguard, I think, is a little bit more in a Baldur's Gate direction, because the game was initially in production to be like a live service multiplayer thing, and then BioWare was like, hey, that's not what we do. This is a bad idea. People are going to dislike this. And so very late into production, it switched back to being like a single player RPG. And I think one of the vestiges of that is your Rook, your main character, kind of feels unimportant and just tacked on to the plot, because they're a little bit more designed to not be a specific character that is deeply entwined with the story. Like your Inquisitor, when you picked your, like if you wanted to be an elf or a human or a dwarf or a Qunari, that gave you a different specific pre-scripted backstory that characters in the game would then reference and interact with, and Rook doesn't really have that. Like what faction you're from matters, but like everything else about your character doesn't, and the faction kind of only matters in what outfit you start out with, and one character might interact with you with one different line of dialogue. It feels very different to the other games. And I think it's weaker. Like, it's not like the worst thing in the world, because I don't know. RPGs have kind of like two schools of character creation, and I think they're two equally valid, but in different use cases, schools, right? It's either you are a role-playing game where you can role-play any character. This is kind of the Baldur's Gate approach, right? You can build anything you want, and we will write the game in such a way where, like, you can choose through the dialogue and through the way that you play who your character is, and you fill in the gaps mostly in your mind. The game is written to be accessible by any character you insert into it.
Right.
And then there's the school of RPG where you are role-playing a specific character. And this is where you get things kind of like the God of Wars and also like the Dragon Ages. And those are kind of two different approaches to that. But basically, you are given a character who is scripted to be part of the world in a specific way. They are intentionally placed into the story because this character is a core part of the story, not because any character could go through the story. And I think that those are both very valid, but since the Dragon Ages tended to lean more into Type 2, when Veilguard leans more into Type 1, I think kind of as a side effect of the way that the game's production cycle went, it just feels weird and empty, and it doesn't help that a lot of the other characters in the game are also poorly written, so it doesn't feel like there's a lot of reasons to be attached to them either.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. It's a very, the gameplay is super fun. It's one of my favorite games if I want to put on if I like button mash and not really think too hard, but the story is just very weak, and none of your choices really, which is the kind of the selling point of every BioWare game, so it's really unfortunate that they didn't nail it on this one.
Yeah, I don't really... Dragon Age was never my thing, so I only ever heard about this, like, tangentially. But one of my favorite things to, you know, consume online is people talking about games, given that, like, I think Zero Punctuation was the background noise of my entire high school career. So it's always interesting when I hear, like, what's been going down in these franchises that I have no investment in. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I love these games. Again, like, no shade to Veilguard, it is very fun to play. It's just, it's a good game, bad Dragon Age, but like, the Dragon Age games I think have some favorite writing of any game series, just because they do a really great job of making, in the same way that like Mass Effect makes the world feel very lived in and its world built really well, Dragon Age does these really great big scale fantasy politics in a way that I think is really interesting to play through. And one of my favorite things about Inquisition is that as you play through it, a lot of the big critique of the game is that it is unnecessarily loaded. There's a lot of side quests, and I think that that is true to a point. But I think what's really cool about that game is because of its incredible scale. As you change the world, you go through the plot, you improve these different open world areas. it feels like your big world-changing organization is actually changing the world around you, and that's so cool. That feels so cool to play through. Like it's such a immediate feedback, so tactile. I really really like it. And that's a shame that Veilguard, it's like, yeah, this isn't even ostensibly an even bigger world-changing year event. And it's like, yep, and no one in the story is going to interact with us like we are even slightly involved in the plot. And I'm like, guys, please. I want my story back.
That reminds me extremely tangentially. I listened back through when you did Turtle Mania last year on Movie Struck. I listened back through our episode about TMNT 2007. We collectively say the word ostensibly at least 15 times. I don't know what was going on. It was like the word of the day or something. I can't remember which of us started it, but after a while it was like we just couldn't stop.
That's so fucking funny. Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like sometimes it's stuck in my head and I'm like, yeah, that's how communication happens.
Yeah, this is the only way. This is actually the only word in the English language for me this week.
Yeah, I guess it was ostensibly for us that time.
No kidding.
Oh, that's really fucking funny.
Oh wait, did I leave an eyeball behind? Get back here, you bitch! Ah, yes, good. Okay, triple shot, point blank shot, or crack shot. Oh no, chain shot is way too good, which is, you can prove because I already got it once. Point blank shot might be the worst of these two options. Simply because if I'm close enough to get the damage bonus, I probably should have moved farther away because it's a bow.
Makes sense.
Okay, Ares or money? I think we'll do Ares. Oh no, I made the correct choice. This is in fact the worst room to be in.
Easy.
Every once in a while, I'll get the urge to go back to play Dragon Age Inquisition. It's just it's one of my all-time favorite games. Really, really enjoyable. The combat sucks, but the combat sucks in all the old Dragon Ages. What are you gonna do? It's an older game. It's never gonna hold up forever.
Sure.
But God, it's just it's such an undertaking. It's like, well, this will be hundreds more hours of my life if I start another save file. And I'm willing to do it. God, am I willing to do it?
My father's gifts are generous indeed, though I think I can help in my own way.
Of these options, Curse of Vengeance is the worst. All these others are too generally useful.
This
Makes
is my
sense.
fight.
This is not to say anything too bad and jinx it, but by worst run standards, this is not bad.
Could be, not to say it, worse.
Oh god. Okay. Regener. You know, maybe it's because the Pact of Punishment has been cranked down. Okay, well, a boss fight is obviously worse than being able to spend money. But because there's fewer... yep. Correct choice for the worst run.
Oh, Orb, our old friend.
Hello, Butterfly Ball. Now also everyone else can die, please. Thank you. Very kind of you.
So cool of you.
You're all very obliging. Yay! Good work, team.
Farewell for now, sinister ball of butterflies.
Sinister ball of butterflies. I think Impending Doom is the worst of these options.
This is my fight.
Okay.
Sometimes Ziggy will go have food out of her bowl and then forget that I am in the apartment as well and just kind of walk meowing like she's echolocating her way back to me. Which is very sweet, but like, dude, I haven't moved.
I haven't always been able to parse why Wolf meows at me, or why she meows in general. Because I'm sure sometimes it's because she's confused about where I am, but it's like, it's not a particularly large living space. Like, you can probably hear me most of the time.
I didn't go nowhere, Ziggy. Like, I don't know what you want me to say.
Yeah.
But she's so we'll just accept it. This is the price of doing business.
Yes. Maybe cats just don't have object permanence yet.
Maybe.
It's a special kind of dread when you kill a butterfly ball and realize there's still butterflies on the screen, which means you missed one.
There's at least one more waiting in the winds.
Zoo Spoon or Hermes Spoon? I prefer the Zoo Spoons because they do more damage, which means Hermes Spoon.
Hey.
Okay. Take care of business. Clean it up. Oh, Zagreus, you're such an optimist.
It's not that this is a no kitty crime stream, it's just that they've been remarkably well behaved. Is Wolf still gamer catting?
She's napping right next to me, but we'll see how long that lasts. Wolf is usually pretty well behaved for the first 4 hours of the stream, and then she starts getting a little bit testy.
She says, this has not been about me for some time.
You don't need to tell me I broke my streak. I was there. It sucked. Thank you. Quick reload is probably the worst because I don't think I've used my cast intentionally, like at all. Oh yeah, here we go.
Sure.
Oh, mission point.
Hey, get down from there.
This is thrilling gameplay. There we go.
Looks like a plan.
Oh boy, a plan. Okay. Poseidon is the worst option.
I very much appreciated that.
Have we talked about the new Avatar: The Last Airbender thing? I assume referring to the leaked movie.
Ah, yes, the leaked movie.
Ah, yes. How do you feel about that?
I think it's so funny that they somehow leaked the entire. Like, listen, I feel bad. I feel bad for the creators who worked very hard on this. Unfortunately, that is really funny that that happened.
Yeah, it's one of those things from like, look, it's not ideal.
Yeah.
I was kind of neutral on any new Avatar stuff anyway. I don't know if there's been anything I've been particularly excited about because I don't care about new versions of the same stories. The live action holds no appeal to me.
The live action's also not good, which is a big factor.
The live action was also not good, which also didn't help. But like, I also kind of don't need to see any more of the gang, you know? Like, I got it. I got the most interesting part of their lives in the original series. I'm good. I'm done now. Like, I don't need any more of it.
So
I'm not going to begrudge it to anyone, but eh.
On principle, I'm kind of the opposite. I'm a big fan of the Adventure Continues stories. Part of the thing I didn't like about Korra is how it felt like it very much decentralized, like anything about, and obviously that was the point, it was Next Generation, but it was kind of like, yeah, your heroes never did anything particularly cool with the rest of their lives, and also they were all bad parents, and I was like, okay, cool, I didn't really want to know that. So I certainly don't mind more adventures from the same crew. I think in concept, this could be good. In practice, I do not have any confidence that it is going to be good. I think it would be nice if it was good. I didn't seek out leaked stuff, but for about a day and a half, it was the only thing happening on Tumblr, so I just saw a bunch of stuff about it against my will. And from what I've seen, there is an element to which I am concerned it is a little too fan servicey. It's a little bit too much like, if you grew up with these kids, you're probably now like late 20s, early 30s, and that means you want to see them aged up and hot, and like, here, Zuko looks like a C-drama protagonist now, and I'm like, okay, objectively I'm not complaining. I am suspicious of you doing this, though. I worry you're doing it because you think it's what I want to see, not because you think the story will be good. Also, slightly...
I think where I'm
Well, no, go ahead.
Oh no, please.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That was the most devastating brute that. I just fucking exploded.
I feel like we kind of had an earlier conversation on this very stream about know when to be done with things, and I feel like as much as I enjoy an adventure continues, there is a point where I'm like, but I don't need to know what those adventures are to enjoy that they get to continue adventuring. You know, like I think that there's a point where with the, and I think I hit this the Avatar gang where I'm like, this is the story that mattered for me to see these characters, and I'm not going to be upset that there are like more adventures that they get to have, but I don't know that I want to dedicate a bunch of time and attention to like getting what those adventures are. I think it's kind of cooler to me to just be able to imagine that these guys get to keep hanging out and doing things and like how they change their world, because I don't know that there's any amount of like actually seeing them that's going to change how I feel about the original story, or that's going to change how much I enjoyed the series. And so I kind of land on, I would be completely fine with no more Avatar anything. Like, I kind of think I'm good with this world. I've seen what I need to see. I'm happy people get to tell their stories in it or whatever, but I don't know that it needs to be for me.
That's fair.
And I feel like with this movie in particular, I was like, you know what, the gang especially, like we saw their most interesting moments. We were there for the story that changed them, and now they're kind of just, they kind of have to just be these like static figures who do their best bits, who are callbacks to the more interesting times we already lived with them.
Yeah, well, I
don't know that this adventure can change them in any meaningful way.
I do think a factor of that is the wanting to appeal to what they think the fans want.
Yeah,
because,
for sure.
Yeah. Also, real quick, I think of these options, aside from being a fated list thing, I think Boiling Point is the worst because I haven't used my God gauge like almost at all, and increasing when I get hit still means I have to get hit. So, it's definitely the worst for my playstyle.
I think that makes sense.
What? Oh, wow.
What? Sorry, she jumped up on the back of my desk chair and screamed directly into the microphone. I apologize.
Amazing. All right, let's see if we can make it through this.
Sorry.
But yeah, I think the thing about, like, I can imagine, you know, the adventures that I need from these characters. I don't need to see them. I think part of the problem I had with, like, Korra and with the later Avatar tie-in comics is it almost made it harder for me to imagine their cool future adventures, because instead they were like, actually, Zuko is kind of having trouble being a good Fire Lord because he's dissolving into paranoia. And I was like, I didn't want that. I wanted him to be good at this. It's kind of like how the Star Wars sequels were like, actually, you were stupid for thinking the expanded universe stuff was ever going to be cool. Actually, instead, they just never did anything cool and they just died.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm perhaps too eager to just close the book on things at times. I know that there's an instinct to want more of something, and I don't think that that's a wrong instinct inherently. I think there are some worlds that absolutely benefit from just constantly having more added to them. I mean, comic books are a great example of a medium that can really sustain this. Superhero stories can kind of constantly be having new things happening, and it sort of almost exclusively always works, even if it's something you retcon later or you go back to a different version of the story. You can play around with that a lot, but like, I think particularly with like movies and TV, I feel like there's often a finite amount of it I can tolerate before it gets exhausting. And like Star Wars, so long ago, slipped into being exhausting for me. I'm like, I'm happy to read a book about this, I guess, but like, I don't need to know more. I don't need to know. Solo was fine. I don't need to know Han Solo's backstory to like have experienced the most interesting part of his life, you know? Like, I don't need more of that. And Avatar, I think, is unfortunately has been a little exhausting for me in the last few years, where I'm like, I really just don't want any more of this. Korra was fine, I guess, but like not something I loved. And I just haven't really been trying to engage with it beyond the original show for a long time, because it's not something that like I think has anything interesting added to it that I couldn't get from like seeing someone's cool fan art from the show, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Jesus Christ!
Come on, Worstron.
I'm doing my level 4.
And we're all rooting for you.
Okay. Oh no, this means Theseus is gonna kill me. God damn it! Oh, it's Dionysus. Hold on, I think I've heard that Dionysus will hurt Theseus with his own ability. Get his ass. For Ariadne! Ah, Christ.
Elysium is for the great, not for the likes of you.
Yeah, okay, cool. Well, worst run's over. I'm free. What's the 2K thing we had set? I can't remember.
I believe it's a rando run. Yeah,
Ooh,
2000
fuck
will be
yeah.
doing a rando run, so get there. Get excited.
Amazing. Okay. Well, that's not so bad, so I can actually take my time here.
So prior to when Theseus killed you again back there, did you by any chance happen to ask his big bull buddy for an autograph from me this time?
Did not come up.
God, just ask him for his fucking autograph, Zagreus.
Take it
Come
easy.
on.
I'll probably be back here in no time.
The watchdog Cerberus merely sulks upon his supple bedroll.
Yeah, it was a good run for being the worst run, honestly. We did our best.
Yeah, it could be worse. Could be worse. Which means next time.
Next time we gotta find a way to make it worse, yeah.
Yeah. While you're doing all of your setup, I'm going to take 5 to use the restroom. Be right back.
Sweet. All right.
Ziggy, come on. We gotta go on. We're going on a trip very briefly. Hold
Hold
on. Ah.
You're not really going
What about second worst run? I think there is a reward to make me do another worst run, but it's not for a while yet.
Come now, my friend. I know this is a test of faith. Of course I am committed to the spread of such heroic deeds as yours. And I do so enjoy getting to hear them first.
What have I done?
Okay, maybe now Nyx will actually talk to us about getting Orpheus and Eurydice back together.
Seems to have taken some.
God damn it.
They mentioned you.
They mentioned me, did they? I thought perhaps that they had long forgotten. You should know they are my mother and my father, child. We have not spoken since the dawn of time.
That's... Oh. The head chef is on the board. Too good to pass up.
Amazing. Okay, let's see.
Chef.
And... Ooh! Free nectar. Hell yeah.
Why, thank you.
Well, if we have dealer's choice, it might be time for Little Baby Weenie Mode again.
Achilles.
It's been a little while.
Oh, we go in Little Baby Weenie mode?
I think it might be time for Little Baby Weenie Mode.
He thinks you've taken sides
Classic,
against all of us.
classic.
I don't
Everyone's
want anything to happen.
favorite. An icon of the stream series.
Oh yeah, we love Little Baby Weenie Mode. And if this truly will be the day we get the credits to roll, perhaps the only way to do it is with Little Baby Weenie Mode.
It would be in the spirit of the thing, wouldn't it?
It really would be, yeah.
To happen. Hold back your fear.
Fears for the weak.
Me when I'm mentally healthy.
I hope it's not been too much having to keep this
I haven't not been playing Pokemon Champions because online battling holds no joy for me. But my younger brother has been getting very into it, and since I have most of the mainline game, he does not. This has resulted in me getting a lot of sporadic texts over the last week of being like, do you have this Pokemon and will you give it? Well, finally, my desire to create a living dex in every single game comes in handy because I have an encyclopedia of one of every guy.
Oh boy.
Yeah. They're rewarding me, completionist Georg, who should not have been counted and is an outlier.
I love the way you pronounce Georg, because in my brain that's always just been George. Or maybe Jorg.
I see that sneering.
I don't know. I'm probably saying it wrong, but I also have to like parse it as I'm saying it every single time, so meh.
Yeah. You guys are right.
What can
We
you
should do
do?
a Gamimama run. We're gonna do Little Baby Weenie Mode and a Gamimama run.
Oh, that's what she would have wanted.
It's what you would have wanted.
Her mother's Demeter, but her father evidently was some farm boy. My red blood comes from him, and my propensity to die, I guess.
You blame your ancestors for your own weakness. You should be thankful you were born with immortality. Though your meddlesome curiosity and constant need for affirmation must certainly be from your mortal side.
Constant need for affirmation. Me when my son wants me to be a father.
Does she grow older with age? Is she just going to expire as the mortals do? With demigods, I hear it can go either way.
I said never to speak of her, blast you. You said yourself she is the daughter of the goddess of seasons. Use your fool head for once.
I'll have to try that, thanks.
Okay. Let the Gamimama run commence.
And so it begins.
Oh, first let me unlock a couple more things.
Night to give me strength. Must be on my means. Good to go.
Too expensive. There is a point. I think there's an aspect of Demeter in the Twin Pists of Malphon. We could
My
always
keepsakes.
go full Gamimama. But
The
no.
full Gamimama experience.
Full Gamimama. But we committed to Little Baby Weenie Mode. But I'll just check them out. I don't think I've unlocked them yet.
What in
Oh, no, I have.
created you?
Could be. It's still up to you. We're still about 500 away from a
Mesh.
you get to decide, Red. So I would make your choice quickly before chat.
Oh god, that's a good point. Okay, okay, Little Baby Weenie Mode time, go! And let the adventure continue. Ooh, if we have to fill the heat gauge, we might actually get enough to... no, it's...
Get some goods.
Well, I mean, we'll definitely get some goods. It's just, if it's not up to 5, we won't be able to use the Erebus gates, which is okay. We can wait. That could be a post-credits thing.
That's a treat for later.
At what point do we purposely do some bad runs to try to move dialogue like Nyx's along? That's up to you guys. I'm trying to win this game.
We're good, you know? We're trying to be good.
Yes.
It's just that sometimes it's hard. It's very hard to be good at this.
Loss, young Zagreus.
But only sometimes.
Pray to me that you never have to learn.
It's not worst mode. I can just do whatever I want. Yeah.
Control is in your hands. No one else's.
No, it's not worst run. I think I want to say hi to Chaos. May as well, right?
Oh yeah, Chaos is our boy. Or our person. Our person.
Our boy,
Our
gender
boy
neutral.
non-gendered.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what we got.
You have the all-seeing artifact of mine, living the old lives that the great Lord Zeus once used when he retaliated violently against his parentage. I watched his movements through it for some time.
That's terrible. Oh, but I have to. Each time you attack, get hit for -5, but afterwards we deal plus 69% damage.
Nice.
We simply have to.
It's a requirement. It's ordained by the game itself.
Oh no! Even just activating the shield to hide behind it hurts now. And then releasing it hurts again? Oh, I've made a terrible mistake. The price I pay
Oh,
for
no.
69 damage.
Oh no, little baby weenie mode.
That's okay. We're just gonna do our best with the special.
With the tools we've been given.
Okay. We gotta go full buzzsaw. Help, help, it's chasing me! Haha, just kidding, I'm doing that on purpose. Oh no, oh no, ooh, it's so scary! Anyway.
Die again.
Come on. Woo! Okay. One encounter down, 2 to go. Oh boy. Let's see if we can get a divine dash to take the edge off.
Something to, you know, make it a little easier to deal with.
Just a little bit, yeah. It's like I'm playing chess now, navigating this shield around. Oh no. this is brutal. This is brutal.
Oh man.
Those chaos boons are no fucking joke. But they lured me in with the 69. Oh, speaking of, happy day after 420, everybody. Always fun.
Oh yeah. Congratulations. To all who celebrate.
Yes. Very big day for some people.
Hail and good tidings to you, noble cousin. May you be swift and thorough, vanquishing the dead who dare oppose you.
Oh, I'm not getting custom dialogue from her anymore. I gotta start handing out more nectar. Divine Dash epic level, hell yes! Okay, we're good.
It's all working out.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I should drink some tea. Extremely wrong. No, I'm slightly damp. Okay, we're fine. Okay, after this I should be okay. It's so hard to do Little Baby Weenie mode when I can only do like half of Little Baby Weenie mode. I can only do mode right now. Little Baby and Weenie are off the table.
That is definitely a way to put it.
Oh, thank God. Dashing does damage now. I can actually do something.
Evolved a new effect.
Say, word has reached me that you squared against one known as Theseus, now champion there in Elysium. He was a handful even when he lived. So much so that my honored brother Zeus, he took to calling him my son. Can you believe the nerve?
I like how they keep doing that. Where it's like, if there's a thing in the lore that doesn't quite make sense, don't worry. It was fake, actually.
It's not real.
Yeah,
Don't
actually the gods were just pranking each other, which is honestly a totally sensible way to do it. Because they're making such a big deal out of Persephone having been a demigod, that, like, if Theseus was also one, it would have been kind of meh.
There's a lot worse ways to handle that.
Yeah. Ah, shit. Let me go. Yeah! Another victory for Little Baby Weenie mode.
Every time.
And more Zeus boons. Hell yeah. Oh, not this fucking guy again. Jesus Christ. Fortunately, Divine Dash kind of makes this guy a little bit of a joke. I say that.
That feels like a famous last words kind of situation.
Ha! Got his ass. Alright, we're good.
Old Hades has continued to ignore my every effort to reach out to him, young man. Oh well, but he is obstinate indeed. You are wise to seek your family's better half.
Ooh.
The might of the heavens.
It's gonna be insane. Alright. Hey fellas, got a present for you. Oh no, that's just as bad as I thought it would be for them. Hey, you should come over here. Haha, idiot. Get smote, fool.
Experience the smite.
Smite. Hee hee hee. Oh, Little Baby Weenie mode off to a roaring start.
That's why it's America's favorite.
Ask your doctor if Little Baby Weenie mode is right for you. Oh, I did a little bit of Ghibli movie rewatching the other day, which was fun.
Oh yeah, what'd you get around to?
I rewatched Howl's Moving Castle, Spirited Away, and Porco Rosso. Not as much one of the big names.
I love Porco Rosso. That might be my favorite one.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Like,
I'm
also-
just surprised.
There's a lot of good. I don't think there's a bad Ghibli movie.
No,
It's hard
well,
to say.
no.
And I
didn't enjoy Ponyo very much, but that's fine.
And I also love Ponyo a lot. You know,
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Is it not intended for it's definitely not a tween audience. It's like it's more of a toddler audience, but in the same way, I think it's very charming in what it's doing. No, I really like Porco Rosso. I feel like it's kind of scratches the good level of complex for me, where I'm like, it's fantastical, but it's got kind of like a grounding to it, and the story is so interesting, and I just love I love Porco.
Oh yeah, our fucking boy.
Who wouldn't rather be a pig than a fascist, you know?
Dude, when he said that, I like pointed at the screen.
It's so good every time. So
I'll admit, I think I watched Porco Rosso for the only time when I was quite young, so I didn't really get all of like the vibes when I first watched it. The scene when he's recalling like the last time he was human, that got me, man. Like this beautiful image of pilot heaven, sort of, was. Yeah. He did such a good job of making it just seem kind of ethereal in a really impactful way, kind of uncanny. Like to the point where when he said like maybe what I saw was hell, it's like honestly I could see it going either way. Be eternally floating in a blue cloudless sky also feels kind of fucked. Okay, for Gamima Run, I think we need to go after this Gamima boon.
I think you simply must.
I think I simply must. I must honor my grandmother.
Yeah, I don't know. I find Porco Rosso complex and beautiful in a way that has a cohesion that some other Ghiblis do. And again, the winding journey that a Ghibli movie is the appeal of it. So I don't think that that's necessarily a dig on any of the other films, because like I do, you know, I also love Howl's Moving Castle. You know, I'm not about to sit here and say like Kiki's Delivery Service is excellent, Mononoke, all of them. Like they're all very, very good.
Yeah.
But there's something about Porco Rosso that feels like such a complete idea to me, and the fantastical elements of the visuals conveying what is a very real and grounded kind of survivor's guilt is just so perfectly executed that you almost like forget that you're about to feel something intense like that. Because of all the whimsical elements until it hits, and when it hits so good. And,
for sure.
And as someone who's a big like, you know, I like Casablanca on that shit. Like this is exactly the kind of like
it's very unapologetically like pre-war Italian in a lot of ways. I could see that hitting right. Yeah.
It hits right. I think the magic of a Ghibli movie is that any one of them could be someone's favorite for any number of reasons. So that there is no way to like rank them. It is just like, yeah, they're all kind of doing interesting, complex things, just with like different amounts of whatever the formula is. So it scratches in it. But yeah, I love Porco Rosso. I would go back to that any day.
I am always so interested in learning what people's favorite Ghibli movies are, because I think for Blue it's Kiki. Which also surprised me. Like again, Kiki's not bad. I was just kind of like, it wouldn't have occurred to me that would be the favorite. But of course, it's got the immaculate like European town vibes. It's got, it's pretty fun. Now let's just do this. It's got.
Much better.
I think for me, a lot of the Ghibli movies that I've been rewatching, because I've gone on record, my favorite is Castle in the Sky, and it's functionally tied with Nausicaa. And those are also the Ghibli movies that have a clear beginning, middle, end, clear antagonistic force, and a fairly standard adventure narrative. And that's definitely the reason why they resonated with me so well, even when I was little. Whereas a lot of the movies that I've needed to revisit and give their due diligence to are the ones where it's like, it's really good, but it's more kind of like Kiki is like a slice in the life, basically. It doesn't even really have an ending. I remember when I watched it when I was little, the part that stuck with me was the blimp falling, to the point where when I rewatched it, I was shocked at how brief that part was, because it was the part that like scared the shit out of me, because I was like, oh, this is clearly the most impactful moment of the movie, and then it was just a thing that was happening. Howl's Moving Castle I never disliked, but there's a lot going on in Howl's Moving Castle. It's similar to Princess Mononoke. It's one of the Ghibli movies where the war is the real antagonist. Like, the fact that this horror is occurring is like the inescapable background noise of the movie. And there's so many different things going on that I guess it was easier for me to lose track of things when I first watched it. But I really liked it. I thought it was a lot of fun. I have not read it's one of the only Diana Wynne Jones books that I didn't read at all, so I don't have the point of comparison for it. But I am, I like almost everything of hers I've ever written, or read, so probably I would like it also. Yeah, and Spirited Away, I also really liked it, but it's got this sort of like, this kind of floaty, fairy tale-esque energy that a lot of the other movies don't really share. The fact that like the rules of this universe are so extremely fairy tale-esque, it's such a good vibe. It's really baked in all the way down that like this is a world where magic is real and it has rules and here's what they are. And I thought that was extremely rad. But
it's extremely cool. Again, there's no Ghibli movie that I dislike.
Sure.
So but I've always Spirited Away and The Boy and the Heron, two of my least favorites, just because like I think the fluidity of them often leads me to be like, I get what you're going for, and there's often really impactful scenes and the imagery is beautiful, and when I can just turn my brain off and kind of be along for the ride, I get a good vibe from it. But I think sometimes it gets a little bit too lost in the like how long a scene goes on to like just let the scene setting happen and the magic be real, that I'm like, actually I would like one more rule. Maybe I would like slightly more rules. That, like, again, beautiful, magical films that I would never get tired of rewatching, but like of them I tend to prefer the Porco Rossos of the Ghibli catalog.
I feel like I haven't watched Boy and the Heron because when Ponyo came out and I watched it, I came to the distressing realization that I didn't really like it, and I didn't think that was allowed for Ghibli movies. And since then I've experienced more Ghibli movies that I didn't really like, and they tend to be the ones that are a little bit more like self-indulgently kind of slice of life-ish, but Boy and the Heron, everything I've seen from it makes me feel like I probably wouldn't like it very much, so I've sort of given it a pass because of that, because it's how to describe it, feels like it's about Miyazaki as a person, and that almost feels like it's too personal for me to see, like it's good that he made it, but maybe I don't need to see it, but Spirited Away, I feel like is interesting.
Well, Boy and the Heron, I think I would compare it most to Spirited Away in like the way that it's structured and the tone that it kind of hits, because it's kid on an adventure in a world that has specific rules. Like magic is real, but the magic follows a very specific set of rules. Like it has a very similar narrative structure to Spirited Away, and I think it does very similar things to the point where I'm almost like, I think Spirited Away is just kind of the better of these two same movies. And it's definitely, Boy and the Heron definitely more directly biographical than I think some other Ghibli movies are. Like, it's not that Miyazaki's the main character, but it's very emblematic of a lot of his experiences as a kid. So like,
sure. Well, I also think the thing about the analysis I've seen about it is that the old wizard who this world of magic and wonder is the thing that he's created, and no one can carry on the legacy, and it's gonna die with him, and it's like, yeah.
It's complicated, but like at the same time, I think it's what it's doing well.
Yeah, sure. That's the thing. Ghibli movies are always profoundly competent. None of them are bad in that regard. But
yeah. But I don't know that I would be rushing to rewatch it necessarily. And then I saw it in theaters. Catch it in person. But yeah, I don't know that it's one of my favorites, because I think it just sort of lacks that sort of narrative cohesion that some of them really thrive with. Because even like Princess Mononoke has a lot of sprawling themes going on, but there's a pretty solid narrative through line to that. Like, even if it's not beginning, middle, end, it's middle and end point of this story.
It's
like,
got
there is a stop.
The only reason Princess Mononoke was not one of my childhood favorites is because I don't think my mom let me watch it. Like, Nausicaa, fine. Castle in the Sky, fine. Princess Mononoke, too many people's limbs get, like, chopped off in that movie for her to be like, this is appropriate for a 7-year-old. So, highly fair. Because when the thing is, I don't think any Ghibli movie can be inattentively watched, and that is a problem I run into because inattentive is my default state. The reason why I've been rewatching a lot of these movies is because I'm like, I didn't give this enough focus last time, but maybe now that I'm on like the second or third viewing, I'll be able to actually get it and give it the attention it deserves, and that has so far worked perfectly. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, oop, there's a Gamima option. Yeah, we must take it.
No, I'm happy you enjoyed Porco Rosso because I think it's my all-time favorite. It's just something about it I just absolutely adore.
I'm ashamed to say that I missed on when I first saw the movie ending. I was like, "What do you mean you never saw him again? What happened?" And then I had to like look up the Wikipedia summary, and it's like a red plane is visible parked at the dock, and the fact that Gina's not there proves that she stopped waiting because he's fine. And I was like, "Oh, okay." Cool, I get it. But like for a second there, I was like, I can't believe they hit me with the ambiguous ending where maybe our hero is not here anymore. But no, actually, they hit me with a different ambiguous ending, which is far more acceptable. But in my defense, every background in a Ghibli movie is so complicated. How am I supposed to notice a little red plane down there?
Yeah, it's great. It's good. Yeah, Porco Rosso. Can't go wrong with my man's.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting too. I feel like Porco is like the only Ghibli protagonist I ever see who's like smoking and littering and stuff like that. Like part of what signifies that he's so absolutely traumatized and suffering from survivor's guilt is that he's also disrespectful to the environment. How dare he?
He's also a lot older than a lot of the other Ghibli characters.
For sure.
He's maybe one of the only middle-aged Ghibli leads in the entire discography. Because
Porco Rosso is a grown man who eats, smokes,
is a grown man.
had sex.
He doesn't have the illusion of like the innocence of youth at all. Because even like the teens and the young 20s, like where your Mononokes and all live, like there's still an assumption of like immaturity and like a certain childlike innocence that allows you to interact with the world in a way that often the villainous, or if not outwardly evil, at least ill-intentioned adults around them don't. And Porco is decidedly a middle-aged man. Has a lot of
very much getting too old for this shit.
Very much lost the innocence of youth and does not necessarily have the same innocent reverence for the world around him because he has lived in it for so long, right? Like he's been in this for a minute. He's already disillusioned with this like mundane magic, and so he's a very different life stage than most Ghibli protagonists, and it is so important to why I enjoy that movie. It's like, no, this is a perspective that just like no other Ghibli movie takes. None of them do it.
Absolutely. And he's also like, there's almost this like heartbreaking element of dramatic irony because like, if he were more optimistic, we'd be like, I don't know, buddy, now's not a good time for you to start feeling optimistic about the future of Italy. So like, the part where he's so like, what they're doing is talking about the end of the age of like flight, and it's such an interesting theme that I guess Miyazaki keeps exploring in his movies of like, flight is the most beautiful, like the oldest dream of humanity is to touch the sky, to reach the unreachable star. And as soon as we make the technology that allows us to do this, we start using it to murder each other on the ground. And you can tell how much he fucking hates that, because it's absolutely everywhere. But it's interesting how, like, before he did The Wind Rises, I guess he was still unpacking that here, where it's like, the designing of the plane is amazing. The planes are so cool. The dogfighting, like, it's all in good fun. Even the sky pirates are chill. You can really see how these guys are in conversation with the Castle in the Sky pirates, where they're kind of just in it for the love of the game and they're not even bad guys. And then it's like, also, here's the fleet. We're going off to war. Here's the Air Force is here. And it's like, oh, boo. Why you gotta ruin everyone's fun?
Yeah, it's complicated in a really juicy way, and I that about so.
Yeah, Porco Rosso, I think, underrated fave. Maybe I was just underrating it, because I remember I only ever watched it once when I was little, and I didn't really get it, and now I'm like, actually, this is profoundly beautiful. Castle in the Sky is still winning just because it hits too many things that I love too much. But, yeah. For me, like, you don't really get... Even in the movies that have antagonists, normally they're a little bit more of like a Yubaba or is it Lady Eboshi in Princess Mononoke, where it's like they're unconditionally an antagonist, but they're not so much a villain. They've got their own way of doing things. Yubaba's pretty malevolent, but she's just trying to make a dishonest living. She's a businesswoman, and she stands true to her word. And even when she's trying to play the trick on Chihiro at the end with her parents, she's like, well, no, I have to do this or I won't be able to break the contract. This world has rules, And it's like, yeah, she kind of is just like that. Castle in the Sky has a villain. Like, Muska is a straight-up bad dude, and it's kind of a rare treat to get to see some, like, idealistic Ghibli protagonist just be like, how do we deal with this guy who sucks? And it's fun. It's really interesting. Like, Nausicaa doesn't really have a bad guy in the same way. Even Princess Kushana is, like, she and Nausicaa kind of really understand each other in a weird way, and when she pulls out the terrifying weapon from the old world, it's an attempt to save the day. It doesn't work, but she is trying to help. So you don't really get just self-centered, horrifying jerks like Muska in any other movie, and that's why Castle in the Sky is still, I think, my favorite.
Very valid. Yeah. Again, as stated before, I don't think there's any Ghibli movie that's not someone's favorite.
Sure, yeah.
You know, they're all doing things, everything they set out to do, they do so well that I don't think there's a world where one is unequivocally the least favorite of every person on the planet.
I mean, I'd say Tales from Earthsea actually sucks as a movie, but I don't think that was actually Miyazaki, and B, it's just, it's doing its own thing, and the thing is not good. I don't think Tales from Earthsea is anybody's favorite.
Maybe fair. I admittedly have not seen that one.
It's not good, don't watch it.
Yeah.
Yes, go my pretties. Little baby weenie mode takes another victim.
Fly.
That's what you get. Should fetch me something.
Shiny diamonds. Okay, good start for little baby weenie mode. Still got all our death defiances, but we'll get one more for the road just in case.
Just in case, just to stock up.
Yeah. Because Theseus killed us last time, which means we need to kill him extra hard so he doesn't start thinking that this is fine and normal.
Yeah, we gotta represent a little bit for this run.
Yes. Everyone should watch
some business.
Everyone in chat being like, I haven't watched Castle this guy. Well, you should. It's good. What are you doing, man?
That was one of the last ones I got around to watching in terms of the Ghibli movies that I've seen, just because I feel like it was not one I grew up with, and it was not necessarily one of the ones where it's like, you have to see it, like, in the way that, like, Howl's Moving Castle and Spirited Away are like, these are the Ghibli movies. Not that it's not good, but it yeah.
I guess for me, like, Castle in the Sky is such a profoundly perfect adventure narrative. And then for me, I guess it is kind of, it's always a surprise to me how low it is on other people's lists. So I guess Castle in the Sky is, for me, the surprise that I had when Porco Rosso was your favorite. Like, that one, really? But for me, I don't want to be rude. I think Howl's Moving Castle is an excellent movie. I don't understand why it is so many people's favorite. I think it might be the romance, because it's good and compelling, and it kind of washes right over me, which is probably why I don't really vibe with, like, it's not bad. It's not badly written. It's sweet and cool. But Howl spends most of the movie literally incapable of caring about anybody. So it's kind of like, if that's the reason, I don't really get it.
I do. I like Howl's Moving Castle a lot, and the relationship between Hal and Sophie is, in its complexity, a lot of the reason that I do enjoy it. But I think it's, at least for me personally, a big part of why I like Howl's Moving Castle is the design of the moving castle. It's just,
absolutely.
Like, every time
it's
I see it, I'm like, oh, this is. I could look at this forever. Yeah, I could look at this for 10,000 years. But I can understand it. The romantic element is a big part of, I think, why it's so popular. And I would, if that holds no interest for you, then that makes sense.
I guess Howl's Moving Castle is one of the only movies where, like, you have a romance of two, like, grown-up people, because you get a lot of, like, oh, it's young love. You get, like, Chihiro and Haku in Spirited Away. It's like, oh, it's young love. It's, I guess, there's not really that in Castle in the Sky. That one is very much more like they are friends. And in Nausicaa, it's a little bit more like they're friends, they're supporting each other. There's no requirement for this to be romance. But I guess if you are in the mood for that, Howl's Moving Castle is one of the only Ghibli movies that does it. I don't want to, like, I'm not trying to be dismissive. I'm trying to crack the code on why this works so well for people.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit kind of, not to, like, just ambiguously say, well, it's kind of just the vibes, but, like, I think it is kind of just the vibes. Like, it's not that it's more grown up than other Ghibli stories are, but I think the combination of having a little bit of a less childish romance, like, it's in the way, like, Ponyo has, like, obviously,
Ponyo is a baby.
Ponyo and
Ponyo is two
his baby
4-year-olds.
They care about each other.
We're gonna be in love forever.
Yeah, it's like those are babies, but, like, Howl's Moving Castle has just, like, not even more mature, but it's like a more fantastical romance.
Yeah.
Like it is kind of the fantasy of the falling in love in that way that not a lot of other Ghiblis have.
It does
so
have
I think
the,
that
it's got the monster
contributes.
boyfriend appeal, but with Howl's true form for a while in the movie being a big scary bird guy who's still pretty.
I think it
so
doesn't hurt that like witches are kind of always having a moment, so the way that the whole Witch of the Waste is handled has a sort of a appeal to it.
Yeah.
Also, someone in chat pointing out that like until Spirited Away, most of the Ghibli movies didn't have a major U.S. release. Also very true. That means that a lot of things like Castle in the Sky that came out before Spirited Away took more of a warm-up time. If you weren't actively seeking out these films, you might not have had them on your radar, or your parents might not have put them on your radar. So I think that also might contribute a little bit.
Well, I gotta shout out my mom, who was into anime far before it was cool in the States, and got a region-free DVD player just so she could show me these movies in Japanese. So, like, that rip to you. Oh no, come on, the run's going so good. Don't do this to me. I'll put 5 minutes on the clock. If you guys can get us over the next hurdle, oh no, we're not even that far. Then I will have to fight Charon on this otherwise good run that could be the last run of the game. Well, I better fucking stock up.
Goated mom situation. Yeah, that's the one thing Ghibli, you can't take that from him. Every mom is goated.
They might be talking about my mom, actually, but yes, also the Ghibli moms
too.
are all good.
But also the Ghibli moms doing it like no one else.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Huge goated mom situations. Well, we got a first anonymous donation rolling in.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Castle Cagliostro is very interesting. It's so interesting to go back to the work that Miyazaki was doing before he founded Studio Ghibli. Because, like, technically Nausicaa was before Studio Ghibli. It's not technically under Ghibli. But, like, before that he was doing, like, individual episodes of Lupin the Third that are just like, hey, this one's about flying robots. And planes, actually. This one's mostly about planes. You know, for no reason. Could be nothing.
For no reason in particular.
Just staring down Charon. God, he's freaking huge. Zagreus is so tiny and everyone else is so enormous.
He's ill. He's biddle.
He is the little baby weenie mode. Oh, now's my chance to eat a snack. Hold on. Everyone ready for that good bag noise? Yeah, here we go.
Everyone's favorite.
Uh-oh, I've awoken the beast.
You gotta be careful because sometimes bags of human food sound an awful lot like bags of cat treats.
Okay,
I've run into this with Ziggy on occasion.
She's just curious about my little apple turnover. Oh, well now she's kind of sitting and staring at it pointedly. Buddy, it's not cat food. This is for people.
She doesn't know that. She can't confirm. She's just a little guy, you understand.
It's laminated pastry. You wouldn't like it.
You don't know that. It's lots of flaky layers. Cats love flaky layers.
Alright, we have a minute and a half left on the clock. I might be actually okay.
I think you might be safe.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, I feel like you can't discount how much what you watched as a kid influences what kind of things you prefer when you get older. Because we were talking before the podcast, but I'm going to be on a show called Nostalgia Marcanum, which is a very cool podcast talking about things people are nostalgic for, where all the guests bring something that they are very nostalgic for and they kind of discuss it. And I was saying, like, yeah, I picked Robots, the movie Robots, because I loved that movie as a kid. It was one of the few DVDs we have, and to this day, the DVD I have of it is got all the Blockbuster stickers on it because one of two things occurred. Either my family rented it from Blockbuster and never got around to returning it, like it was a library book we forgot about, or between us taking the movie out and having to bring it back, Blockbuster had gone out of business. But yeah, but like Robots, it's one of those movies that stayed with me my whole life. I'm incredibly nostalgic for it, and I think it's great, but I definitely know it's not everyone's favorite of that like era of movies. It's just that it's the one that I got the most exposure to. It's lodged in there forever, which is not how I experienced the Ghiblis. So like I came with those a lot later in life, and I was like, okay, well I guess I'll watch these movies now.
For sure.
And it definitely changes the perspective in which you watch it. Because I think maybe my favorite would be Ponyo if I watched them when I was a kid, as opposed to Porco Rosso.
Maybe. Okay, 5 minutes are up. I'm free. I'm safe. We can go say hi to Gamimama instead. Oh, thank goodness. Well, good effort, everybody. Once again, you are donating for an extremely good cause. We are fundraising for UNICEF, as mentioned. They support children around the globe, helping them stay alive when all the bullshit of the world is happening. And also, you know, support education, food, security, medical care, stuff like that. So, all very good things.
Incredibly worthy cause, and it's great that some people have donated to it, so thank you to everyone who's donated so far. If we get to $2,000, Red's next run will be a Rando run, which you may remember from the big stream. Basically, all choices are randomized, so it goes. But yeah, I saw a question in chat, am I going to go to Speed Racer? They are re-releasing Speed Racer in IMAX in theaters. Don't worry, I know everyone in my life and then people on the internet have tagged me in it. I know that it's happening.
I got tagged in it by proxy because of you.
I promise I know it's happening. I've actually already seen Speed Racer in theaters because the Film Society in Philadelphia frequently runs screenings of it. I think it's just a very popular film for good reason. And so I've seen it in the big screen, not in IMAX, and I'm busy on the day it's going to be in theaters, so I'm probably not going to go see it in IMAX. But I would encourage anyone who's been curious about it to go check it out because I think it'll look great on the big screen. It is a very visual experience, and experiencing it in that setting is awesome. And some of the best crowds I've ever experienced movies with have been to see Speed Racer in theaters. I think I mentioned just a second ago, the Film Society in Philadelphia, great nonprofit organization that does incredible screenings. I really can't rep them enough. They are so cool. But they frequently screen Speed Racer, and I've actually taken my dad to see it there. And the makeup of the crowds who turn out for Speed Racer, who pack that theater for Speed Racer, is 20-somethings like me who love the movie from their youth, and dads and their kids, and there was no one else there. It was the perfect amount of rowdy. People would like cheer when the people, you know, Speed wins the races and whatnot.
Of course, yes.
Spoiler alert, I get. But also people weren't like trying to do their tight five during the movie, because sometimes you get rowdy screenings of movies, which are fun in their own right, but like, I saw Batman and Robin also at the Film Society, and that was admittedly a goofier movie to be seeing, right? We all kind of were like, this is a much maligned movie, even though we love it, it's campy, it's goofy, you know, it's arguably bad. And so people were calling out things to the screen throughout the screening, and there was one guy who like had yelled like, shut up to Robin when he was on screen once, and then he got a tepid amount of laughter. Ooh. And then he tried to yell basically the exact same thing every time Robin was talking, and he got rightfully shushed. Oh god. That is the risk of rowdy screenings.
That's the danger,
because sometimes people are like, I gotta be the funniest guy in the room, and it's like, no, we all chose to spend $10 to go see Batman and Robin on a random afternoon. Don't need right now.
That's such a specific kind of insufferableness, yeah. It's like, listen, unfortunately, the funniest person in the room when you're watching Batman and Robin is the movie. Like, it's comedy gold.
It's so good.
It's boiling acid. Never goes wrong.
It's so unapologetically goofy that I truly do.
I end up respecting it despite of myself.
Yeah, It's one of those things where I'm like, is this a good movie? Probably not. Is this like the best Batman movie? Probably
Certainly not.
Am I having an amazing time every time I watch it and Mr. Freeze goes, what killed the dinosaurs?
The Ice Age! It's not even correct.
You know, like, the hype.
Did we know at the time that that wasn't correct? I feel like knowledge of the KT
100%
extinction...
we knew that was not.
Okay.
We've been learning about the meteor since I was in elementary school.
Well,
I think we were all very.
Well, like,
Same.
obviously but Batman and Robin's like an older movie. Not like an old movie, but...
It's not that much older.
Okay, well, I don't know. Time isn't real.
I think we were at least on probably a meteor by then.
I know for a theory that there was a while where, like, we knew that there was a layer of ash and, like, debris. So it was like, I see. The sun must have been blotted out, so probably all the herbivores starved, and then all the carnivores starved. So then it was like, well, how did all that ash get there? And it was like, a volcanic eruption, perhaps, leading to a little ice age. And then it was like, or a giant fireball from space that left scars you can still see today. The objectively cooler option.
Yeah. But I've said this before, and I'll say this again. If you are fortunate enough to live in an area, local nonprofit or small theater, I can't recommend checking them out enough. I think that is the best possible way to support a movie is to see it in a small local place where possible. Like, not possible everywhere. I'm very fortunate to live in Philly, we have such a great film scene. Most major cities in the US definitely have a theater equivalent to it, but they often do not only great first runs, but amazing re-screenings of things that came out years ago. Very often, if you just ask that local theater, hey, have you ever considered playing this? They probably will play it because that means that a statistically significant portion of their audience wants to see it. Which is also not for nothing, and I feel like this should be said because we earlier talked about the Amazing Digital Circus situation, but if you want something to play at a local theater, something you can always do that is like directly impactful is email them or call them and say, hi, I'm a patron of your theater. I'd love to see this thing. Would you like, if you played it, I would come see it.
Yes.
And if enough people do that, they'll usually play the thing, because theaters need to sell seats. So like, if you call your local movie theater and say, I want to see this thing, and like 10 or 20 other people do that, they'll pick up the distribution rights and play that thing 9 times out of 10. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
It's actually an incredibly effective way to express interest in seeing something, and show support for a project you might enjoy, especially like if it's a blockbuster like a Marvel or something. They're probably gonna get it anyway. But, like,
They'll show it anyway, but yeah.
smaller productions, almost certainly you can probably make it worth your local theater's time to play that movie.
I wonder if Dan would be upset if I called in Meg to help during this.
Good enough to eat.
You took down more than I did.
I did. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna kiss me about it? Ah, he's gone. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, not only have we fought our dad, we've actually beaten our dad. And if I get through this run,
Many times.
we might
Get the
just
first
get
credits
credit
roll.
We might get credits roll. Let's see.
TBD.
Why not? We have to kill Theseus because he's killed us a couple times today, and we can't let him think that that's normal.
We can't let him have that victory. That is what happened with Iron Lung in a lot of theaters. It was a smaller production. They didn't necessarily have distribution to a wide release, and then people were told to write into their theaters. I'd like to see this, and then if enough people write in and say they want to see something, your theater will pick it up.
Damn insufferable all the time.
We live in a time where it's very difficult to feel like you're in control of things in your in lives. I think it's not unfair to say that, but there's one thing you can control, and it's what you express interest in. And emailing or calling your local theater to say, please play this indie production. Great way to do that. Promise they won't be upset with you how they know what to put on the screen.
It can be sometimes helpful to like verbalize what you think the worst case scenario would be, because in cases like that, it's often like, what if I call and they're like, how dare you ask us for anything? Get out of here. And it's like, wow, it would be insane if that happened actually.
Yeah. I promise they just want to not waste money putting stuff on screens that no one comes to see. Like, it's truly just like you are actually helping this business.
Yeah.
They're not gonna get mad at you. It's worst case scenario, they make a note of it, and if no one else expresses interest, maybe they don't pick it up. But you did your good. Red is doing her best as well. Worst case scenario for Red is that we lose to Theseus a second time in a row.
No, we're fine, we're fine. Someone was nosing around on the laptop, and I had to pick her up and physically move her so she didn't get fuck around with that. Because she tends to get the lesson if I physically pick her up and move her. We'll see. Oh, Theseus is taking a shit ton of damage. How's that happening? Ah, yes, of course. Little baby Winnie will go.
It's the only strategy.
He's so rude.
It's the only strategy that matters, really.
Theseus is such a bastard. Why are you so mean to me, bro? I'm literally just trying to see my mom. It's just because I'm really good at, like, being nice to my parents and keeping them alive and not accidentally being responsible for their deaths, Theseus.
Theseus, you dick.
Theseus, you absolute stupid idiot. You know, I'm just saying, if I was sailing home... Jesus Christ, what is happening today? If I was sailing home and there was only one thing I needed to remember to do with the sails to tell my dad that I wasn't dead, I think I'd do it. You know, if I liked my dad.
Yeah, I guess this is really clown on Theseus hours, huh?
That's what he deserves.
That's most hours.
Best time.
Yes, so a good use case example would be if you wanted to see the Amazing Digital Circus at your local theater and they either weren't playing it or only had limited screenings of it, calling or emailing them, you can usually just check on their website to see if they have a number or an email, is a completely reasonable thing to do. Just say, hey, I am a patron of your establishment. I would like to see this thing. Please play it. Amazing. No one's going to get upset with you. It is a very, very easy thing to do. Can't recommend it.
Okay. Alright.
It was a victory. It was a close call, but it was a victory.
It wasn't that close of a call. It just chewed through more death defiances than I wanted it to.
It was a close enough call.
Oh, okay. Well, this is mostly a fact.
You really think you can get out of here?
Yes.
I do.
I do. See? Zagreus agreed. Alright, now the nice little satyr maze, and then let's fucking skedaddle. Let's go say hi to Mom.
It'll be fun.
It's nicer outside than it is in here.
Clink. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Wait.
Looks like a gun.
We've not been having the most legendary fishing luck lately, have we?
I wouldn't know. I try to willfully forget about fishing as much as possible in this game.
Here goes.
I feel like I think game devs should appreciate that no fishing in mini games and games is probably my most irrational take, because I feel like my driving take on video games is completely like justified and has some like mechanical explanations behind it, and similar with like why I'm not great at first-person shooters, even though I can appreciate what they're doing. But like fishing mini game is fully just like a personal preference.
Right, sure.
It's like, no, I guess I could be mad about something that actually could be affected, but I think maybe fishing in minigames is just bad, and I think maybe I'm right about that, but meh.
Sometimes the best hill to die on is the really shallow one, because it's funnier, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Very excited there's supposed to be a new Fire Emblem game this year, which is Weave, and I'm a longtime fan of the series, so I'm very excited about that. And it's the same team that did Three Houses, which I think is pretty unequivocally one of the best Fire Emblems, if not the best, that came out in the last like 10, 20 years. My personal favorites are still from like the Game Boy Advance era, but there's great, Awakening was kind of the big one on the 3DS, and then Three Houses kind of like revitalized the series a little bit. when it came to Switch. And I'm very excited to see more from that team. It looked very cool in the trailer, but I know, my heart of hearts, that like every other fucking modern Fire Emblem, it's gonna have a goddamn stupid fucking fishing minigame in it somewhere.
It feels weird to me that they're still making new Fire Emblems, because to me they're such a monolith, but...
Yeah, I think I can appreciate that they don't come out too frequently, because they are pretty hefty games, and there's only so much of a strategy game that you need at a certain point. But that said, I think that they, while the gameplay might not evolve in super complicated ways, the playing through the story, getting new maps, getting new characters that might have different classes or different like abilities they can use is a really interesting continued growth. So like periodically, it is time to bring us a new Fire Emblem game. In particular, with the Three Houses callback, because I think Fortune's Weave in the trailer, there's this goddess character who's on the route. It's very important in Three Houses, who shows up in either the past or the future. She's the goddess of time, so it's ambiguous.
Ah, yeah, classic, okay.
But so with this cameo, so it's clearly set in the same world, which is a continuity that a lot of the recent games have not had very clearly. In the Game Boy era, it was pretty much always the same world that the Fire Emblem games existed in, even if they were different stories throughout different eras of time. And then there was kind of a gap where they're like, every time we do a game, it's a new world, new story. And I think it's the right move to go back to this is like a different part of this world or a different period of history. Because the most recent game is Fire Emblem Engage, which has good gameplay, but I think is kind of a boring game overall. So many games in series I love keep having ostensibly good games, but like bad being what they are. Like Veilguard is a good game, but a good game. Emblem, like it's really unfortunate. But Engage had very complicated tactical gameplay, and just a completely forgettable cast of characters with like the most boring Technicolor candy anime world and like a nothing story where you just like fight a dragon. You fight evil incarnate, and it's like, oh no, evil's been defeated.
Oh,
okay.
All right, here we go.
And yeah, all right.
My calculations are correct. Then maybe we're about to see the credits roll. I don't know. I wasn't counting the first time I played this game, so this might not be correct.
You still don't understand.
I have done virtually everything within my power to prevent this. All of it. For nothing. The Fates were not content to saddle me within the earth. They mock me still.
Maybe they just think you're in the wrong. And that you're an obstinate, overbearing, and miserable excuse for a husband and father.
Favorite Three Houses characters? Ooh. I mean, I loved Claude, so I was a big Golden Deer girly, even though I think it's maybe my least favorite overall group of characters. There's the Blue Lions are right there, but gotta fear the deer, baby.
You're right. I was unwilling. I made my choices in all this.
What do you think about that, Dad, huh?
I loved her, yes. I loved her terribly. But now, it seems I'm merely delaying the inevitable. Go then. Go to her. But should harm befall her, I shall bring my worst wrath upon whomever is to blame, including you.
What? You're letting me go just like that? You're just afraid of getting struck down again. You're serious?
Boss fight me, you coward.
Go. Before I reconsider.
Holy shit. Hold on, let me try something. Okay.
Let her cook.
I'm just curious.
Not this time.
Oh shit, he's for real. Alright, bye.
Bye, Dad. Speaking of dads, my dad is currently in Italy. He went on vacation, and I haven't really heard from him much because he's been traveling internationally. He's been busy, just for like the week. And just today, he broke radio silence to send me and my brothers in the family group chat like a photo dump of like 25 pictures of Renaissance paintings of babies. He's like, they had no idea what they were fucking doing. Drawing babies. And I'm like, and have you seen anything else while you were there? He has not responded.
This is like every time I visit any of our friends, I always take pictures mostly of their pets and then send them to my family. And they're like, that's great. What about the humans? And I'm like, what about them? It's weird to take random photos of people when they're looking cute. Cats, though, they don't care. Fishing spot? Fishing spot, fishing spot, fishing spot.
Zagreus!
Mother?
We're gonna get the song.
We're gonna get the
Mother,
song.
wait, what is all this?
We're gonna get the song. They're singing about me. They're singing about me.
It's
and my
gonna be
dad.
you, yeah. This is the you
I
song.
almost missed you.
It's me.
Truthfully, I hoped that I could make it a
Thalassemia girlies rise up. This one's for us.
This concept is so funny. The idea that if I didn't do this final run, she could have just shown up.
My arrival.
She would have just been there.
I'm going.
I get ready and she's just like, oh, Zagreus, hello.
Zagreus, Nix, your father.
You're really? Mother, you're serious?
I am. Now, if you could just help me pack up my remaining things. Only a few loose odds I'm bringing, just in case. If we hurry, maybe you could join me, rather than return the customary way. Not something a mother ever wants to see.
Oh, you don't like it when I die in front of you 9 times so far?
Wait, how are you going to get back?
Maybe you should do something about that. Like going underground for half the year.
Yes.
Just so happens I know somebody who can give us a ride.
Boy, it's lucky he didn't kick my ass earlier today.
Charon?
Doubtless he has pressing matters to attend to. So let's not keep him waiting any longer, son. Come on, then.
I'm still alive. But how?
You're on the River Styx. No longer in the mortal realm entirely.
Here we go, buddy.
I can't believe that this is happening.
Me neither, Zagreus. This is way faster than the first time I
My heart
played.
is racing. Nothing like a river journey to remind oneself that there's no turning back.
Seriously. Though, even after all of this, it's like we only just met. I have so many questions for you still.
We'll have plenty of time for them, I think. For now, best we keep quiet. Pretend we're just a couple of dead souls on their final voyage.
Cheerful. I didn't notice there were eyeballs on Charon's barge before. Hell yeah, brother!
Woo! Hell yeah, first credit rolls on Hades.
Yeah! Mission fucking accomplished. Now we have to do
It
all
feels
the
like a
other
great
stuff.
point to say that we will continue to stream Hades. We're going for the true ending, I believe.
Yes. Still got more work
So this
to
is not
do.
the end of Hades for us, but it is an exciting milestone nonetheless.
For sure. Oh yeah! So we're just gonna let this play out because it rules and it's awesome.
Yeah, because it rocks. It's tied to self. Do you prefer this end credit song or the one from Hades 2?
I think I like this one more. Because I like the one in Hades too. I couldn't call it up to mind. I've sung this one before. In fact, I actually recorded it for a video that's going up, I think, at the end of May. Spoiler alert. You heard it here first, folks.
No, I'm with you on that one. I think this is no shade to the Silver Sisters, also great, and Apollo's voice is like one of my favorite things. But this is just so iconic.
And I love Silver Sisters, specifically the duet you can do with Artemis and the Glade. I think that's really beautiful.
Yeah.
I don't mind when they bring in more guys. It's just, there's something beautiful about two-part harmony.
Yeah.
Does Theseus respawn? Can we flip him the bird while we sail by? so glad they got Austin Wintory involved in Hades too.
Yeah.
Because he's our guy. It's so fun to see his little magic touch on all these games, but like combining him with Darren Cord is just like, okay, well, this is gonna just absolutely blow my tits clean off to listen to now.
I hadn't realized he was involved in Hades 2 at all when I was playing it, and I was talking to my boyfriend. I'm like, oh man, I just fucking love this Olympus music. It's tight as hell. And he's like, hey, got great news for you about who was involved in that track specifically. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, your boy. I think this was right around, like, right after we had done the podcast about Sword of the Sea as well.
Right, yeah. So we'd like just talk to him.
Mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I really liked, the Olympus music. It's so good. I'm usually so stressed by the time I get there that I can't really enjoy it. But it's so good, and I love how it builds to the boss fight that happens. Don't worry what it is.
Yeah, right. It's tight as hell. What it is.
It's so good.
Hades 2 is on the docket, but not until we get the true ending of Hades, which we're about to spend an awful lot of time distributing an awful lot of nectar.
We've got a lot of nectar to start parceling out. But fortunately, the good news is we no longer have to get to the actual ending of the game. We can throw runs if we have to. Like, I don't intend to, but we can get a lot weirder with it. We can do more weird challenges. Because the stakes of
we're not dishonorable.
No, of course not. I will never willingly throw a run.
But it might happen. We can fight Charon every time now.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, there's a waterfall. Oh no! We're fine.
Oh no!
It's always so fun to see the same things we've seen before, but from a new angle.
This is embarrassing, but I don't know the way to get back in. Except, you know, the customary way.
Hades didn't leave a key under the mat.
That's quite all right. I do. In the name of Persephone the Queen, open the gates.
Fuck yeah, Mom.
Hey, Mom, thanks.
I spent many days tending this garden. Or nights? Quite difficult to tell the time here. But it's held on longer than I would have expected.
Oh!
Cerberus!
Cerberus and my husband?
Yeah, Cerberus, though.
Priorities.
You gotta meet the boy, the goodest boy where he's at.
Bye.
He's important.
Cerberus! I missed you so. And dutiful
See?
as ever, aren't you?
Every time we went to Cerberus to pet him, while Hades had a big exclamation point over his head, and then we just fully ignored him for another 5 minutes, we were actually just carrying on a family tradition we didn't even know about.
Sorry. Know that I am
Who were
sorry.
honoring her
Oh,
legacy.
new talk sprite just dropped.
Hades,
Yo.
you look tired.
Oh, she wasn't even doing it to fuck with him. She was
I
just
am not the
genuinely
only
and
one
honestly
to be
happy that Cerberus was there.
I know why. Why have you returned?
Sometimes the worst thing you can be
If
is
Olympus,
completely
if your
honest
mother
about where you're
discovers
from.
what happened, not even Zeus, not even he could stop what would transpire here.
Oh, I have a thought or two about how we can settle that. Though I shall need for you and Zagreus to cooperate with me on a solution. Or, if you'd rather, I could just return the way I came.
A solution? What, do you intend to have them over for ambrosia? Not even you can fix a broken family, Persephone.
You're right, Hades. I can't. Certainly not by myself. So are you going to help me or what?
Fuck yeah, Mom.
I would do anything that you would ask of me.
It's a boy.
Aww.
Then first, talk to your son.
I'd do anything except that. I would do anything for love.
But not talk to my son.
Zagreus,
I gotta draw a line somewhere.
You have
Yeah.
already met Persephone, our queen. I expect for you to show deference to her at all times.
Wow, Father, you called me by my name. What is this strange sensation that I feel? Perhaps it's this deference of which you speak.
Just snarky little bastard.
Stop it, both of you. Don't make me regret this, Hades. Speak honestly with him. About yourself, not me. Go on.
Yes, I'm Zagreus. I know there have been times when I've let my mood reflect on you. I showed very little patience. Questioned your judgment, often when my own was flawed. Thus, I apologize to you, my son. I have no excuses, and I ask no forgiveness.
What about the part where you lied to me about Mother? Do you apologize for that? Your foul moods and venting them on me. I've long since come to expect that from you, and I resented you for it. But I always thought you're honest.
Your mother did not come here willingly when we originally met. When she left, believing you were stillborn, the decision was final. I believed that she was better off without the lot of us, Olympus included. Deceiving both of you. It tore against my being, but it needed to be done.
Well, you didn't need to vent all that inner turmoil onto me throughout my life. Though, I think I understand. I only wish I could have understood sooner. So, what now? I've grown so used to ransacking your domain, I think I'm really going to miss it.
About that.
Peak.
Your ransacking revealed many flaws in our security. The type that never get into reports. Our reputation rides on there being no escape from here. Would you keep trying to break free? Not for my sake, but for this realm. For the Queen.
Son, I hate to inform you, we are in a roguelite. The gameplay loop cannot change.
Zagreus.
But at least this time it's considered gainful employment.
It's true, yeah. Can I get paid for it? Hilarious, son.
No.
Question, Father. Let's say I accept. When next I reach the surface, is it still going to be you waiting up there?
Ah, boy. If you think for an instant that I shall go easier on you because of this, you'll soon learn otherwise.
So I just battle to the surface and repeatedly kill my own father then?
You have it half correct.
Perhaps you'll also tend to my little cottage while you're in the area. The garden doesn't
More
take
so
much
than
care at
Melanoa,
all.
Zagreus kind of feels like he's
I'd like to keep the place
where he's a video game character. There's a certain willingness to go along with. I suppose I will be security specialist now. That just reads like, well, the game must go on.
I guess I'll do the game mechanics then, sure.
If I simply must.
My one disappointment with this game is that, spoiler alert, after this point, you don't get to see Persephone's cottage again.
Yeah.
When she was like, take care of it, I was like, oh, farming sim? We get to play a little farming sim when we fight our way out of the underworld? And they were like, you don't even get to see it, boyo, no way. And that made me upset.
Well,
yeah, that's an unfortunate. It's one of
Just do
there's a similar vibe in the sequel where it's like there's a certain point where you don't get to see some of the post-boss fight areas anymore after the credits roll, and it's like, I know that it's not the end of the world, and it's not like it tangibly ruins the game or anything, but I want to see my boys.
It made me a little upset.
I want my
that,
little
like,
farming sim.
What, you know, it's like you finish the game and the reward is that there's less of it now, which made me a little sad.
Which is kind of different than a lot of post-game gameplay rewards, because often it's like, well, here's a new area that you unlocked, or like you can do a different part of the skill tree or something. And instead it's like, actually you get to see less of this area that you've come to know and love, and it puts it on a bit of a timer. Not the end of the world, just something that's slightly disappointing that pops up.
Yeah.
After all this time, it's only been a few days. But it's been good. Mother and father are back together, made some new friends, got this fancy painting. Easy. All is well in the underworld.
Woo!
Queen returns.
Yeah, boy!
Welcome back, Queen!
Close enough, welcome back, Queen. Incredible. Alrighty. Credits have rolled. We gave the dialogue the respect it deserved and only talked over it a little bit. Let's fucking play some game. We gotta log into game remote again. Hey buddy, what's going on?
Back. You did it, lad.
Hell yeah, I did.
You must have lots of catching up to do. Or patching up. And I'm to understand that your escape attempts...
So we've got some relationships to build, some gods to give ambrosia to.
That's so indeed, sir.
We're still a little under the next stretch goal at 2,000, where we'll be doing another rando. So Red is currently free to distribute at will, and also listen to everyone in the House of Hades celebrate Queen being back.
Yeah, baby!
Well, then I look forward to working with you in a more formal capacity. And it is my sincerest hope that you...
And probably we're gonna call it a stream in about an hour and a half. I'm trying to cut these off at a more reasonable time frame, because I like sitting in one place for 7 hours streaming. I recognize it's quite the hoist to ask of anybody else.
I ultimately don't mind too much because my big plans for after this is one, finish the podcast tomorrow, and then sit in one place and play Mass Effect 2 until I have to record the Robots podcast.
Sick.
Time zones mean that I'm recording starting at 11:30 p.m. Local time. It's okay. I'm happy to do it. The advantage of being freelance is that I get to be very flexible with what time I wake up tomorrow morning. But yeah, sometimes we have to accommodate. So goes it.
Oh, Dusa. All Dusa wants is a nice little slice of life.
I've been doing everything you said this entire time.
But it is not, Sam. The entire field is completely different now. You'll see. So, okay, bye.
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 Well done,
It makes me very happy as someone who also had a very, like, yes, Mass Effect feeling every time I open up the game now that the words Mass Effect, the chat gets very excited. I, too, am excited about this, chat. I feel similarly. I see what I'm doing, and I also want doing it.
Exposing weaknesses in underworld security, huh?
Something like that.
I want to hang out with my alien friends. I only just got the tragic lizard man. We gotta hang out more. He's so sad, you guys. He's literally so wet and sad. His lungs.
The saddest little lizard man.
He's literally the saddest, wettest little lizard man. Killing him.
Oh, I'm feeling fine.
I think it's a very cool piece of lore. Again, like I said, the world building in Mass Effect, phenomenal. But his alien species, like, basically use their homeworld to distress. Like their home planet is just like completely stripped of resources. It's incredibly arid. It's like basically unlivable, and anyone who's still there is like in incredible duress. But they were taken in by a neighboring species planet, but the neighboring planet is much more humid, and because they had adapted to a very arid environment, the humidity over time gives them this like bacterial infection in their lungs that is kind of incurable. And it's just like, it's like, oh, that's so tragic and so cool. Like,
Oh, Zagreus, you're so thoughtful.
Oh, her sprite is so fucking cool.
Your father never permitted Nectar
Tally
out
is
in the
best
open, so
girl.
it
I love
practically
Tally,
forgotten its
my
savior.
queen. Not this queen to be
Just a
confused with
moment.
Persephone, who we're talking to
I
right
have
now, but
something
still.
for you too.
And Katya is the saddest, wettest Catwoman in the Planescape. Thank you. Although if I have anything to say about it, she will not be the wettest. The problem is that I canonically said she can't swim and gave myself a swim speed of 0, and now we're about to fight fucking Aboleth next season. God damn it, you know?
We're in a plane. There's so much water in this plane.
I thought it would be a really funny bit in the first season, and then it's come back to bite me in the ass a lot. But I think I've been pretty on record as I like having detriments in TTRPGs.
Oh, you've been very on record with that. It stresses me out on
I
your
think I
behalf
kind
so
of have to
much.
love it.
And while the stress can be a
That's the
little
thing I like the
difficult
most
to
about
move
Draw Steel is the complications, and I almost feel like whenever I make a character in the game, I should be starting from the complications because they are so cool. But yeah, I'm really enjoying Mass Effect 2. It's been a good all-consuming game obsession.
And I do miss my little cottage here and there, but I think I'm
Which
through
one?
with
What do you mean, which one? There's only been one tragic lizard.
Maybe times when it is
What do you mean, which one?
You have so many more lizards to look forward to.
Chat, come back, tell me more.
doesn't make your problems go away.
Oh man, I'm enjoying it. I like these aliens and their problems. Some of them are very human problems in a way that really entertains me. You know, they get betrayed by their squad mates or whatever the fuck it is. And some of them just have like incomprehensible, like, yeah, I created a genophage that like made this, that all but destroyed one species' ability to reproduce. So I gotta kind of like deal with the ramifications of that. But we're not gonna dwell on it for too long.
The monstrous
man.
triple-headed beast of Hades would perhaps be overcome with
pure emotion by
We
the
also
joyous
enjoy the host
circumstances,
body complication
where the
in
only capable of
Steel,
this.
where it's like, you are fungal colony, do not worry.
Please put away the torches. I was tempted by that, but I like my character too much to make that happen, so.
Yeah.
Someplace else.
I was already going for a Revenant, so I was like, well, how can I really, like, double up the whole I'm dead of it all? And, we mixed results, I'd say.
So, I can just head on out there again whenever I want.
Excited to play it. I have to figure out the voice for the character. I really like having voices for my characters. Geez, I think it helps me differentiate between me, the person who's playing the game, and the character, and like stay in character. Particularly when performing. Home games, I get a little bit more lax with it, but you know, in a performance context, I try to almost always have a voice if I can. And that means getting to try and figure it out.
Working on that.
I always liked this one. Fine, why not?
Let's go with this assignment, contractor. My father surely would approve.
Oh, still.
Ooh, right. We can finally add the stuff where Than hangs out.
We'll go with this.
Hell yeah.
Soften up that
We gotta
corner
decorate
around
for our man.
We simply got
He's our dude. He's our guy. These tragic lizardmen all the way down. What? I have not been experiencing these games to their full.
You have so many lizards to look forward to.
I have so many lizards to look for. Oh man.
Contractor, work approved. It can't be eaten as I understand, but it can be displayed for all to see.
Hooray!
I see you're cultivating quite the mess.
Okay, let's talk to everybody. And then let's start giving nectar.
What must have been a song of yours? It went something in the blood. You know that one? It was amazing, mate.
Oh, that one, yes, I know. I mean, it was a favorite, I was told, by those who listened to the music I created with my muse. It was a most productive time back when we were alive.
Would you ever sing it again?
I shall give it some thought, I think.
Hi, Nick.
Persephone, the queen.
Hi, Nick.
She has returned. I scarce believe a child. You have brought her back. To all of us.
Hell yeah, I did.
I scarce believe it too. What happens now? Pick up the pieces and begin again.
Together, let us find out.
Maybe next time when we talk, you can give me the fucking information I need about getting Orpheus and Eurydice back together.
Just so I understand. Breaking through everything in your path.
Do you think you have a
taking
favorite
resources
cast
from
of
your
video game
father's realm, trying to
NPCs?
get through me. All officially part of the job description.
I don't know if I've ever really given it that much thought. Despite being the person who streams games, I'm not really a person who plays games for fun on the side. They are more fun for me when I'm streaming them for other people's benefit. I have no explanation for why. But I think that this cast is pretty killer.
Yeah, Hades 1 and Hades 2. I mean, Hades 1 I think is my preference of the two of them. They're both very strong casts. I was just thinking about it because, like, obviously the Mass Effect are big on the companions, right? Like, there's characters that they're, like, laser focused on making you get as attached as possible to them. Like, you're supposed to get invested in these characters. They have a lot of things to tell you about their personal, like, opinions and whatnot. But I always find it interesting that, like, that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to think that that's the best cast in any given game, because, like, Hades is very much more scripted, you know? There's no way that you can determine what Zagreus says to anyone, but even despite that, the casts are incredibly endearing. I don't know, I think it's interesting.
Yeah.
Alright then.
Ooh. Ah, shit. Let's see.
I'll take it.
Alright. It's coming together.
Alright.
Yeah, why not?
I love it when a plan comes together.
I had this awful contraband I wanted to turn in as soon as possible, if you don't mind taking it from me, Meg.
You still have no idea how to be upfront with me, do you, Zag? Why don't you tell me why you're here and what you want?
I'll tell you what I want. I want second credits roll. That's what I want.
So the whole contraband thing you aren't buying.
Yeah, Meg, what are you gonna do about it, huh?
Yeah, huh? You can kiss me about it? What are you gonna do?
Patch things up, maybe.
Patch things up? What is it, by your estimation, that could use repairs between the two of us?
I was naive. I tried not to get too close, but then I did and said a lot of stupid things, and then, well, we've since tried to kill each other lots of times. There's that. Look, I'm sorry, Meg.
You said a lot of stupid things, all right. And we Furies, we're not much for forgiveness or apologies. But I can see you're making an attempt. Now thank you for the contraband. Goodbye.
Great. Now we just need to ensnare Thanatos so we can also be giving him all this stuff.
Everyone needs to be receiving all the fucking nectar simultaneously so that we can get through the shit.
The garden of Persephone, the queen, off limits to the prince throughout his life, now is laid bare to him at last in all its splendor.
Not like Mother's cottage, but not bad.
I like how purple everything is down here. I might not be remembering this correctly, but I think there's a theory that before photosynthesis evolved, before it was chloroplasts, there was a way to extract energy from the sun that was like purple. So the early plant life was purple, which is cool as fuck.
To the list.
Very tight.
I'm sorry, bringing my mom back to the underworld isn't worth a prophecy fulfillment. All right, I see how it is, ladies. No, I guess I'll just go and fuck myself, whatever. All right, let's see. Okay. Persephone hasn't told us her plan yet.
So Mama's back in town from what I hear, boyo. It's awful nice knowing I trained you well.
She only just got
You
back.
must mean the queen, and evidently you're aware of our relationship. You keep that quiet, understand, Skelly?
Ah, and thus the pupil trains the master for a change. I hear
Gotta give her a
you,
minute to
pal.
cook, you know?
Your secret's safe with me.
Literally, in this case.
Yeah.
Better be.
Well, in the meantime, we may as well do a little bit of an exegriff run. I can't remember how I'm supposed to unlock the aspect of Lucifer. Somebody has to tell me, and I can't remember who. But...
Amber.
I'm sure we'll find out. And if not, I'm sure Chat will tell us.
Keepsake.
Well, let's see. Oop. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We don't really get one from Hades in this game, do we? I kept waiting for this trinket to be him, and then it wasn't. Well, why not, right?
I think he gives you... Does he not give you a trinket?
There's no space, look. It's all full up.
Huh. I guess I thought he gave you a... I guess maybe I'm just misremembering from the sequel, but I could have sworn in the first game he gives you a sequel.
I also thought he gave us a trinket. I remember it was different, because it was like... I initially thought, oh, you know, he obviously our relationship with him is so like fucked up at this point that, you know, we give him nectar and he's like, what are you trying to pull, asshole? And then I think he like gave back the nectar, and it took a while for him to unlock that.
Yeah.
But I think in this run, I only ever gave him one nectar and he didn't give me a trinket, so.
Chad is saying there might be a hidden slot, so perhaps we can
Okay, perhaps we're both right. There's no room on it now, but that's because they're being sneaky.
Yes. Also, Zeus is supposedly where you get the aspect of Lucifer from.
Ooh, okay. So.
Also according to Chat, so I hope you guys aren't lying to us.
Yeah, surely Chat would never mislead us, so. Okay. Now's our chance. We gotta start handing out this nectar like it's one of Dionysus's parties, gang. We're gonna need so fucking many of these.
Well, I'm much obliged.
What is that for me? Why, Zag, I mean, you really shouldn't have. You know I can't get enough of this stuff, right?
That's great, buddy. Awesome. Gimme.
You wrestled with some sectors near the surface, Zag. Nice work making it that far, and I just want to let you know that they are definitely not my crew, man.
He does after 100 runs? Oh no, I'm too good at this game. We're only at like 40.
I think we'll make it work somehow.
Ugh.
I'm confident where there's a will, there's a way.
Okay, let's see. How many runs do we have to do? Let's do the math on this, because, spoiler alert, we need to, I think, give 10 nectar to every god. We've already given some.
We've at least got their trinkets. We've given every god at least one.
Right, so like 9, maybe 8 nectar to every god. And I think there's 7 gods you can get boons from in this game? So that's like... that's pretty manageable. That's still like 50-something runs, and you can't give nectar to every god on every run. Oh, we might be here a while. I so cavalierly say, yeah, don't worry, we'll just get the second credits roll on Hades before I get to play Hades 2. And now I
feel
do
like it's gonna go a little faster than you think, because we'll be able to kind of cheese a little bit, like making sure a god shows up if we take their trinkets. We can kind of, and there's gonna be a point where we can start ignoring certain gods, which means we'll get a higher concentration of other gods.
That's true, yeah.
On that given run. So there's ways to make this happen. I think it'll be okay.
Yeah.
Lord Ares, I honor you for all the strength you've given me to overcome my foes.
Jeez, we're gonna need so much nectar.
Such a splendid offering to me. How very thoughtful there, my king. I am taken aback, though I accept.
Have you played any of the Final Fantasy games, Chad?
No, I have not. I think I watched some playthrough stuff of some of them. And I definitely watched that Final Fantasy VII movie nobody liked. But
yeah, the only one I played through all the way was 4, which I believe is the one where a guy named Locke who runs around as a thief, which was like a very important thing to me as like a 10-year-old. Yeah, that's all I got Final Fantasy wise. Cool games, cool aesthetic.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, Final Fantasy VII feels like it was incredibly influential. Obviously I know
my
their
boyfriend's
reputation.
been going through the remake, and then like a couple years ago they ported the original Final Fantasy VII to Switch, and I think I picked it up.
Wow.
He's been playing it as well there, and like I never finished it, because I think what happens to me with a lot of classic JRPGs is I want to like them so badly that I pick them up, and then I don't actually really like that kind of turn-based gameplay, and then I end up dropping the game really quickly. So I might try and go through the remake, which I'm told by my boyfriend is not actually a like one-to-one remake.
I've also heard it's not a remake. It's more like it's a meta thing in conversation.
Yeah,
with the original.
which I guess sure, fine, why not? Yeah, I don't know. The gameplay of the original, like it's incredible, it's good, it's fluid. It's just not a genre that I particularly the gameplay of, so I never tend to seek it out. But I'm glad people, it's a seminal work of video games. It's one of the games of all time. Final Fantasy IV was my bag, and then I...
Sorry, you cut out after Final Fantasy was your bag, and then...
Final Fantasy IV, that was my bag. I never got through any...
Never got through any of the others. Okay.
Yeah. I would try them, and then it just something would not click, and continue with them.
Nectar. Yes, gimme. Alright, chat has told us how to get Hades' keepsake. Looks like we need to also give him nectar. Maybe if we have, like, a lot of extra nectar left over, we'll start giving some to him.
Focus on the gods first.
This is
We do want to eventually play Hades too.
I've put myself in a dangerous mindset by giving myself, like, I have to do this before I can do the fun stuff. 'Cause one of the problems I've had, part of the reason why I don't tend to be a casual gamer, I'm a serious gamer, is because, for me, gameplay feels like it's walling me off from the story. Like, I'm being forced to participate in game before it will deign to parcel out more plot. And at times, elements of the Hades and Hades 2 games have hit me with that very occasionally. Like, the frustration I've been having with I can't get Nyx to talk to me about the thing I need her to talk to me about with Orpheus and Eurydice. Like, there's nothing I can do about that except do more runs and hope she deigns to, have the RNG hit just right. And, like when I was in high school and I got like internet access properly for the first time, the main thing I did was watch cutscene movies of games because I wanted to know what happened in the game and I didn't care about playing it myself. So like that was me. That was who I was. I very much... The immersiveness of a game doesn't hit me as necessarily as I know it does a lot of other players. I mean, I really enjoy playing them for stream. Like I said, this is the part in which this is fun for me. But games on their own, I usually will gain just as much benefit from watching somebody else play.
And I am grateful for your generosity.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting way to approach the games in general, because like that's not for me personally. I'm like, oh no, I I overwhelmingly prefer like deep single player story experiences because
Yeah.
I kind of don't want anyone to like. Hey, happy to hang out here on this game. I would have been really upset if I had to experience Hades 2 for the first time on stream.
Oh yeah, yeah,
just 'cause,
absolutely.
like, it's just it's one of those things where like I personally, the way I like playing video games as opposed to the much more social experience of TTRPGs is that I like to sit down by myself, ignore everything around me, and like get fully immersed in whatever the game is. Whether that's because the gameplay is very intense and tactical, which is like, you know, I love turn-based strategy games, or because the story is really deep. Big crunchy RPG girly. I like to get like in the depths, and I feel like it's an interesting way to experience the game. It's kind of the opposite, I think, of you enjoy.
Yeah, I mean,
the game experience.
It depends. It's rare that a game hits me like that, but that was my experience playing Tears of the Kingdom. Like, I was there at midnight when it dropped, and then, like, I spent the next 2 weeks terrified that I was going to get spoiled for it as other people played through it, because I had gotten so goddamn invested. Specifically, like, I was in. But that was a very rare situation. I kind of wasn't prepared because it had never happened to me before. But yeah, no, super interesting.
Totally valid.
Yeah.
No, it's fun. I have this theory that you can really only care about 2 to 3 types of media deeply. Like, it's not that you won't enjoy things from other categories, but like you can really only put there's only so much room in the human brain, and we can only really care about so many things deeply. I have played Final Fantasy Tactics, don't worry. Trust me, I'm right there with you, and I'm in the building.
I'm in the fucking building again.
I'm in the fucking building. But like for me, it's movies and video games and a little bit TV, right?
Yeah,
like
and
these
for me,
are kind
it's
of
comics.
the things that I have brain space for. And for you, it's comics. You know,
It's comics, and like there's definitely a
comics,
couple other things in there, but it's comics for first and foremost.
Comics and like maybe some animation, I would say, is probably like the next up thing.
Comics,
whereas like
I'd say,
yeah. Whereas Blue has put a lot of eggs into the video game basket, right?
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
You know, famously, when we do lightning round, Blue has seen probably the least TV and movies. Not
And the
because he
most
doesn't
games.
enjoy the occasional show and movie, but he's played more games than
Yeah,
most of
for
us.
Blue, playing games is relaxing. He actually does it for fun.
Yes. I also game for fun, but the way I game for fun is not fun for anyone else, so I can't recommend not.
Yeah, every time you're like, no, I have to play this game 15 times so I can go down every single dialogue tree. I'm like, you know, they have just like spreadsheets of the dialogue trees online. You're like, it's not the
No,
same.
don't worry. This is fun for me.
Yes, I promise. This is enrichment in my enclosure. Oh no, oh no.
This is like when they give, you know, like a big cat, like a big old ball to push around. That's
Yeah,
me. with
this
video
is your
games
pumpkin
that
full of hamburger meat. This is don't worry, she's fun. She's having a good time in there.
This is enrichment for her. But yeah, like, I think you can only really like deeply care about and spend time seeking out certain things for so much time. And so if it's not video games for you, I don't think that there's a lot of reason to like care too much about how the experience of playing it goes. Or like, you know, it makes sense that for you, Red, you enjoy streaming it because it becomes like a social activity, or like enjoy watching, you know, let's plays or anything because you like experiencing the game without having to actually do the effort of playing it. But and you still get the juice of the story. I don't know. I feel like I had a point when I started this, and then I started thinking about enrichment in my enclosure, and I completely lost the plot. But yeah, I think you can only care about so many things in your brain, not because you don't enjoy one or two of other categories of things, but because like when you make the conscious choice to consume as many movies as I do,
yes,
you gotta, you know, you gotta.
Yeah, I think that maybe it's less of a hard limit on like you know you've exceeded your memory space for the things that you can enjoy, but I do think that, oh man, none of these are that you don't have to reload. That's okay. I'll take this one.
That's it.
I think that there are certain forms of storytelling that gel with you better or worse. That often, you know, that overlaps with certain art forms that click with you better or worse. Like, part of the reason why I love comics so much is because I think that it is an incredibly efficient way to tell certain stories. Like, it's literally, you know, the best of two worlds. It's prose and visual art. For parts that you need, you know, if you need internality, you can go inside a person's head and say what's going on in there. If you need visuals, you can just draw them. You don't need to have to describe them with, you know, clumsy words. Yeah, it doesn't mean every comic I've read I liked. In fact, probably the opposite is true. But, you know, most of the media that I like consuming and then like analyzing and stuff like that is like movies and TV shows and stuff like that. But I think for games, the interactivity is part of what people like about it. Like when we were when we were streaming Marvel Studios Spider-Man 2 for the PS5 and Knuckles is there, part of the thing that I was coming down on, like, before Blue decided that he also thinks the game isn't very good, he was very much on board with it because he was having a fun time playing it. And I was sort of a little bit early on I don't know if this game is necessarily good. It's visually very impressive, but from a plot standpoint, the pacing felt odd. And a lot of that was because if you're playing through it, it doesn't matter how it's paced because you're the one moving the plot forward. But if you're watching it from the back seat like I was, it's a little bit different. Because, then you're paying attention to the pacing and stuff like that. Anyway.
I've alluded to in previous podcasts that I kind of have this medium, which is that sometimes a story only works because of the medium it's told in, and if it gets told in the wrong medium, then the story doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
And even calling it the medium problem is a little misleading, because really it's the medium solution. Choosing the right medium for your story means that your story will be more successful.
Yes.
And video games as a medium have this really interesting factor, which is their interactability. And I think it's the reason that we see so few games successfully then get adapted to like TV or movies or whatever. And sometimes you get like good tie-in comics and books and stuff that work really well because they're usually expanding on what's already there. But like taking a story someone has interacted with, played with, and then been a part of, and trying to put that on screen is hard because every single person who has interacted with that story in the game has a different experience of it. Even something that is as tightly scripted as like a Hades would not work on screen, or would require incredible amounts of effort to make work on screen, because every person who played this game encountered it in a slightly different order, played through it in their own way, had different characters that they intimately connected with, whatever it was, that like make it really hard to put that in a different medium. And that's not even getting into the fact that the first Hades game is a perfect roguelite because they chose the perfect story for the genre.
Yeah,
right? Like,
absolutely.
Infinitely repeatable. But like, there's been a lot of talk about adapting a lot of games into TV in particular recently, because Fallout show was very successful, which is following its own story, right? It's not the sole survivor story of the Fallout games. It's its own thing, which I think is the right move, right? But people are talking about adapting like Baldur's Gate, it's like a Mass Effect show, and I'm like, these deep RPGs are by far the most difficult to successfully adapt into these shows, because not only do you have the normal amount of everyone experience the game differently, but you have not in Baldur's Gate in particular, like every single person who played this game made a different character from every other single person who played this game.
Yeah.
Every single person who played this game made a different series of choices than every other person who played this game. How are you possibly going to make a show out of that captures the spirit of the original story, which is incredibly dependent on you getting invested in it because you are the driving force behind it, you the player interacting, and not pissing off every person who made different choices than the ones you choose to show in the show? Like there's going to be a point where you make a choice on how you handle the Goblin Village or the Goblin Camp. It's like, all right, show, what about all the other 10,000 ways people could interact with this game? It's just like, it's an incredibly, I think, short-sighted move to try and adapt that game to anything other than video game.
What's weird is
I'm
that
interested to see how it goes.
there are some games that I feel like do lend themselves more to that. Like, I don't think, well, like, listen, I love the Angelina Jolie Lara Croft movie. I won't say it's good. I just don't think it's particularly terrible. And there's like a Netflix animated series of Lara Croft. And season 2 came out like last year, and it's better than season 1, and not bad. It's like the same animation team that did Castlevania Nocturne, and you can see that they're like using all of the research they had to do for that to be like, yeah, we're doing the Orishas again. Actually, it's all Orishas all the way down, which I thought was good. And it's completely fine. It works well. If anything, this is like a version of Lara Croft that's based on the more recent, like the reboot games, where they got in hot water for being like, we just really wanted the player to feel protective of Lara, which is why you're going to see her whimpering in a cave with like half her blood missing for most of the game. And it's like, it's not really why most people want to play those games. And like, even though they're starting from that Lara Croft, I think she's very likable in that show, and it works super well. But then at the same time, it's all in the execution, because the Uncharted movie was an unmitigated tire fire, even though Uncharted is exactly the same. It's practically a movie as it is. It doesn't have to be played. I've had just as much fun watching Blue play it. So...
Yeah, I feel like, too, you get, like... Because there's a genre of game that I think works really well for being adapted into a movie, and it's a genre that has almost no story. Bare bones story. The Mario fucking movies, right?
Yeah.
Like, look, do I love the new Marios? Nah, I think they're fine. And they're overwhelmingly just okay. You know, I'm not inspired by them, but I'm not upset they exist. But the thing is, with a Mario game, the story is kind of the same every time. Princess Peach gets captured, or Bowser does some other related thing, and then you, Mario, go through various worlds that are often named the same and have similar aesthetics to each other, and then you fight Bowser, and you beat him. And that leaves a lot of room to fill in the gaps with whatever the fuck you want in this generic adventure story. As opposed to these, like, more story-dense games, even like the Lara Croft and the Uncharted, that have, like, characters that become beloved, stories that become key to the beats. And if you change the story because you have a new medium, you need people who haven't played the games to get invested in the story, then you risk alienating your audience who expects to see certain beats for these characters, you know?
Yep.
And if you don't change the story, then you raise the question of why make this a movie or
Why
a show
even
at all?
bother?
The game is right there, and it's better when I get to play through it. So I think it's a really difficult space of adaptation.
I feel like they could make a Metal Gear series and it would be fine. I don't think those necessarily have to be games. And I say that as a person who enjoyed cutscene movies of them, which is why I'm saying that. But I think they are so very narrative driven that you lose nothing from not being the person who's playing them. But you know, I say that as a person for whom, like I said, when I get invested in, I want to know where the story is going, the gameplay starts feeling like an impediment to that. Almost regardless of what game I'm playing, it's almost all like that, which I know is just because of who I am as a person and not how most people engage with games, but like, it's a factor, and I think a lot of these games could benefit from adaptation of some ilk, and the fact that most of the ones we've gotten have been kind of bad, or mid, or just kind of completely unrelated to what we got on the screen, it's weird to me. Like, I've gone to bat for the 90s Mario movie. It's got nothing in common with the games. It's a tremendous amount of fun.
Yeah, you know, it's not that you can't make a fun adaptation with these properties, but to make a genuinely good one that is to the original and captures why people like the original, I think is difficult because in non-video game mediums, you really don't have interactivity. And interactivity is something that is so difficult to reckon with when you change mediums. I don't think I would have liked Hades as much if it was a TV show first, you know? Like, I think Hades works for me because it was a video game. It was interactive. I got invested in the way that the gameplay loop played the story. It's you know, just as a demonstration that it's a two-way street, right? It's not just that you can't take video games and make them into TV shows. As much as I love a mid-2000s video game tie-in to some shit, they're usually not good, right? It's not that I am improving my experience of whatever 2000 schlock I'm playing, like the 2007 Ninja Turtles movie tie-in game is not better than the 2007 Ninja Turtles movie. One does not improve or harm the other, they simply coexist. But that's not really a work of adaptation in the same way that like trying to earnestly make a show and the quality of like the Fallout series is. And I think that as video games become the new hotness IP-wise, I think we're going to see a lot more studios having to kind of like reckon with that adaptation of the medium problem.
I think that some of what works is like if you're sort of filling in the gaps, you know, like like rather than adapting the same story that was told in the games, like the Lara Croft show, I don't think it's adapting anything from the games. It's just bringing in the characters from the games and being like, this is also some stuff that happened. Oh, is Hermes one of the ones we need to give 10? Ah, can't hurt. I have 4
like
things
Hermes.
right now. Yeah, we like him.
Ask for nothing in return, and so please take this humble offering because it's nothing really.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to see how studios and producers and everything continue to wrestle with it as time goes on, because I think it's going to have it's going to lead to some interesting things. I don't know what yet, but I'm excited to see.
Yeah. Someone in the chat pointed out Castlevania, obviously, started off as a game.
Yeah. Castlevania is a great video game adaptation.
And I think part of what works about Castlevania, the original show, is that it's adapting a game that most people probably haven't played, because it's not one of the big names, it's one of the older ones, it's a little bit more like, and it doesn't even fully adapt it. Like, I think it leaves out one of the 4 main characters, because why
it does, yeah. I did play that game. I love the Castlevania games. And like it's not a perfect adaptation. It makes accommodations in the story where it needs to, and it definitely, I think, you know, in the original game, you're not leaving the castle part of the Castlevania. It's not like there's all this like build up and everything. And I think because of that, setting most of the show not in Dracula's castle does a lot of good for it, right? Like it helps kind of flesh out the world. It feels like it's more expansive, and the story, while good, older games are a lot more limited in how they present their story, both from graphical limitations and also like the size that games could be at the time, right? Like there was limitations on that. So there's a lot of room to expand where like a lot of modern games don't leave that same room, because you can now put a lot more. We don't need to have multiple discs for Final Fantasy anymore. You know? Put it all on one cartridge. But yeah, Castlevania is a good example of a way that you can do it well. And it can turn out like a really good adaptation. I would go to bat for some of the more modern, at least the first one. It's not that I like the movie in particular, but I don't think it's a bad adaptation of Mario, you know? Like, it is pretty true to its source material. It's a rather standard movie, but, like, it does exactly what it needs to. You know, there's definitely ways that you can do this well. And games that have a more linear story, whether it's as pared down as a Mario, as linear as the Castlevanias are a little easier to handle than the ones that are a bit more chunky. My big chunky RPGs, they're challenging girls to deal with. So I'm excited to see how Duo-Boom?
It's gonna happen. Anytime one of the gods name drops another god, a Duo-Boom's coming.
You get that little like screen shake and it goes. You know it's coming.
Why not?
Duo power.
I may as well also, you know, that is a
It should help keep me going.
Yeah, why not? Alright, let's fuck up the Lernian Hydra again.
Bone Hydra. Can I call you Bone Hydra?
It's happening!
Maybe? Lerny, I like that.
Yeah! Affectionate nickname! Oh my god, look at that health bar.
Okay.
I'll be back for you later. Out of my way.
Video game adaptation. I mean, the old Mario, the one I get the most joy out of.
Yes. Hey, if the Sonic movies count, I'll count the Sonic movies.
I guess like that's the thing too. Like the 1990s Mortal Kombat is one of. It's not because it's necessarily an amazing movie, but just like it is. Hey, you know what you do in Mortal Kombat? You do Mortal Kombat with each other, and in that movie, you can't take it from. They do an awful lot of Mortal Kombat.
Okay, I was having it wasn't an argument, but I was disagreeing with a friend about this. Mortal Kombat versus the Street Fighter movie. Which one?
You
do
may have
we
been
think...
disagreeing with me about this. Is that...
Okay, but which one do you think is a better movie? Just.
I prefer the 1990s Mortal Kombat. I think part of it is that Street Fighter tries to impose more of a story on it, and I'm admittedly a Mortal Kombat-er. I know a lot more about the Mortal Kombat series than I do about the Street Fighter. I don't know what the overarching plot of the Street Fighter games is. My understanding is that they're kind of just doing street fights in the same way that they're kind of just doing Mortal Kombat. Right. But I think that the Mortal Kombat movie overall might be a lot simpler. It's a lot more straightforward. And I think that means you can kind of just rest on the laurels of doing these top fights. Street Fighter is a lot campier and a lot goofier in ways, and it does impose more of a story on it. But I don't know that story is necessarily good. And this is not shade to any performance, because like the Raul Julia of it all, we can't discount how much that is doing for the Street Fighter movie.
That's what I keep coming back to. I feel like by the numbers, the performances in Street Fighter are way more solid. Like it's kind of it's noteworthy that main guy playing the most American man to ever American has an incomprehensible accent. Like Ming-Na Wen's in that movie and she kills it, and Raul Julia's in that movie and he kills it, and like everyone's doing a pretty good job. And then in Mortal Kombat, it's like I feel like Johnny Cage is having the best time and everyone else is really flat.
Well, to make up for that, in Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Oh. You cut out.
I couldn't get him back.
I'm sorry, you cut out right after Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
in Mortal Kombat Annihilation, they immediately kill off Johnny Cage because I guess they couldn't get him back to that movie, and they're like, well, we'll just instantly kill him. But like, I don't know.
Did I
feel
forget
like
the fishing point? Oh no, I think I forgot a fishing point.
Finally, my schemes, they come to fruition.
Fuck!
I think what I land on is, like, as much as I think there are some things about the Street Fighter movie that might be better on paper, like, the performances are probably over. It's a generally more of a star-studded cast. There's people who are really pulling out all the stops. You know, Raul Julia is, I think, the notable one, but, like, obviously they've got the Jean-Claude Van Damme of it all, the Kylie Minogue of it all. There's a lot going on in that movie that's really good, performance-wise. But they can only perform what they've been scripted to perform, right? Like, there's only you still have to reckon with the fact that, like, the material they've been given is, I think, so enormously silly.
Right, but also, like, visually, like, listen, I understand.
I think visually I prefer Mortal Kombat is kind of what I come down on.
Really?
Like, I think
even
that, like,
the last third?
I mean, yeah, I mean, like, have you seen the straight-up magic trick they do for Goro? Like, I think,
okay,
like,
Goro, listen,
so many interesting special effects going on.
Goro is an outlier, and while he's very cool, I love that he's a puppet, I love that he's also stop motion. I feel like the entire back third where they start relying pretty heavily on, like, CGI environments and they just look real bad, and when they have, like, they try to do a thing with Reptile and it's visually so incomprehensible it's not even clear what's happening with him.
Are you sure you're not thinking of Mortal Kombat Annihilation?
I'm thinking of Mortal Kombat. It's one of my favorite things about that movie is that for most of the movie, Raiden has to keep being like, the brave men and women of Earthrealm, because Sonya Blade is there the whole time. And then when she finally gets kidnapped, he's like, all right, boys, now my dialogue can sound way less stilted because I can stop pretending like she's got a chance of participating in this final fight.
Yeah.
But it's
I don't know.
just...
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that there are some effects that don't age great, but also if you look at the Street Fighter movie, there are effects in that one that aren't great either. So I think you kind of have to take it on aggregate. And aggregate, I come down on preferring Mortal Kombat. I think the secret is that they are both kind of equivalently good movies and equivalently bad movies, and it just sort of comes down to which one is your flavor of movie that you enjoy more. And for me, I just wanted to see them do some fucking Mortal Kombat, and damn it if they didn't do some fucking Mortal Kombat.
They did take a little while to get there, admittedly. There was like a
They took almost no time. They fight from jump in that movie. Whereas in Street Fighter, I gotta learn so much about anyone fighting each other.
I'll admit there are fewer street fights in Street Fighter than there are Mortal Kombats in Mortal Kombat. I will certainly give you that.
I will accept many criticisms of the Mortal Kombat. You cannot say that they did not give you more.
We did, in fact, get some Mortal Kombats. It's just, I don't know. I guess, for me at least, Street Fighter, it might just... No, I watched Street Fighter kind of recently, and like, is it good? Certainly not. Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat are both bad movies with good bits in them. I
regularly rewatch both, you know? Like,
okay, yeah.
I'm telling you, are they both good movies? No. Are they both fun movies? Yes.
Yes.
And I think it kind of just comes down to personal preference. Like, it does really feel like at a certain point it becomes apples to oranges with these two movies, where it's like, they're just fundamentally so perfectly matched that you kind of have to weigh them against your personal preferences.
I guess. I feel like there's gotta be some metric of objective quality that we could find, like, manage to agree on, but I think, like, we're in agreement that on average the performances in Street Fighter are better, but you're like, the writing of the movie in Mortal Kombat is better because it's got less convoluted bullshit around it, which... Well, it's got less non-game accurate convoluted bullshit. It's not like Mortal Kombat is not convoluted bullshit.
I think Mortal Kombat kind of just wears what it is on its sleeve a little bit more than Street Fighter, where Street Fighter is still trying to be a movie. It's not a Street Fighter movie. Like, if that makes... Like, Street Fighter, it's not that it's not doing convoluted bullshit, but it has placed a story that, again, I was always a Mortal Kombat girly, so don't know if this is canonical to the Street Fighter games, but, like, they've kind of imposed... They have to impose more of a narrative onto it than Mortal Kombat, which is like, hey, you know what you're here for. You want to see these guys do some Mortal Kombat. We're gonna get to that as fast as possible. You know, it's coming for you. And I appreciate in this particular school of adaptation the directness of the Mortal Kombat script. I think it does give me exactly what I want from it. And then the fights are really fun, and I like the effects where they exist and the choreography of it. And in Street Fighter, there's a point where it just kind of becomes mush to me at the end.
Sorry.
There's like a point to the plot where I'm like, you've added so much that you need to resolve that now I am a little bit lost. Actually, I kind of needed for a game that is like, here's a cool cast of characters. They're all gonna fight each other. I do actually kind of need to know why they're fighting each other. It doesn't have to be a complicated reason. I just kind of need the barest bones for it. And in giving me complication, it kind of distracts from the fights in Street Fighter, where I'm like, I don't actually need to see every single person's fight breakdown if the plot is that only one guy needs to be defeated for us to win, you know? Whereas in Mortal Kombat, it's like, no, there's a reason you gotta do all these fights. We gotta do all these fights, because if we don't do all these fights, Earth dies.
Fair, I guess.
Okay. It's not the be all end all. I don't think you're wrong for preferring Street Fighter. I would come down much more on Team Mortal Kombat.
Interesting. No, I mean, like, it's all good points. I've had fun every time I've watched Mortal Kombat. It's just not usually because I'm enjoying it as a movie, you know?
Fair? I don't know. I come down loving it. It's my girl. I'm a Mortal Kombat girly.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, customer's always right in matters of taste.
Well fought, Asterius.
Something I can give the Street Fighter movie, because Chad is pointing this out, is that I do think Street Fighter, the movie, is quotable more than more. Not because combat. Oh, combat quote in it. Am I cutting out?
You're cutting out a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. But basically, my TLDR is that Street Fighter, very quotable movie.
Yes.
Mortal Kombat, very quotable game, and then the movie quoted the game a lot. Like, you can't write out all the get over here's, you know? Your soul is mine stated.
Yeah.
They're getting all the finishing move lines. Street Fighter, they let Raul Julia absolutely kill it, and so he is an incredibly, the Bison becomes an incredibly quotable character.
It's not just him. There's a lot of good bits in that movie that I could, like, remember. I still think that Chun-Li has some really solid lines, and of course Ming-Na Wen is just a really good actress and, really good martial artist, so, like, she's got the best fight scene in the movie, and it's awesome. And then, like, the only thing I can remember that's a specific line in Mortal Kombat is the part where Johnny Cage tries to get, main guy with the really fluffy mullet, you know the one.
Liu Kang?
Liu Kang, yeah, he's like, hey, you mind taking my bag? And he goes, okay, and just chucks them in the water, and he's like, thank goodness I didn't ask him to park the car. That's the only line I remember from Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, look, Mortal Kombat, not as quotable. That's fine. It's quoting itself, it's quoting the game Mortal Kombat more than anything else. I think that's okay, but I gotta give it up to Street Fighter. It is undeniably a much more quotable movie than Mortal Kombat is. But that said, I rewatch Johnny Cage versus Scorpion like once a month at this point, so yeah. But yeah, but there's Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat movies coming out this year, which means I'm probably gonna have to think about fighting game movies an awful lot. Separately, our buddy Jacques the Whipper, who did the original Street Fighter movie on way back when, it was like, hey, by the Street Fighter comes out this year, we're doing another episode. Like, okay, great. And then Matt from Extra Credits, who is a fellow Mortal Kombat girly with me, was like, so Mortal Kombat movie? And I'm like, oh yeah, okay. So I'm excited to dive into it, because I think both of them look medium right now. And the modern Mortal Kombat movies have historically been pretty bad. So we'll see.
Okay, let's see. Oh no. Oh no. I'll set the timer.
Oh.
Honestly, this could be worse. We don't need to make it out of Elysium. Like, we've rolled credits.
Should come in useful.
Let's see, how far are we from 2K? Yeah. Oh no, we're not that far.
Not that far. If we get to 2K, Red will be doing...
What will I be doing?
Red will be doing the Charon fight, sorry.
Oh,
my
yes.
boyfriend and I have been texting all day about whether Fabergé is a company or and divulging into silly, could you Fabergé something that isn't an egg? Which is a question I've never had to ponder before, so I'm trying to think if it's possible to Fabergé anything that's not an egg. And if it isn't even called Fabergé, I don't know. This is a mystery.
Fascinating. But yes, to clarify the stakes, if you guys can get us over 2K raised for UNICEF in the next 4 minutes, 10 seconds, I will steal this money from Charon and get my ass beat.
Yeah, and then your next run will be a random run.
My next run will be a random run, yes.
What media have we consumed in the last 2 weeks?
Oh,
it's
a bunch,
mostly been Mass
actually.
Effect for me. It's been almost exclusively Mass Effect.
Let's see. I rewatched a bunch of Ghibli movies. I mentioned Porco Rosso, Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle. I watched.
I rewatched Moulin Rouge recently.
Oh hell yeah! I watched Clue, the
Love
movie.
Ooh, love Clue.
The one
Maybe
with all
that's
three
maybe the
endings.
best board game adaptation ever made.
Probably, yeah. It took me.
I think pretty undeniably.
It took me a few minutes to click into the comedy of that movie, and once I got it, it was so fucking funny.
It's incredible. It's just like a tour de force group of performances.
Been a big couple weeks for me watching Tim Curry movies too, because I also watched Fern Gully for the first time, which was very fun, super chill. Not enough Tim Curry in that movie, honestly. You know, everyone talked such a big game about him, and he had a good musical number and pretty cool final form. That was really it. Let's see, what else have I watched? I mentioned I read through The Power Fantasy, which is like this 16-issue independent comic deconstructing superhero stuff. I talked about it earlier in the stream. If you're watching the VOD, you already heard it. Let's see. I feel like there's a bunch of other stuff I've done. Now I can't remember what.
Yeah. Moulin Rouge overall pretty much holds up. I've been on, also having to watch means that I've been on sort of an Ewan McGregor kick, which you should always be on. He's an incredibly delightful actor.
Yeah, he rules.
Can't take that from Baz Luhrmann. He was great at finding actors at the because he's also got young Leo and Juliet. It's really a slam fucking dunk.
Oh yeah.
And then Tobey Maguire for some reason in The Great Gatsby.
Yeah.
Good for Toby, I guess.
Hey, I mean, he's a pretty good everyman. That's why he was such good casting for Spider-Man.
It's been a pretty. I've been so deep in Mass Effect. I kind of have watching things that haven't been for the podcast. Although I'm now getting the itch to go back and watch Mortal Kombat, especially because there's the new movies coming out, and I didn't like the most recent Mortal Kombat movie. I feel like it fundamentally was flawed for 2 reasons. Number one, Mortal Kombat is where you go to a tournament called Mortal Kombat and you do Mortal Kombat.
Yes.
So why would you make a movie entirely about the lead up to the tournament Mortal Kombat? Why would you not just go right to the tournament? That's the interesting part of Mortal Kombat. I don't want to see some guy learn what Mortal Kombat is and train for it. I want to see him go do it. Learn by doing.
This is some part 1, part 2 bullshit again, where they make you wait for the good stuff because they know you'll come back for the good stuff.
Yeah, and then it also didn't play the theme song until the end credits. Feels like a fundamental flaw because if you're gonna get that IP, what are you doing, right?
Yeah, that's like part of the reason why everyone was mad at Amazing Spider-Man 2 was like they showed this shot in the trailer where Peter's fighting the Rhino and like he's about to like whip this manhole cover into the side of his head, and then the trailer ended, and it turns out that's the last scene in the movie and also where the credits roll. So everyone's like, we don't even get to see him fucking fight the Rhino. So, everyone was so angry.
It's tough out there. It's tough.
It's a hard knock life. I don't mind telling you.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm mostly just deep in the Mass Effect hole at this point. As it goes.
Oh yeah.
As it goes.
All right, I think I'm gonna be safe because we've got 20 seconds left on the timer, and we have not cleared 2K, so I'm free. I'll be able to go and hang out with Artemis and give her a nectar and slowly make headway towards the credits part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Just got smacked by a cattail. What's going on, buddy? Oh, she's luxuriating. She's napping.
No, but
okay. I'm free. I'm off the hook. Charon lives.
I've been preparing for this year's Movie Struck themed month. As in the past, we've done Shyamalanathon, of course. We've done Turtlemania, and this year is going to be the Shakespeareans.
Ah, yes.
Which will be all Shakespeare adaptations, any kind of Shakespeare adaptation. And so I've been trying to not watch too many of those in preparation for having to watch like 5 of them. But unfortunately, a lot of things that I enjoy are Shakespeare. I don't think anyone has picked the Lion King yet. I haven't locked in too many of the guests. I've got a West Side Story going. And other than that, I don't think anything's too locked in at the moment. But we shall see. As always, it depends on who my guests are and play Shakespeare.
Yes, naturally.
But I'm excited for that. Your kid is ready to live for hope you'll all go through the Shakespeareans with us.
My Lady Artemis, this is nothing next to all your grace and favor.
Ooh, a stop motion month for my movie.
Stop motion month. It's a fun concept. The thing is that what you have to understand about the months is that the stupid name comes first and the theme comes second. Shyamalan-a-thon being the first, of course, Turtlemania, now the Shakespeareans. So if we can think of a stupid name for a stop motion month, absolutely. Stop month, I don't know. It'll come to me.
Stop motion.
Saying I relate to what you're going through.
Yeah. But I got some ideas for some other ones as well. See what comes down the pipeline. But I think it's gonna be. I think people are going to be satisfied with what comes out of Movie Struck. In general, got some cool guests coming up. Fun things going around. It's a fun time to be doing movie stuff. I think of what other themed months I've thrown around as possible options in the past, because I feel like I had a list somewhere at some point, and I gotta try to do that. Presentations are really fun.
You gotta do some kind of like martial arts movie madness thing or something like that.
Oh yeah, I mean that's one of my all-time favorite genres of thing is like wuxia, the martial arts.
Oh yeah.
I actually just started assembling because our DVD shelf in our living room is a little bit too crowded, which is I think a good sign. So I started moving all of my more Hong Kong Chinese movies, really just anything East Asian, into the office on my little shelf, because I also hit up the Criterion sale a while ago and finally got a copy of Seven Samurai.
Oh,
so
hell yeah.
that's bookending the rest of the DVDs. But yeah, a wuxia month would be really, really tight. I gotta think of a name for it.
Yeah.
But I'm going on a buddy's podcast in about a month over at Not a Bomb. Who's doing a whole month of martial arts movies. They do these all the time, and we're going to be covering Vampire versus Vampire, which is one of my all-time favorites because I wrote my thesis in college about the Jiangshi, which is this Taoist hopping priest that's often translated as a vampire in a lot of these movies, and especially horror comedies. And Vampire versus Vampire is where they basically pit a Jiangshi against a Western-style vampire, and really it's like Lestat from Interview with a Vampire more than anything else. Like he's this very like Baroque kind of vampire. So I enjoy it a lot. It's very, very fun. Can't recommend Vampire versus Vampire enough if you want a good example of that features the Jiangshi very prominently. Also seen in like things like Mr. Vampire, Encounters of the Kind. Yeah, it's very, very fun. Yeah, I would love to do martial arts, but again, I gotta think of a silly name. That's what the whole thing hinges on.
It's all about the branding. Absolutely chew through the Minotaur's health bar. Sorry, buddy. I also finished Pantheon, and I read through the short story collection that a lot of it was based on. It was interesting. I feel like I'm not trying to like CinemaSins ding it. This is just a thing that kind of bothers me anytime I read a piece of SF about like, once I upload my brain to the internet, I will become immortal. Or because there's all these stories about like technological immortality, and every single time I'm like, you know, your smartphone will be non-functional in 10 years, right? Like, technology needs constant maintenance or it dies so fast. Like, human bodies can self-repair. They have their flaws, of course. They can be improved on and such, but like, if the idea is once I put myself in the cloud, I will never need to die, it's like, until something bad happens to the server. And part of the premise of the short story in this series, Pantheon, is that like, once uploaded brains, you know, become like a perfected technology, then like everyone on Earth ends up uploading at some point. It's like, even with robots, at some point, the lowest thing on the maintenance food chain is just gonna rust through, and then you are all going to die forever. So, anyway, it's sort of like, that's the element of speculative futuristic world building that people like to ignore, the idea that you can future-proof technology, because we try so hard, and we can't. But alright,
that's one of those challenges. I get why it's so hard to accept, but it can get frustrating fast, especially in sci-fi.
It's one of those things where hard world building usually tries to answer every possible question, to sort of, you know, make it airtight. Which is why when you notice like a specific thing that isn't really being addressed, it's kind of like, I don't know. I think probably that's actually not gonna work. It's like, I mean, obviously everyone and their grandmother knows that this is one of the big complaints about Infinity War and Endgame, but like, Thanos' whole plan about killing half of everybody so the resources will be distributed is like, you know, we don't eat rocks, like, we eat other things that are alive. If you kill half of everything, we're still going to be starving at the same rate. And you expect any one of the geniuses he's fighting to point this out, and they're all just like, damn, there's no possible counter-argument that can be made except the moral one. And it's like, really? None? Are you guys... Really? Anyway.
Yeah. It's important that people take swings in the fiction that they write, but
sure.
It very quickly becomes frustrating as soon as one problem when you can't unsee it, you know?
Yeah. Like, listen, stories don't need to be above reproach, and the fact that I'm like, this kind of bothered me doesn't mean it's bad. There's a lot of incredibly interesting stuff that gets explored in that show and the short stories that it's based on. It's just this one part where I was like, okay, setting aside the fact that cybertronic immortality, not true. And in fact, like, this has been a known factor in like cyberpunk narratives for years. Like, I rewatched Ghost in the Shell recently, and there's a major plot point in that. It's like, yeah, we're all incredibly badass cyborgs, and our bodies need constant maintenance or they shut down and we die. Because, like, it's really hard to make a piece of technology like that that actually works and never needs to be fixed.
That's a big part of the plot of Cyberpunk 2077 too. There's a reason that the Johnny Silverhand chip is in your brain. Like, kind of a big part of it is like, even with all of our technology, you can't really like make someone live forever. The technology degrades, and eventually like things go wrong.
Yeah.
It's an interesting space. For sure.
Yeah. Ghost in the Shell, also a movie that benefited from me rewatching it, because like, I've previously enjoyed it. I mean, if nothing else, it's a spectacular animated feature. Like, it's visually stunning, but also the plot is good. However, if you're like, wow, I'm really excited for all these cool action sequences, and then all the important stuff in the plot happens over a stationary shot where characters aren't even moving their mouths because they're talking in their brains, you're like, hey, why aren't you jumping off of buildings and shooting people with big guns anymore? What happened?
Hey, what happened to our
like I said, some movies cannot be watched with my normal level of attentiveness. And it's so fucking hard for me to concentrate on stuff, guys. I try so hard.
It's a tough world out there.
Yeah. Ooh. Oh, wait, no. Nah, where's support fire? I want support fire. Oh, man. Okay, it's fine. I'll just do this then.
Enough of this place. Something I can use.
Pardon if anything starts sounding dramatic. There is a storm coming in.
Oh no.
One of my favorite things for any character to say in fiction is like, a storm's coming. Because sometimes it's literal. Sometimes it's not.
Sometimes it's exactly what they mean.
I think one of my favorite uses of that actually was in first episode of One Piece live action season 2, because there's a moment where like Nami's like, oh, the pressure just changed, a storm's coming, and I was like, ooh, something crazy's gonna happen, and what happens is a bad guy gets struck by lightning in the later episode because a storm came, and I was like, oh, I'm so not used to that being what that means, like. Anyway, that show's good.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Cause I think we might talk about this before on the stream, but
yeah.
I read and or watched a lot of One Piece back in the day, and the parts that you're going through now are the parts that are, I think, the best of it in many ways. So it's exciting that you get to experience that.
Yeah.
Because it has a lot of merit. The parts of it that are good are actually quite good. They're quite enjoyable. It's just that there's a lot of the rest of it.
Yeah.
It's a very long show.
Yes. Yeah. I understand that there's a what is it? There's a lot of foreshadowing that they're doing that's really interesting. And obviously I don't pick up on most of it because I don't know what it's foreshadowing. But the parts that I do know they're foreshadowing, or once I've seen it explained, I'm like, oh, that's really cool and elegant, actually. So, shit. No satyr sack for me.
No satyr sack, no satyr snap.
Ah! Just a little snacky snack. That's what I need. Cultist guys.
Incredibly frustrating, aren't they?
At least I'm not poisoned after I come back from the Death Defiance. I guess it's okay, because again, I don't actually need to get out on this run. Shit, fuck, shit. Everyone be fucking nice
really
to me
just
right
distribute
now.
and acquire nectar at this point, so you're doing pretty okay, all things.
Yeah. No! Fuck! It takes just enough bullets to kill one of these guys that I have to reload an annoying number of times.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Yeah, why not?
Of course the X-Men have a bunch of good storms coming moments. Come on.
Yeah. There's a moment like that.
It's near constant.
They do that in
97 too. Yeah.
In the finale of Earth's Mightiest Heroes, they're fighting, I think it's Galactus, and through most of the season, like, it's one of those shows that got canceled before its time, but they knew it was getting canceled, so they had time to prepare an actual finale. And there's a bit where, like, Spider-Man is there, because of course Galactus is kind of an all-hands-on-deck event, and Spider-Man's freaking out, and he's like, oh man, I'm freaking out, what about you, Cap? Why aren't you freaking out? And Cap's like, because I hear something. It's like, yeah, what's that? Thunder. And my fucking boy Thor shows up, and it's so cool, because he was like in space doing Beta Ray Bill shit for most of the season, so it's actually a reveal that he's here. Oh, it was awesome.
I love it when it works.
It's like one of the
I love
main...
when a plan comes together.
It was one of the best parts of season 2, and honestly, better to end on a high note, I think, because I've mentioned, you know, Earth's Mightiest Heroes season 1 is a perfect piece of television. Season 2, it's a lot more wobbly. It's not terrible, it's just a little wobbly.
Yeah.
Gosh dang it. Could you guys lay off the fucking hitting me with buzzsaws for 5 minutes? I really take it as a personal
for like 2 fucking minutes.
God, these boss areas are way easier if I have divine dash, and because I don't, I'm suffering. I am the one who is suffering succotash. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I mentioned earlier, I watched The Day the Earth Blew Up, which is that, like, Looney Tunes, Jesus, animated movie that came out last year. It was good. It's got some incredibly weird animation jokes in it. Like, there's a character in this version, Porky Pig and Daffy Duck like grew up together. They were raised by a humble farmer, Farmer Jim, and he is not animated. He's background painted. Farmer Jim is always background painted, and sometimes, like, they'll animate lips over him talking, and there's one where they show him walking away, and he's just like a stationary object being bobbed up and down. I don't know why they did it like that. It's hysterical.
Maybe it's in here.
And they only, like, actually... oh no, I made a terrible mistake. They only animate him in, like, 2 scenes, and it's very impactful. But, yeah, it's pretty fun. It's got the same problem that I run into. Oh no, oh no, ah! I need to stop blowing myself up with my bombs that are the size of the room I'm in. But yeah, it's got like the same problem I've run into of like characters from 90s media that now have cell phones and know what twerking is. It's just, I feel like Daffy Duck shouldn't know how to say the word influencer, you know? I just feel like that's a strongly held belief of mine.
Some lines are not meant to be crossed.
Yes. There's a lovingly animated sequence of Daffy Duck twerking into a camera, and it's painful. I did not like that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
From the dead. A special treat for Cerberus. Bit of an aftertaste.
Alright, let's see if we can kill our dad.
Hopefully.
Coming right up.
Hold on, I hear
Hopefully it works.
I smell a fishing point. I can smell it.
Come on up. I got a scupper.
One of the funniest things when I was watching the 90s X-Men cartoon is how often Wolverine says, I can smell it. Because I say that, and I don't say that because of him. I don't know why I say it, but I was not expecting him to say it.
He's an icon. He's the moment.
Yeah, I guess.
I feel like I've, in the last couple of years, really come around on Wolverine and
I mean,
the character I cared about the least in any given X-Men team. And I don't think it's because he's a bad character. I think I was just saturated. But I think particularly with this Uncanny run that he's been in, I'm like, no, I really appreciate a certain like je ne sais quoi that a Wolverine brings to the team. I think his gruffness has grown on me and it's no longer grating. I think because there's often like a softer edge under it in a lot of the more recent iterations without sacrificing the gruffness of it all. If your Wolverine wouldn't stab a man for insulting a child, he's not a good Wolverine. I don't think he's not as comforting as a Batman, but he still has a similar sentimentality.
Here's what I think makes Wolverine work, is that like he's a dad with baggage, but he tries as hard as he can to protect the kids from the baggage. Because like my favorite episodes of X-Men Evolution are the Wolverine ones because he's in full dad mode. I mean, that's when you bring in X-23. That's when you bring up his dark and brooding past. I think it's in season 1 where there's that episode where just like Kurt and Kitty accidentally get taken along as Wolverine goes off and does his dark and brooding past thing. And he's like, oh no, wait, there's kids in the back while I'm trying to deal with a fucking chip in my brain that's turning me into a maniac.
Gotta get the car seat out before I go fight Sabretooth or whatever the fuck I'm doing.
Dang it. But like, what's fun about it is that he is genuinely like a supportive and good, if gruff, dad. And then he's got so much more unbelievable baggage behind him than you could ever think. And it's just like, wow, he's been fucking going through it. It's a little bit that like, I don't know how to describe it. It's that there's like a Tumblr post where it's like, I would love it if, you know, if it turned out that I had been deficient in a vitamin my whole life and that's why I'm like this, and everyone was like, oh my god, I can't believe you've made it so far without the vitamin, you're so brave. And it's like, I feel like that's kind of the Wolverine appeal, is that like, whenever you learn some new bullshit about his backstory, you're like, oh my god, you've been doing all this without the vitamin, are you okay?
That's a very good way to describe it.
Yeah, like, wow, you must be so brave and cool and stoic and badass. But crucially, he has to be insulating everyone from his bullshit, because it's not as fun if he's just like, oh, my man pain is really bad, bub. I've been going through the worst thing ever. And it's like, really? But crucially, it's the part where it's not a competition, and he doesn't bring it up. It just comes up on its own because he can't escape it. That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Hades calling me a dork for having friends.
Joke's on you, Chad.
Why don't you clean your chambers first? Oh, I see. You can fight me to the death, but you can't clean your fucking room. That's right, Dad. I don't think we're gonna win this fight. X-Griff is just a little too unwieldy. But we don't need to win.
But, yeah, that's a good attempt.
The only benefit of winning is that we would get to use that fishing point down there.
Oh no. Not the fishing point. Who had it worse, Spider-Man or Wolverine?
Wolverine.
Definitely Spider-Man. Well, here's the thing. I think on paper, Wolverine. But when you consider how much it actually affects them and like how they feel about it, probably Spider-Man.
I guess the thing is,
Spider-Man has a worse time. But
yeah.
Wolverine is just like, well, things are worse for me, but I handle it a little bit better than Spidey does.
I guess it's that like Wolverine has been alive for so much longer and has suffered so many different things. Like with the number of times his brain has been reset, like who even knows at this point how many dead loved ones he's lost. Spider-Man is going through it. Wolverine has gone through it, you know? Like now Wolverine's pretty comfortable. He's got a nice mansion, friends, you know? It's going great for him, but it has gone so very badly, and it's constantly catching up to him. Whereas Spider-Man has things worse day to day, but cumulatively, like the integral of Spider-Man's suffering doesn't come close to Wolverine's.
Yeah. I guess it comes down to like, who do you think handles it better? And then you can answer that question, and you can figure it out.
Yeah. I think part of what makes Spider-Man work is that most of what sucks about his life is so relatable. It's like, oh, he's having trouble getting to work on time, and he's having trouble getting his homework turned in because he's busy and nobody understands, and his girlfriend isn't really, like, listening to him, and, you know, can't really support him because she's got her own stuff going on. And then Wolverine is like, what if your whole skeleton got fucking gold-plated and it sucked and it hurt the whole time? And it's like, wow, I bet that would suck. Like, objectively, one of those is worse, but one of them is also way more relatable.
Yeah. It's harder to understand what Wolverine is going through on any given day, even though... And I think that because of that, he is often a much more stoic character, because it's like, well, how do you write about that? Like, how do you even comprehend what this old man is dealing with?
Yeah. Wolverine's like, sorry, bub, I'm gonna be a little slow today. My eyes are still regenerating from the thing that happened last week. And it's like, what, man? And then Spider-Man's like, sorry, I got fired again. And it's like, oh no, are you okay? I'm sorry, bud. Entirely different, like, calibers.
Yeah.
And then sometimes Spider-Man is like, sorry, I'm having a rough day. This alien symbiote that has a crush on me has been steadily ruining my life. And Wolverine's like, been there, bub. Just let me know if you need anyone to talk about it with.
It raises a good, interesting thought experiment of which Marvel characters that are not on the same team should hang out more. You know, who could really help each other? You know, because like Spider-Man's not usually on a team, but he's not like usually the main. Like he's not like always on a team. He's often alone. Sometimes he pops onto the Avengers, but it's less frequent.
Yeah.
Woohoo! So who could really make it happen?
So I don't have the thing that lets my health regenerate if I have no death defiances. I thought maybe I did, but that was a couple runs ago. It's just close enough that if I lose, I'm gonna be mad. Man, yeah!
There you go.
How did you accomplish this?
Like I feel like Hulk and Jean Grey could kind of relate to each other a little bit in a way that other guys might not be. and the whole having this sort of nigh uncontrollable emotional side.
Got you.
Yeah.
Makes you.
In the name of Hades.
I think that when Magneto's having one of his better arcs, he should hang out with Kitty Pryde more, because I think there's a lot of like really interesting intergenerational Jewish stuff you could do with the two of them.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Let them all hang out.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
Nightcrawler and Daredevil as the informal Catholic boys is very funny.
I got too enamored by the thought of Nightcrawler and Daredevil hanging out. I fucked it up. I lost my chance
Team
at a surface
Catholic
fish.
guilt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thus, having once more gained
There's that,
the
what was it,
service of
Firebird? She was on the
father's
West Coast Avengers very, very briefly.
Resourceful Zagreus makes his way
Who's also
toward the one-time
devoutly
road
religious,
of
who could jump in on that team as well.
It is a journey of considerable distances, which he has already completed many times, and which has always ended in the same result. So,
Chat, I'm so sorry. I see how devastated you are that I fucked up that fishing spot. I'm sorry.
It's okay, guys. Every game will give you more fishing spots, whether you want them or not.
Yes.
You have no choice in the matter. It's just going to happen.
I like that Zagreus does the little like V for victory out of the blood pool right before he gets dragged down.
He's like, I did it.
I'm sure Mother's cottage is perfectly fine.
Because now it's on his terms, you know?
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, did you see? The Queen's come back. Though did she ever take her sweet time?
Oh, Hypnos.
Hey, watch it, Hypnos. That's my mother you're talking about.
What, really? Huh. So then your mom doesn't spend any time with you either.
Oh, God.
We've got something in common.
Oh, Hypnos.
We don't.
My poor fucking guy.
congratulations, boy.
Oh, he's so mad. Ooh, he's mad. Hi, Persephone.
Were you able to make it to my cottage on the surface, Zagreus?
Dad's mad? Always has been.
I couldn't make it all the way there, Mother. It's like, without your presence on the surface, I'm unable to hang on for very long at all.
Ah, I was afraid of that. Well, don't despair. I placed a charm upon my seedlings there that ought to keep them flourishing well on their own. Your duty now is simply to escape. You keep it up.
I will. Thank you, Mother.
Okay, great. Let's see. I think probably we can do one more run, especially if it's a short one.
It's a great way to make sure whatever the next run you do in is a really long good
No. Maybe I'll try with the bow. Maybe I'll try with the bow again. Why not, right? We don't even need to do it worse.
Shades. Aren't they going to let on the Mother's back? What if word spreads and the Olympians find out?
You are so well accustomed to defying me that you forget there are no others, either living or dead, who would so dare. None in this house shall speak of this until we are prepared to make any announcements on our own terms.
Sounds like you've got it all under control.
Be well.
Achilles, something awakened in Baratha when I spoke the words. It revealed to me a form I'd never seen, wielded by the warrior called Guan Yu, handsomely dressed, and just as you described. That's no Greek name, is it?
No, I don't think so, lad. I don't know who this Guan Yu is, or where he's from, or even when he's from. But the Fates must have a plan for him and you. Anyway, I think my part in this is ended. Baratha served you well, no? I trusted it in life. I trust it now. Fear is for the weak.
Baratha served me well. I haven't really used it very much because I don't like it all that.
Oh, Prince, Persephone, your mother, wow, wow. It's no wonder you wanted to try to find her. She's something else. Although, I guess you didn't know that till you met her, huh? But still.
Dusa, please don't flirt with my mom.
It's definitely an adjustment with my
Dusa,
mother.
please.
Especially for
Dusa,
her.
I can't handle this right now.
You were getting on all right. I guess things will be different now, but hopefully it's for the better, isn't it?
Okay.
Are you kidding? Didn't mean to be so rude. It's just, I think it's definitely better now. We're like a complete team.
I guess we are.
Okay, alright, okay. Nyx? Nyx? No! No! Maybe she's in the garden. Hold on.
Head chef.
Okay.
Seems fair enough.
Let's get as much nectar as we can.
I'll buy that. Here's the gemstones then. Extra keys. Here you go.
Great.
It's nice here.
Okay, no mix. Shit. Oh, right. I was supposed to be renovating the lounge. Whoops.
Zagreus.
I'll deal with it later. I've been busy.
Doing what?
Breaking out of hell. Fixing my parents' marriage.
Done.
Come on, Zag.
Oh, Zagreus. Okay, one more run.
Hey, pal.
We did my goal. We got the credits to roll. Oh, but Little Baby
Yeah.
Weenie Mode is calling my name. Little Baby Weenie Mode will give us extra darkness. Possibly.
It is Little Baby Weenie Mode.
Possibly. We have no choice but to do Little Baby Weenie Mode. Okay, let's see. We've gotten the Persephone boon level up somewhat. I wonder if there's a way to get more nectars. I don't think any of these are good for that. All right, let's just do the Persephone Palm Blossom because we may as well.
Yeah. It hurts nobody.
Yeah.
Hurts. After all, why shouldn't I keep it?
Oh yeah, I was like, why is that reminding me of something? If we do this, we can potentially open an Erebus gate, which I want to do because I'm curious.
There
Anyway,
you go.
Little Baby Weenie Mode might be good for a no damage challenge. Oh, Zagreus.
Certainly try.
Shush, Zagreus, I know what I'm doing. But yeah, I also watched The Fifth Element for the first time, which is important because Ian Holm is like the priest in that.
Yes.
Your power and your wisdom have been of such
But,
No, I mean, it's great movie.
Well-
and this is the least I can do in exchange.
Sorry, I just let that hang in the air. It's not a bad movie, I would say. It's got some very good bits in it.
Any sort of tactfulness, young
I feel like the first half is way stronger than the second half.
thankful to be proven wrong.
Interesting. I guess that's fair. It's not my all-time favorite of the kind of like, you know, iconic sci-fi flicks.
Right.
But I think it's still pretty good. Like
for
I
sure.
feel like what I end up landing on it with is like it's kind of zany in a way that a lot of sci-fi is not necessarily allowed to be, and I think that it generally works for it, but it can be a little bit weird to reckon with. It lives in a similar place too. I don't know if you've ever seen like Total Recall.
No. I watched Minority Report recently, which is the most recent, like, kind of sci-fi classic that I hadn't watched yet. But
Yeah, I think it's more in the Total Recall direction, where it's this like very specific genre of sci-fi that like doesn't really get made all that often anymore, where it's just kind of like earnestly a little bit goofy, and I think that really works for it. And but it can be very not everyone's bag. Like I could see why it might not connect with someone, because I think it's a little less like broad appeal than like the cleaner, shinier sci-fi that tends to get made today.
yeah, well, I also might just not be French enough to understand it, because
That's also very valid.
it's very
It's
French.
goofy.
And I think I guess I have a very specific like pet peeve for the one trope where it's like, hey, listen, the problem is that our hero doesn't understand love, but don't worry, she's just met one man, and as soon as he says the words "I love you," everything's gonna be fixed. Because it might just be lingering trauma from Samurai Jack season 5, honestly, because the movie's not bad by any stretch. It's just, I didn't really believe that they liked each other. I just believed that he liked her because she was hot, and that was kind of it. And then the whole point at the end is like, she can't activate the space beam to make the evil planet stop being evil until he says that he loves her, and then she's like, never mind, we're good, I'm a sky beam now. And it's just, maybe I'm not French enough, like I said. Not bad, and most of the movie's fine. I feel bad because I feel like she's this like perfect being, but it's very clear that a lot of that is kind of an informed attribute, because like we see her kick some ass, and then I wasn't even entirely clear on what happened to her that made her completely out of commission for the rest of the movie, because she seemed like she was sheltering in air vents just fine, but then she was like, actually, I'm going to have a sobbing breakdown and possibly die. So I assume she got injured, but it wasn't really highlighted in a way that made it particularly coherent, so it just kind of seemed like she decided to stop being competent so that she could get carted around and put in the location where she needs to be to do the thing that the plot demands she do. Like I said, I like the first half more when it was kind of building everything out. I feel like things are a little weaker when they're just like, we've already said what has to happen to win the day, so it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've gone back to it, but at least for me, I think I walked away from it with, like, it's not narratively perfect. It definitely falls into some of the traps that, like, women in screen have many times before. But I think what works for me about it, how to articulate it, she's kind of the best version of a Born Sexy Yesterday, Lilu. So I like, because I think they get around a lot of why does she not just simply do the thing that she is designed to do and fix the problem by being like, well, she just woke up after thousands of, you know, however many hundred years, thousands of years.
She also got 3D printed back to life. Like, we can give her a little bit of grace. Back to life.
We can give her a little bit of grace, yeah. And like,
she's got that element of like, she's simultaneously Born Sexy Yesterday and also clearly a lot more knowledgeable than anyone around her, including the priest who's supposed to know everything that's going on. So she doesn't feel quite as agencyless, which is part of why I think the back half kind of suffers, because that's the part where she is just sort of getting toted around and she's like, I actually can't do this. And it's like, but why though? Why not? I think you can probably still, because it's still a movie. But you're right. Strong start, good character. There's a reason why I think she's so iconic and, you know, not necessarily... I'm sure she's had an influence on character design in similar genres and stuff. I just know that, like, the only thing I knew about this movie was that she was in it, which tells me that she's probably the more memorable part of it, which is cool. I also liked the space opera singer. I thought that was cool.
Yes, very cool.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I'm like, it's not a complete idea. It's definitely French in the way that French movies often are. That's a little bit weird.
French
I think that's
derogatory.
undeniably. Hey, French derogatory? Absolutely a critique. Absolutely a valid reading of the text. But I think I come away overall liking it, because I think what it's doing that's working ends up like, it is like a love conquers all kind of ending to it, right? And it does feel a little bit silly and goofy, but also love feels a little bit silly and goofy sometimes, and so I don't necessarily end up being too negative on it, even if it is a little bit like waving a magic wand, because I think that's the idea, is that it's like, yeah, she's this all-powerful being, and there's this sort of like almost comically evil, you know, corporate villain in this movie, and it's so over the top that you kind of just need like the simplest solution to the problem. Could they be a more well-established couple? Totally. I think that's a perfectly fair critique. But also it's one of the, I think it's kind of working on movie magic a little bit, where it's like, well, we've got a 90-minute runtime, so let's do together quicker. I don't know. I come down generally a little bit more popular.
No, that's fair. I mean, I didn't dislike the movie. I wasn't like, oh, it's ruined it for me. I was just like, oh, that was it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I think
it's definitely not my absolute favorite of that era and genre of sci-fi.
I think part of it is like, when they do the sort of like love conquers all thing, it's like, okay, you guys said it, so you love each other, but do you even like each other? And in this case, it's like, I buy that Bruce Willis has a crush on her because she's hot and that's like his one character trait. I don't really get why she likes him back, and that is, I think, a pervasive weakness of the way that a lot of these relationships are written, is that the guy is assumed to like her because he is guy and she is hot girl, and then the woman is assumed to care about him because he likes her. And it would be unthinkable if she didn't like him back, and that wasn't the main plot of the movie, is him winning her over. So her desire, it kind of ends up feeling irrelevant, because we're just supposed to assume that she automatically reciprocates however he feels. Because otherwise it would be a disappointing love story for the guy. And even though she is by far the coolest character in the movie, I get the feeling we're not really supposed to see from her perspective. She's more an object to be witnessed from the outside than a character to be seen from the inside. But
yeah, I think that's a completely fair reading of it.
Yay.
It's definitely not like a perfect flick by any means, but I think that the zaniness and the flash of it, if it goes for you, can really help cover a lot of the like simplicity of the shorthand of the movie. Because like again, like that's a romance trope that is a little bit exhausting, and there's a lot of examples of, not just in sci-fi, but like any era where that is kind of where it goes.
Yeah, the
as
Fifth
someone who
Element
does
is not
like
responsible for that trope
The
existing.
Fifth Element is not responsible, and nor is it the worst example of this
No,
by a
certainly
long
not.
shot.
Lulu
But
is
it's undeniably
extremely
part of it.
cool as a character.
Yeah.
And the tech in that movie is so cool, just like the casual way where they're like, we have a hand in a glove, and that way we can print a whole person alive again. Like, that's so cool.
Tight as hell, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things where it's like, I don't think you can make this movie without the love story. Do you spend the time to make the love story more complicated? The mental math you have to do. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, in this instance, as someone who does like a little ransom, is passably okay. Is it? Do I believably think that they're the couple of all time? No, but the movie's not about making them the couple of all time, so I give it a bit more of a slide. But I think if you want one that's a little bit less about love conquers all, but has a similar tone to the sci-fi, definitely go watch the original Total. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
I mean,
like a good
yes,
idea.
there is 3-boob woman in it, but she is not a major character.
Oh yeah, you know, for some reason I think my brain had conflated three boob woman with space opera singer who is blue.
Yeah, not the same character.
No, I mean obviously not. I know very little about Total Recall, but I had caught wind of that.
Yeah, Total Recall is a lot more about like what is what's real, what's memory. And it's basically completely uninterested in a romantic subplot, other than one that, there is one, but it's not the main thrust of the movie. It's kind of one of the more, is this real or is it implanted memory aspects. So it ends up kind of, I think you'll come down on it more positively. But if you want something with the same kind of tone of sci-fi that is in The Fifth Element, the same kind of like style in that particular era of movie making, Total Recall might be more up your alley, I think.
Sick, yeah, I'll have to give it a go.
A lot of feasting here, I guess, and
Also Schwarzenegger, so you get the classic.
Good, yes.
Than it is down there.
Any action movie fan knows, man, we're time.
Okay. Alright, I've done my last nectar.
There is a reliable deliverer of death, it seems. And that makes 3 of us, I think.
Hold on. Don't do it. Cat's awake. She's sniffing at cables again.
I don't need that. Charon, as I know you serve the realm, I just wanted to say I look forward to continuing to work with you in a
Away from the
somewhat
cable,
more
nobody gets
official
hurt.
capacity. I'll still be breaking out of here like always, but, well, you've probably heard. Appreciate your support.
Back away slowly from the cable.
She's just standing there menacingly. I worry I'm gonna lock
Like,
myself into a
I'll
boss
do it.
fight, and she's like, "Yeah,
I'll do it. You won't even know.
see if I don't."
I'm back, ladies.
So, your mother has returned to us already.
You don't even know what I'm capable of.
Still battling your way out, past me and everything up there. Why?
Father says there's no escape from here, and I like to repeatedly show him he's wrong. Besides, I think getting out there a bit from time to time does me some good.
Sounds like you found yourself a steady line of work. Most jobs just need doing. If this one gives you some fulfillment, stick to it.
Aw.
Oh man.
Work-life balance in my video game?
Hey, you can't take that from the House of Hades. They generally, once you've played the first ending of Hades, they generally try to have a pretty okay working environment.
Yeah. It is kind of funny. I like when a work of art will sort of just look you directly in the eyes and be like, it's very important to take regular breaks and stretch your wrists out so you don't get carpal tunnel and stuff like that. It's kind of like how when you like read a story where the creator accidentally / intentionally makes their art form of choice the most important thing in the world. I recently read through all of the manga for Witch Hat Atelier because it's getting an anime. I guess it's coming out now. I just don't have a Crunchyroll subscription, so I can't watch it yet. And it's a beautifully illustrated manga. And of course, spoiler alert for like chapter 1, magic in that world is done by drawing magic circles. And basically anyone who can draw a magic circle can do magic. And this is like a big secret in universe because the democratization of magic is kind of the worst case scenario for the ruling class who's got all the magic for themselves. But this does lead to a lot of chapters where it's like, I don't know, I just don't know what to draw. I feel so unmotivated. I just can't sit down and draw anything. And I'm like, damn, that's crazy, comic artist. Tell me more. So.
Hope she's not mad.
Sometimes life imitates art, sometimes it's the other way around.
Yeah.
I'll just be a moment, Father. Could try a different one.
Nah, let's keep Ma with us.
Going up. And check.
Okay, I think I only have one. Yeah, I've only got one nectar left. We'll see if I can get any more gods on this run.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Or
and
then
then
at least pick up some more nectar.
Yeah, more nectar would be good. And then maybe if we get back, Persephone will actually tell us her plan so we can be officially pursuing it rather than just meta-narratively doing it because we already know what it is. Being too bold for this to be little baby Wii mode. This is moderate baby mode.
Father won't miss a couple coins.
Oh, well, we simply have to say hi to Eurydice.
All aboard.
Of course, she's a girl. And
Yes.
maybe we'll advance her plotline a little bit.
Yeah, that would be nice. Although, I don't know, last time her dialogue was pretty generic. She might be all out of things to say to us.
We have to reunite them.
Eurydice,
Aha!
did you by any chance ever meet a Persephone during the whole thing when Orpheus came down to try to get you?
Oh, her? Yeah, she was with Hades Sr. Why? Wait. Whoa. Are you? I thought...
It's complicated, and please keep it quiet. I was just wondering, what was she like, if you recall?
Didn't get much of an impression, but I can tell you this. She had good taste in music. Orpheus and I think we won her over with our little duet. Haven't seen or heard from her lately, though. Careful, it's hot.
Oh, Eurydice.
That's good.
Alright.
See you next time.
Let's go, Speedy. Go fast, go Speedy. All things considered, this has been a very productive stream so far.
Yeah, goal accomplished. Lots of media cover.
Yeah.
Doing our
Fishing
best.
spot. Don't let me forget this fishing spot this time, guys.
What?
No, I'm being sabotaged.
Who?
Whomst?
What are we talking about?
What fishing spot? You sound crazy right now. Oh, I forgot. So I did a road trip. I was going out to visit the Cool Colors clan and little baby Aquamarine, which was super fun. We talk about this a little bit more on the podcast that goes up tomorrow, I think. But for background noise while I was driving, I listened through the first half of this official podcast, this Warner Bros. Official podcast. What the fuck is it? Batman: The Audio Adventures. And it's just this like sort of radio play. adventures in Gotham, you know, Batman, Robin, dealing with a lot of classic Batman villains. It's mostly like Two-Face, Penguin, Riddler a lot. I think Riddler's John Leguizamo, I want to say.
Great.
Bizarrely stacked
big weekend
voice
for
cast.
John Leguizamo.
And they also got the
Like
guy the guy who played Commissioner Gordon in The Batman is voicing Batman in the podcast. He does a really fucking good job.
Huh.
Also, one of the most insane versions of Batman I think I've ever seen in any media. And it's so delightful. He's so unhinged and I actually adore it. There's one of the episodes has a fake out where it's like, oh no, Robin's been gassed by the Joker. Joker voiced by Brent Spiner in this, by the way.
Excellent.
And it's like, oh, the cure's not working. He's dead. And then Batman wakes up, obviously. And Alfred, voiced by, oh my god, damn it, Wash from Firefly. He's voiced it. He's K2SO in Rogue One. He's Alan Tudyk. Alfred is like, oh, Master Bruce, you were having a terrible nightmare. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? And Bruce is like, I know, I have them on purpose. And it's like, what? Yeah, when I have to sleep, I make sure to dose myself with a little bit of scarecrow toxin so that I can mentally prepare myself for potential traumatic events. And I was like, the idea that Batman intentionally gives himself horrible nightmares so that A, he doesn't sleep very much, and B, when he does, it's technically training. It's the craziest shit.
I guess it's just a version of the Michael Keaton Batman sleeping upside down, right? Like, at what point are you just like, we all have our little sleep habits, our little routines.
I mean, I fucking guess. Anyway, I thought that was solid gold. There's also a bit, spoilers for the season 1 finale, where he fucking, the Joker has spent the entire season building up to this, like, evil plan where he's gonna, like, douse Gotham with a love potion or whatever, and he's like, you see,
Classic
Batman,
stuff,
yeah, he's like, I'm doing all this because you are responsible for why I'm like this. When I fell into that chemical vat, it drove me cuckoo bananas. And Batman's like, that's where you're wrong, Joker. I painstakingly recreated the formula for the chemical you fell into, and then to see what would happen, I doused myself in it, and I'm just as sane as I was before, so actually, you're crazy for different reasons. And Joker's like, this can't be true, Batman. And I was like, you're fucking believing this shit? He doesn't have green hair. Anyway, so that was 2 for 2 on the craziest shit I've ever heard a Batman say he did.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I used to listen to him on his going on some longer road trips. Me and my grandfather listened to well, either Jimmy Buffett Radio or Sherlock Holmes radio plays that they like just had a bunch that not like new ones, just, you know, a big compository of some radio plays of Sherlock Holmes that used to play.
Oh, that's super cool.
There's
I
like a
should look into
Sirius XM channel. Yeah, it's like a Sirius XM radio channel that just plays those. It's a lot of fun. It's very fun to listen to. You get all the classic sound effects and good old-fashioned Foley. Just very, very enjoyable.
I really think that I should give more radio plays a go, because, like, obviously we're in the podcast age, but that technology's old. People figured out how to make that work ages ago.
People knew how to work ages ago. There's a lot of great, like, modern audio dramas as well, which is kind of just the spiritual successor to that in podcast form, in the same way that podcasting is kind of the spiritual successor to radio.
Yeah, video killed the radio star, but podcasting brought her back with a vengeance.
Yeah, audio dramas are a great way to kind of get a hit of that. Not that there aren't wonderful old ones as well, but it's a fun time. We should know, we kind of do one in the form of ruling with difficulty, but still. Even non-TTRPG actual play, and non-actual play story-forward shows are a very good time. I've been a podcast boy for years, as we all know.
Yes. Took me a lot of playthroughs to notice that Lerny's head pops off the neck and just floats around the battlefield. Lerny vanquished. Aw, we're friends.
At last. Aw.
Okay. Alright. Elysium, and then Killing Our Dad challenge, speedrun 80%.
Come on, let's go.
Alright, I'm broke. Okay, never mind. Carry on. Yeah, I started listening to Old Gods of Appalachia a while back, but I kind of bounced off of it. I think I run into a slight problem with certain like horror genres where it's like once you know a lot of the story beats, it's easy to kind of be like, okay, I see where we're going.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like I was listening to it. I don't remember anything about it. There was a different horror podcast I was trying to try out where it was sort of like framed as like sort of a where's where of interesting locations that are just a little bit spooky, and one of them was like, oh yeah, here's a diner, but the meat is sure unidentifiable, and I was like, it's either people or bugs, and then I just turned it off and I never continued to listen to it because I was like, there's only two options for what's this meat, and it's usually people, and if it's not people, it's bugs. Perhaps it's a character flaw of mine to be so dismissive of horror media, but also it is very funny.
Yeah, it's you lose some of the fear factor when you get to know the genre more intimately, but in some ways it makes me appreciate the genre. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm not like huge on horror. I think it's got a couple things that I particularly like, and I tend to go more for like a horror comedy than just a straight horror. But,
sure, yeah.
Yeah, the more you know the tropes of the genre, the less scary it is, which I guess is in some ways making it less effective, but also means you might appreciate what those tropes are doing more. So, yeah. Follow your heart with horror.
I mean, I can't help myself. I'll pick apart any story I'm dealing with, so. Yeah. Agnes Archive absolutely ruled, although I haven't been able to like properly re-listen to it because once you sort of know what's coming, you start there's elements of foreshadowing that you notice a lot more where it's like, oh, they name dropped this character who I know is actually this guy. Whoa. Which is super great, very tight writing. You can really tell how far they planned the whole thing in advance. But I do run into a little bit of the problem of like, it's such a specific criticism, I guess. It makes the world almost feel kind of small when it's like all of these characters are actually connected to each other in some way. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just like, it's almost a little more horrifying when it feels like this could just happen to random people. And then it's like, oh, this guy's actually like this dude's ex-boyfriend or something like that. So like they were already connected and like, oh, they name dropped this person, but actually this person's like this person's neighbor. So we already knew about that. And again, not bad by any stretch. It's solid. It's tight writing. It's just, it's sort of minimized just a little bit of the horror factor for me. Only on a rewatch, of course. First time through, I was like, this is the craziest shit I've ever heard.
You're mine. Got the clan.
My greetings to you, little
Ooh, good.
Oh, okay, I'm free. I'm off the hook. Let's see. If I can get supporting fire, that would be awesome.
You have returned to my chamber. I trust you are familiar now with what this means.
It means I've challenged you to a battle of strength and glory, because apparently that's all there is to do for fun around here for those such as yourself.
Zagreus telling these guys to get a hobby.
Yes, essentially that is correct. Prepare.
Oh, Asterius, you're not prepared for advanced little baby weenie mode.
friends, weirdly. We're friends that fight.
Yeah. At last, a worthy opponent. Yay!
Enough. Well fought.
Cheers for the fight. Hear me.
Okay. Alright. Support fire! Great. Okay, now we gotta go fast, gotta go speedy. Oh yeah, I was watching, oh, our boy's here. I know that toll. Aw.
We know.
He likes us! He's doing the happy face!
Shall we get started?
Huh.
Anyway, I was watching, one of the, like, Jim Henson productions that I just fully didn't watch as a kid, The Storyteller. They have it on Pluto TV, so I was just watching some of the episodes. It was really interesting, because I remembered, I think it was when I did The Boy Who Found Fear, there were a bunch of comments that were like, oh, I remember hearing about this on Jim Henson's The Storyteller, and I was like, really, what? And I watched that one. And I was like, oh yeah, it's a different variant of it, but it's absolutely the same story. And it's interesting. I'm having a good time with it. Mostly because it's just whimsically and folklorically retelling classic folk and fairy tales from Europe, which I thought was, you know, I liked doing it, so probably also I'll like it here. Why are there so many of these fucking guys? Get out of here. Go on, shoot.
Power of the gods.
Hang on to this for me.
Wait, stay, I need to... Ah! On God, I'm gonna give this boy some nectar. Cascade. I have to do some like D&D session prep for the first time ever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
3.5.
Yeah. Because the last time I ran 3.5, I was running it from a module. All I had to do was translate the map that came with it into something that I can put on Roll20. But this time I need to actually like make shit up and stat things out and find things in the monster manual and figure out how to throw them at everybody without doing too much damage.
Some classic preparation.
Oh, it's so scary.
Yeah, as much as like D&D is a system that I think 5e specifically is a system I maybe know most intimately. Like I think I could name most of the rules off the top of my head and whatnot. I don't know that I could ever really realistically run it these days for anything particularly complicated that wasn't a module, because it's just like I do not have the brain for taking extensive session notes. Most of my notes for one-shots is just like, well, here's 2 sentences about the kind of general vibe, maybe one idea for something they could run into, and I'm just gonna kind of improvise the rest, because they don't have stat blocks, so easy.
Yeah, with 3.5, because it's crunchier than 5e, like, the stat blocks are so necessary. And not just that, I had to pull out some templates because of the specifics of the adventure I'm going to be running for the rest of the gang for session 1, since you wanted to dip in later. There's easy ways to do that, so it should be fine. It is just kind of funny because I have to dramatically rebalance things for whether or not your character's going to be because, like, a 7th level fighter will absolutely make or break a fight. So... I think they're probably going to be fun. And if they're not, they'll roll up new characters and then they'll be fine.
Delicious. Power down.
No, thank you. Come on, boys. Let me out, or kill me quickly. Either way is fine. But don't drag this out for longer. I refuse to throw for content. However, I would really like to sleep at some point today. Come on, guys. Come on, I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy and it's my birthday. Could be. I mean, we don't know when Zagreus' birthday is. I love all of Demeter's greater call lines. She's so scary.
Barely got through.
Ah, no, of course. Heaven forbid they would have a healing item here. That would just be way too easy.
One of my boons got stronger.
Alright, fellas, let's see if we make it out of here or not.
Whew. Well, time will tell.
Yes, good.
Face us, filth, however many times it takes, until you cannot stand it any longer.
Oh no, we're out of unique dialogue. Whoops! Oh, that was quick.
I do not fear you, fiend. Your presence is a stain upon Elysium.
You are so mean to me for no reason. Oh, not so much fun when the other guy has a shield, is it? Huh? Ow, ow, ow. Okay, I'm sorry. Shouldn't have talked shit. Woo! Okay, I think I'm gonna get my wish. Oh boy, this is a family dispute we don't want to be in the middle of. No, 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 no. No, thank you. Thank you. Oh yeah? Is that what you think is gonna happen, Theseus? You think what's gonna happen is you shall not lose to me again? I'll fight you wherever the fuck I want to. Whoa, Divine Dash saving my absolute ass in this fight. Woo! Okay, great. Surviving this is just a bonus. Haha!
I guess I win this round. Someone back home will practically die for this stuff. Thanks for believing in me, my good Shade. Enjoy the rest of your existence, Shades.
Okay.
Which one?
I forgot to swap in the Skelly Tooth. No wonder that felt so perilous.
Go with that one.
Okay, let's frickin' go.
One more stop.
Someone's got to tally up what our record is versus Theseus, because I feel like we've won almost every single time.
I think so, or at least taken him out of the fight, if not then to be killed by Asterion.
Like, listen, I don't care what happens to me, I just need Theseus to lose.
Yeah. Yes. It's important that he feels failure.
Yes. We must remind
Comparatively.
him. Poison damage. Might be loaded. A show I haven't watched, but I've been considering watching just because of the stuff I've been hearing about it, is Pluribus.
Oh yeah, I've heard really, really good things. I haven't gotten around to it yet, but people seem to really be enjoying it.
Yeah. And it's an interesting, like, sci-fi horror concept that doesn't seem to be going too hard on the, like, visceral nightmarishness of the situation. It's just more like the existential and, like, the social nightmare element of things, which is dismissive as I am of horror frequently. Parts of it I am a big weenie baby about. There's a world where hive mind takes over the world. It could be done in a visceral enough way that I would find it deeply unpleasant, and it doesn't seem to be the world we're living in. Give me the fucking juice, bro! Stop poisoning me!
She just wants the juice.
I just need the juice! Anyway, yeah, heard extremely cool good things about it. I'm starting to get back into, like, my old habit from high school where, like, I read something's TV tropes page first and then I'm like, that sounds rad, and I watch it or read it or whatever. Honestly, highly recommend. It's a good way to sort of get a roadmap of what you're doing. If you don't care about spoilers, that is. And I don't, so it works out great for me.
There's like a comically chirping bird outside of my office window. It's just like we're like making like full bird sound dot MP3 kind of noise.
He's a sweet little bird in a gilded cage.
I don't know. I mean, it's just a backyard in South Philly, so like, but
Sharpen my senses.
who knows? Who knows?
Blood's on offer here. Cheers, mate.
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, after all, why not? Why shouldn't I keep it? I love it when a plan comes together. Ow, ow! Give me the juice! Okay, we're good.
No,
Phew!
Chat being like Red's patented short run. We're all the way up at the center.
I'm sorry, I'm trying. I refuse to throw for content, and unfortunately, I'm just too good at a gamer. I am simply too much of a pro gamer. My just one more thing technique continues to be unbeatable. Ah, shit. The juice! No! Whew, close one. Pretty please be in this room. Yay! It heard me.
Something for Cerberus.
Looks like time's hit you hard since last we had a run in, cuz. Well, when life is tough, just hurry through the rubbish bits, I say.
Oh, now you give me side hustle. Thanks, man. Let's.
That's something. Hope this can get me out of here.
Don't talk about steak and lobster right now. I'm hungry. I guess I have to win super fast so I can enjoy something in that vein.
I'll pay for that.
Sure, why not? Bonus criticals.
What lurks in this surface river here?
So many things to consider. Have you hit the button?
That's a bite.
Well, I did now. It was refusing to cooperate. It was like, it didn't hear me when I said I wanted the run to be short. It was like, I'm gonna wait for 4 bobs of the thing for fishing.
For fishing.
I can go.
First annihilated his appetite. Alright, let's go see if we can kill our dad. Because either way, it's fine. Because we get to go home and then I get to talk to everybody and then we get to end the stream and it's gonna be great.
Hooray!
Oh, hey!
Hate to keep you
Hello,
from
Chocolate
the
Moose
front door.
15. I really liked your fan animation and I was happy to share it. So you're welcome. But also, thank you for making it.
Aw.
It was absolutely delightful.
Achilles taught you reasonably well.
Hell yeah.
I expected that if anyone could train you into martial competence.
Chat's right. I mean, what did we expect? This is Little Baby Weenie mode.
Yeah.
The ultimate strategy.
Little Baby Weenie mode
was
is
never going to
unfortunately
end quickly.
undefeatable.
Next you.
I anticipate more than you know. But Achilles merely practiced against mortals. Now you practice against me.
Oh, I'm so scary. Ooh, look at me. I've decided to be a dad for the first time.
Can't do that.
Ha, you fool. Whoop.
Surely you could have avoided that.
Yeah, I could have, but I'm trying to get home quick. You see, if I lose, it's actually part of my brilliant stratagem.
Is this the best that you could do?
Stop being disappointed in me, like you're my dad or something.
All right.
Ha.
A wasted effort.
Ow. Uh-oh.
One last shot.
Aha! This time I did get the thing that lets me heal while I have, no death defiances. Jesus Christ! Sorry, hold on. Excuse me, I have to go make a scene. Oh, you're not getting away from me that easily.
You.
Little me? What's got you in such a tizzy? Oh, ah!
Try that again.
I will, thank you.
Cold which worsens the weather still.
Yes,
Zagreus.
because I asked Gamimama nicely. Aha! Locked. None of you are free from sin. Woo! Hey, so you legally have to be nice to me? Mom said. Sorry, she's queen. I don't make the rules. Ha ha! Little baby weenie mood, you've carried me to victory once again.
What a fitting end.
Hell yeah.
Quite strong.
Oh, careful, you almost sounded proud of me there. Yay! Alright, look around real quick, see if there's any fishing points. No. Alright. Let's go die.
Once more, tenacious Zagreus achieves his lofty goal. And just as every time before, except with some sort of new twist of fate, perhaps, he goes a little distance, then he dies.
He's fine. He died, but he's fine. Okay.
Feels like it's been a while, everybody.
Yeah, it has. My short run has been a failure at being a short run.
Hey.
Hypnos, this list has a bunch of tasks from I don't know how long ago. I mean, I took several of these last year, and you've already submitted this week's registrations. Why isn't that marked complete?
Don't you know it? I was just about to get to that. Then you showed up and I got so distracted it just kind of slipped my mind. It happens, right?
You need to focus, brother, or it'll be Lord Hades reprimanding you again. And that is not something you want.
Oh, I don't know about that. Last time I talked to Master, he made pretty clear he never wanted to speak to me again.
Oh, Hypnos. You're too good for this sinful world.
Hypnos.
Boy.
Greetings, Father. Ran into Lady Demeter out there on my last outing. Or should I say my grandmother?
Oh, Nyx is here. We can talk to her.
Mother-in-law, source of
Hey.
terror, hard keeping track. Our family's rather complicated.
Do not invoke her name inside my house, you hear me, boy? You do not know at all what she is like. Though I can see why you two hit it off. She hated her father. Though understandably, as he was worse even than mine. Even than yours.
Hard to imagine.
They did some interesting stuff with the lore by basically just making none of the Olympians siblings, except, like, I think Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, yeah, but then they made all the ladies kind of coming from somewhere else, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to deal with the family. I feel like maybe Demeter is also counted as one of their siblings.
No,
incorrect.
because if they did that, then Persephone and Hades would be related, and they didn't want to do that in the game. So, like, him talking about, like, her father was even worse than mine, where it's like, traditionally, I think those are supposed to be the same guy.
Of course I do, my friend.
Huh.
Though you must know your father has requested his relationship to you be kept quite clandestine. You'll understand if I not sing your praises in this case, won't you?
Fine, alright.
Skillfully executed.
Please tell me how I can reunite Orpheus and Eurydice. No! Nyx! Do I have to be giving him nectar? Is that what I have to do next?
It's more of a formality, I think. My responsibilities, such as they are, remain quite similar to those that got me to this point. But thank you, Nyx. It's strange to think that I can serve the house by trying to break from it time after time.
There can be no escape. Your father wishes that this reputation spread, so that the mortals in the shades never attempt what you were able to achieve.
Well, it does beat standing around in my chambers aimlessly. And I dare say it feels rather good not to feel utterly incompetent for a change.
It is an honor to be working with you, child.
That's so interesting. How about you let me reunite these guys?
Fish delivery for the head chef.
I never thought I'd see the queen again. I still can't quite believe she's back. And staying? Is that really your doing?
It's her doing, not mine. So you know her. Because you could have told me about her, who she was to me.
Don't know her all that well. But I do know Nyx. And I've been bound to secrecy as part of my oath to this house. I flay oath breakers and liars, Zagreus. Wouldn't do for me to be no better than them now, would it?
No, I suppose not. So what does this mean for Nyx now that she's back? Or for you, for that matter?
The queen always gave Nyx her space. Your father, though, him if she decides to stick around this time.
Hope to find out.
Oh, that's fascinating and interesting. Hi,
Say,
Dusa.
Dusa, in your work around the house, you wouldn't happen to have run into a Skelly character out in the courtyard there, have you?
Oh, not really. Because my work is in the house itself, and well, the courtyard technically, it's kind of right outside, so I'm supposed to stay inside the walls. But I think I know who you mean. I've seen him standing there just past your chamber doors. Why? Is he okay?
I think so. I hope so. Here's the catch of the day. Or night.
Ah, a nectar. Thank goodness.
I'm much obliged.
Yes.
Okay, resource management. Then we talk to Achilles. Then we get the fuck out of here.
Seems like a good deal. Let's see that nectar. Achilles, have you ever run across the Shade of Daedalus in all your time? I found some of his legendary hammers out there, but no sign of him.
I've never met him, no. Your father keeps him fully occupied with building out his underworld and renovating constantly. No wonder some of his old crafting tools are strewn about. I take it you've been able to make use of them?
Indeed I have.
Okay, great. Awesome. Awesome. Where the fuck is Persephone? Where's Mom? Garden?
Number 2, please.
She's not in the garden. No, where is she? Where could she be?
I think maybe we're gonna have to wait for the next time for her
We're
to
gonna
give
have
us
to
her
find out
quest
where she
idea.
is next time on Dragon Ball Z. Okay. Whew. All right. Well, thank you all for sticking with me, despite how my short run went the way of all short runs and ran almost an hour. Oh no. Okay. I can just feel it that as soon as I put the stream down, every alarm in my body's gonna go off. Anyway, thank you all for joining in and for fundraising. 1.7k additional for UNICEF. That is, of course, in addition to the 12k we raised over the last 4 streams, which is extremely cool and absolutely nothing to sneeze at. So thank you all so much for doing that. I'm hoping to get back into a regular streaming rhythm now that I am officially back and no longer absolutely fucking exhausted from road tripping everywhere. So thank you all. Indigo, of course, thank you for keeping me company.
No
Very
problem.
obliging, despite the fact that this ran long again. But yeah, I will hopefully see you guys next week. We will make headway in getting to the true ending of Hades 2. I can't promise that it'll happen particularly quickly, but I'll do my best. Okay. All right. I'm going to end the stream. Good night.